of runs. Well, that's in 15 minutes ago.
And you hear that now? Probably get one more final call for the radial guys and have everyone in their cars suited up.
Yep, and I'm going to go over here and break something too.
All right, last call for our radial brackets. If you're not in the lanes, you're about to miss out. We don't want you to miss out. We want you to come out here. We want you to take part in round 2. We did see a couple go on trailers this morning, so whether they just thought, I've had a good weekend, I'm going home, or whatever the case may be. But if you're racing, we need you there in the lanes for the radial classes.
Yep, that's right. Elite Radial, 28 versus 275 and 6.8 radial to the staging lanes. And we need everyone suited up in the car. So we're going to try and get underway very shortly. So, we need you not only in the staging lanes, but also suited up and in the car, ready to fire up and go.
Yeah, elite radial guys just about ready to go. We can see James Horan and Reese Carkett down there making final preparations before they come out. 2875 and 275 out there as well. Mate, I'll tell you what's really cool up here, obviously, and we've seen it for years, is, you watch these cars go down the track, and then you walk over to the pits and you watch Shane Baker and Chris Carsberg load up the family and drive home. It's cool, man. To go low fives over the 8th mile and then just jump in the car and drive home. So it's all seen it plenty of times, but it's always cool to see.
Never gets old.
So Reese has had an absolute cracker of a weekend. That car has gone 5.0 every time down the track. Best of 5.01 last night. I know the guys are looking for a 4. It's run a 4 before, but just hasn't done it this weekend. Let's see what it does on this one. James Horan in beside him has had a very frustrating weekend, I would say, but still starting to nut it out, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. As you said, both those guys, the good thing about, both of those cars actually have been pretty much all weekend first cars into the staging lanes when they're keen. They're very keen.
Very keen. All right, here we go. So Carkeet in the EH Holden. Turbocharged LS powered. Turbocharged Hemi in the black ute.
Yes, a couple of big smoky burnouts to get the morning started. That's what you want. That'll wake you up.
That'll do. Well, probably not everyone, but
most of us are keen for it.
Maybe we should be starting singing lullabies for those that are still asleep. Reese Carkeet backs up nicely. Horan, 442, one of the quickest cars down the track yesterday, and it was far from clean. So we know the car's got big potential. Can tell you, not here this weekend, but this car has gone into the 3s over the 8th mile. The boys coming together. There's pretty much a match race for these two this weekend. I know Lee Dark's back around there, so we're good to see Lee's back.
That's good.
So we got the 3 in Elite Radial this weekend. boys on a bit of a run here. It's going to stick. Got the shootout early. Go 451. 451, 175. Big speed on the top end. The boys will be happy with that. 503. Another 5.0 for Reese Carkeep.
Yeah. Yeah, as you said, Reese Carkeep's very, very consistent. Maybe not quite going as quick as they want to.
Yeah, Oran's 451. It's fairly uneventful, actually. So the boys had that nicely tuned. They had that not rotating the earth off the start line, just fed the power in nicely, ramped it in as it went down the track, and it went 451.
Yeah, as you said, they'll be glad to finally get a good, clean pass. Something they can build on.
So Lee Dark in the Statesman. A little small block in that. Nitrous purge there for him.
Solo pass. He'll get the win light for this one. That's good.
Gets away nicely. 156 on the tree. Just sat there and waited his time. Does matter. He's already got the win. 534. One of his better passes for the weekend. 127 on the speed. Outlaws to the lanes, please. Outlaws to the lanes. Supercharged Outlaws. Can we get you to the lanes, please?
Yeah, sorry, we're on the 28 now.
28 275's up next.
Oh, you look at all fresh form, all fresh and striking form.
I was early, mate. I bailed early.
Just lucky, I guess.
Hang on a sec.
Hot box it. Hot box.
We honour the original owners of this land, the boys of the Warwick Council.
It started already up here.
Oh, it has. Shane Baker, Andrew Rankin's going to bring us the on-track action. We got plenty of action up here, but we got on-track action down there. I'll tell you how observant I am. We're talking about this little Corona all week, and I just know that the number plates actually say 3RZ. So there you go. That's what's in.
Well, at least it shows you're good at guessing.
We're observant. Oh, in my defence, he hasn't got a rear number plate.
Yeah, that's right. We see the rear more than we see the front. Let's
Shane
be-
Baker in beside him, local legend. I'm going to call him local legend. I don't care. I'll put it out there. Oh, Rankin.
Lovely.
That's a cool little car, man. Baker's just chasing times, I'm going to say, this morning, and he goes 5:06. 5:06, 140 for Shane Baker. Are we on the way to a 4 this weekend for Shane Baker? We hope so.
That's a badass Commodore, isn't it?
So cool, man.
So cool.
Like I said, loaded the family up last night and went home. You know, that's cool. Here's his partner in crime, Chris Carsberg. You don't even have to be in the cars, I reckon, in Warwick. You know these two cars. You've seen them around for 30-odd years.
I'm sure.
Andrew Lang in the Tirana beside him. On meth is the number plates on, that's what they call the car. The boys starting to get on top of this too. This went deep into the 5.0s yesterday as well. Carsberg has had a testing weekend. Let's call it that. Tirana on Tirana. Lang on a run here. 518, 517. Carsberg finally gets a
Look
good
at that.
one in.
Andrew Lang takes the win though. The nice reaction time, a .06.
Mate, very sharp. These radial guys on a Pro Tree, of course. That's a very sharp pass. It's going to be a day. Tony Goodrum and Luke Knight in the VL. Another call for Outlaws, please. No, you're supposed to tap first and then tell me. You tap second. Can we get the order right, please? Luke Knight in the VL. Tony Goodham, talking to Tony just before, very happy. The little squirrel working nicely. The boys tuned around some issues they had earlier in the weekend. Went 5:24 yesterday, last night I should say. Luke Knight's also dipped into the 5:20. So on paper, this is a good matchup. Snooze on the line there. Luke Knight on another good pass here. Look at the numbers, 5:24 and a 5:39 for the Squirrel.
He's quickest and fastest of the weekend so far. And as you said, the Squirrel, Tony Goodham, 5:39. Win going to Luke Knight in the VL.
Yeah, boys pretty happy with that. The big thumbs up.
Hey, how are you?
Mitchell Bean now there in the Camaro. Looks like Mitchell's got a solo here in round 2.
Just from Channel 7.
Yeah.
Where can I go and where can't I go? Just want to get some pictures, that's all.
Okay, so have you spoken to Maddie?
So Mitchell Bean gets to concentrate on his own gig here. Solo pass, get a win against the name for round 2.
Always good to get a solo pass, you get the win, and you get to test how your car's going on the track.
A couple of 570s out of the car yesterday. This one looks a bit better. No, another 570. There you go. Well, it's consistent.
572, a little bit better than yesterday. Not a lot in it, but
Channel 7 is here.
oh, he's back. He can't have caused too much trouble in that amount of time.
Can you tell me, Doctor, well, I still can't get to sleep. Benzie and Brikey, well, they're dragging from the bend. What's that bang that comes and goes? You tell me what it means. Don't help me.
All right, just like that, we move into our next bracket. 6AA brought to us by the Jungabunga.
Yes.
I don't know if we got a shout out to other. How about your other brackets here? Gazard Brothers bringing us a lead radial. So, of course, Scotty and the boys here took out the radial shootout on Friday night. But hang on, what's the Monaro do? Look at that for a burnout. That's a good one.
Mate, he's fired up.
Yeah, David Mott. Actually, he's pretty happy, David Mott, because this is 6AA class. Went into the 5s last night, 5:94, so he was stoked with the time. Obviously didn't get the win because he went too quick, but sometimes
a lose can be a win.
that's 100%, mate. I was just watching down there. I see Pete out there with the mop, but I think it might have rattled a heap of rubber out of the wheel tubs of that thing. I think that's what's happened. That's exactly what's happened. There's plenty of accumulation of rubber up in the wheel tubs in the in the wheel arches of the Monaro there, so they rattled loose on the burnout.
They got some pretty big wheel arches in those things, so there's plenty of room for rubber to build up.
Plenty. Kurt Rowita in beside him in the Mustang.
Kurt was pretty happy with the car, the way the car's running as well.
Oh, the Monaro struck the tyres pretty hard there on the start line, so Rowita on a nice pass here with a couple of 620s there. You can almost dial in 624 at the moment with Kurt Rowita.
Yep.
Getting the job done.
624 as they're all on the same index, of course, the 600. Go quicker than 600, you lose.
Gary Millgate. So we talked about 600. You want to know what Gary ran last night? 600 with a 5.
Nice.
Closest to that 600 we've seen all weekend. Rob Armstrong went 607 in qualifying. Rob's had this Tirana. It's still got the old green, white and green number plates there. That's how long Rob's had this thing. It's been around forever. It's part of the family, surely, part of the furniture. So Millgate in beside him. All aspirated, very stout aspirated engine in that hard top. He's out there in front. He's going to go close again. He goes 604. Rob Armstrong 618. Not enough. You're going to struggle to put a bonnet back on that car at Gary Millgate.
Well, yeah. Whether he can or not, he probably doesn't want to.
Mate, it tore the. We saw it come back. It tore the bonnet off about 450 foot yesterday. Actually, might have been
Friday, I think,
It was a
wasn't
Friday. It's hard to tell, mate.
It is. The days all kind of meld in together, don't they? It's just an absolute 3 days of absolute mind-numbingly great drag racing.
Two cool cars here. We got the panel van from Matt Francis and Brett Page's fairlane. We love the fairlane when it comes to the line. Lifts the front up. All decided on the start line with a red light for the red panel van. Actually, look how close it would have been if we didn't have a red light.
Oh, look at that.
We're gone into the 5th decimal place when we're talking about margin of victory. So apart from the red light, that was a good old race. Brett Page went 6-1-1. I think that's one of his best ones for the weekend as well.
Yes, apparently, as you say, if it wasn't a red light, it would have been around about half a foot the difference across the finish line.
That was a cracker, mate.
It's a cracker, all right.
Terry Ballett. And our guy from the overtaking lane, it's Dave Hamilton in the Barrador. Barra-powered Commodore was our number 1 qualifier with a 605. You reckon he was happy about that? Yes, sir. Went as quick as 603 last night. Big bump in, he goes in deep. Oh, he didn't hold it. Both of them went before the starter. Hit the button. No times recorded either. We'll let somebody else work that race out. No times recorded for either of them.
Yes,
I'm throwing a flag on that one.
mate. So we're all saying it's above our pay grade, but Shagger's the one wearing the bunker uniform. So
Mate, it wasn't in the contract, but I didn't read the fine print, I'll be honest. I never do.
Who does?
I never do.
Who does?
On both my marriage contracts, I didn't read the fine print. And it's cost me. Johnny Oliver and Phil Halpin. Phil Halpin, the old panel man, just bogged on down there at the start line. Don't know what happened there, but he won't win that one. John Oliver will get the win in the Commodore. He goes 651.
He'll be excited.
When is he not?
Well, that's true. He's excited, win, lose or draw.
The big Dodge Coronet, we know that's Misty. Tony Ebden. Now this thing went actually in 580s yesterday, so he's had to slow the car down and run in this bracket.
He told me last night if he loses this round, he's going to crank it up for the third and final round, because he said, look, if I lose this one, I've got no chance anyway. I might as well have some fun.
Send it to the moon.
Yeah, that's it.
And that rocket booster ain't coming back.
So in one way, I'm kind of hoping he loses.
Yeah, we hope you lose, Misty.
For a different reason than usual.
Adam Somerville in beside him, the HT Ute supercharged engine in this thing.
Oh, look at that.
He lost, yay!
He lost. He went too fast again. 582 on that 6.0 index. Adam Somerville with a nice, safe 697.
Yeah, nice and safe. Gets a win in round 2, but there Misty went 5.82, so only 2/10 under the index.
Yeah, no, that car's, like I said, he had the new engine fairly recently, and he's had a few issues getting it down the track, but it's really starting to come good now.
Big boy Lukey Hauser in there, the little Corolla that could. Got that turbocharged V6 Holden engine, or him Tahar in beside him, got a win in round 1 last night. So just got the starter out there. We've got Pete the starter just going to go up to Rahim for some reason. We're just checking something out there by the looks of it. No, looks like we're good. Supercharged Outlaws not too far away. We are down a couple. I'll give you an update on them in a minute. Nice lead there for him. 0.35 on a Pro Tree is a cracking light. He's out in front. He goes 6.15. Hauser won't get him from there. Rahim Taha, I do know at least he has 2 wins going into round 3, so that sets himself up nicely.
Sure does, and we saw Luke Hauser with a nice launch there as well. Nothing too crazy and out of control, but just a nice little launch there with the wheels up in the air. Nice gentle landing. That's the sort of thing we like to see.
So Supercharged Outlaws up there. There's a couple more towing around. I do know we won't see Dave Glasson any longer this weekend. He's just messaged me to say he's out. They got an issue with the clutch. We know, unfortunately, Steve Tatum had an issue yesterday where that engine leaned out on the top end, so he's out as well. So we've lost a couple along the way. I can obviously see Rodney Hanson there. I can see Christine Steffens. We can see Randall Moore from Roma in the little Tirana. Gary Cameron towing up the lines. Definitely a female. I don't know. Yeah, you got a chicken. It's definitely a female thing. We're going to see side-by-side altereds here. I hope so.
No, folks, we got a Channel 7 cameraman out there. Make sure there's lots of smiles happening in the crowd.
All right, Gary Cameron fired up. Looks like he's going to pull into the PSR lane on the right-hand side. We got Rodney Hanson. Now watch Rodney Hanson. Actually, both these boys love a burnout.
They sure do. Side by side, blown altereds, as you said. There's not much better than that, especially on a Sunday morning. There you go. Get that up, yeah.
Rodney Hanson's got that down pat. He's been doing it plenty of years, and he does a fantastic job here. Gary Cameron. That thing actually sort of come out of the water and turned the tyres a few rotations, then hooked up and took off. So I'd say, mate, well, he's coming back at speed. Oh, how are we going?
He's going to do another one.
There you are. Okay.
Wasn't happy with the first one. Just clean the water off the tyres.
There you go. Now, actually, Peter, our starter's out there. He's actually out in front of us. What are we doing here? We got an issue? Have we got an issue?
Yeah, Pete's one of the more active starters out around, isn't he? He does a great job. He's got his eye on everything.
Well, literally, because he's fit, so he can run.
Yeah. Well, there's not too many starters that are as fit as Pete.
All right, the two boys get away together. Cameron's got the better of it. He comes around Hanson. He goes 442 on a 445 for a breakout. Rodney Hanson goes 467 on a 469 for a breakout. The one that wins is the one that did it by the least amount. Rodney Hanson's your winner.
There you go. Double breakout.
They both pushed each other to best times of the weekend, so that was good to watch. It was good to watch. Blown Altereds. I can go home now.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Except if you hang around, you'll see blown Altereds again a bit later on. That's
Well, right now, actually, Bard Pedrosi
yeah, there you go.
coming up shortly.
Well, that's the payoff, I guess.
But wait, there's
But
more.
wait. So we've just had some blown Altereds, and what would you like with your blown Altereds? I have another blown
We'll
Altered.
have a side of blown Altered, thanks. So Pedrosian pulls to the line there. So Gary Cameron, I've been impressed with that little car this weekend. 440s, 442 there. So one of the quicker cars down the track all weekend. Can we have someone to the lanes, please? Oh.
That's right. Fast two.
There you go, first call for Fast Street. Fast Street to the lanes for round two. Fast Street to the lanes for round two, please. Fast Street, you know who you are.
I'll call this round a fast track.
Little yellow Tirana out of Roma. Randall Moore. We're just waiting on Bard Pedrosian to come to the line. It looks like he's going to take on Randall in this one. They got the car started up.
This is another guy that likes a big burnout normally. Not bad at all.
Car's been around for a little while for Bart. Ran a supercharged small block for many years. Made the big step up about 18 months, 2 years ago to the Hemi. Shane Moore threw the keys to Dad this weekend for the Tirana. Shane's out in front keeping a watchful eye on him, but Randall's done this once or twice before.
Yeah, yep, he's at least once or twice. As you said, normally driving that really cool retro FJ funny car, but unfortunately a little bit of breakage on that car.
Yeah, towed it up to Darwin for the Red Centre Nats and unfortunately did some engine damage. So we'll see it back, don't worry, it's already underway, the new engine.
Not much in it off the start line. But it is Randall Moore in the Tirana that takes the win with a 562 on his 560 dial-in.
It's pretty decent for a blown car. That's on the money there, 62 on a 60. Drosian dropped off the pace a little bit, 493 on 460. Not going to cut it this time round in round two. Fast Street filling the lanes nice. We got one more to go in Supercharged Outlaws. That is Christine Steffens.
Yeah, so Barbadrosian, he had a slightly better reaction time. There wasn't much in it, and he was a little bit quicker to the 60 foot, but unfortunately couldn't get quite close enough to that 460 dial in.
Quickest vehicle we've seen down the track all weekend. Right here in front of us, Christine Steffens at the wheel. 4:31 is the pass we saw in qualifying. What are we dialed in for racing? 4:31.
Yes, also would have to come close to being one of the most successful women drag racers in Australia. It's had a lot of success over the years.
So husband Ricky, just a couple of final checks. He's pulling on the belts, make sure she's locked in there nice and tight. The big block Chev Power drags. So went to 100 to the 60 foot yesterday. That was the best we saw. We also saw a 101 out of the car. This thing leaves the line hard.
Lucky that was a solo. Still gets the win, of course.
I'm going to say somebody forgot to hit the trans brake button. Ricky knew straight away.
He's having a bit of a smile.
We know Christine. Christine will be dirty with herself.
For sure.
That's all right. Hey, solo. It helps to have a solo. It definitely helps.
That's it. She'll be... That'll be the one mistake for the day out of the road, and it hasn't cost her. So.
That'll be the one mistake for the year.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Christine's and Ricky and the whole Steffens racing team, a very well-oiled machine. All right, fast street starting to populate the lanes. I don't know if we got the official number on Fast Street, but we were thinking 80 something.
Yes, that's a good question, Shagger. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Good to see you. Where you been?
Might take a while for the old voice to come back, mate. I'll just start this low and work from there. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Warwick Dragway.
How's Shag? Sorry, mate.
No, good, mate. I'm good.
Just that morning voice, you know, that where you've been yelling all night. Well, I wasn't me yelling; it was other people. It was me yelling at them to say, "Stop pulling me out of the van for another rum." Not gonna drop any names. Let's just call them the usual suspects.
Yep.
My fault.
Did I tell you there's some racing at the Bend this week?
There is. I've seen some.
The Bend.
Yeah, at the Bend.
And it rhymes with
Friend.
Yeah.
I don't know where you were going right there with that.
I don't know what I was doing actually. Yeah.
The usual suspects.
If we change our letter around in Bend, we get Bends.
Yeah, Bends.
Around,
Yeah.
Drive you around the Bends.
Yeah, and because I'd had so many rums, I was bent, like fully out of shape.
Fully bent.
I mean, have you ever physically been fearing for your life where you're laying in bed knowing that it's all too much. When I have to hit the hay, I hit the hay, or else I fall over, and it's better to hit the hay before you fall over. It's when you're in the hay, and then the door opens and someone reefs you back out. What are you doing in there? Get out here. And I was parked in, so I couldn't even drive anywhere, so I was a prisoner. A prisoner in the Fiat Ducato.
Refugee.
I was a prisoner that continued to get released from prison.
Detainee.
I mean, if you rate the van as prison, and I kept getting released into the public, except that the public had another red Solo Cup. And we're pulling good little tricks out of that sort of stuff last night, you know. But anyway, I'm not going to glorify it any more than that. It happened. We're here. I said to Phil, I said, you know what? I'm glad that I'll get a chance to call Fast Street, because that guarantees me 90 minutes on the mic this morning. That might be my only best 90 minutes coming up here. So I'm going to rattle off more numbers in this first round than you've ever heard over the live stream, wherever you are watching around the world. It will be undoubtedly probably one of the highest populated classes, sort of outside, say, you know, a super sedan. So you would have at the Winter Nationals where you might get 100 in that class. This is street. I mean, we've got a super sedan class that's already chockers that's going to come out, but this class indeed is staggering as to how many cars that we do have in society that want a drag race. And the different combos that we've got all the way through, you'll see here, is just truly unique. Yes, we get a run on panel vans and utes and everything like that, but these are real cars owned by real people, and that's what I think continues to warm my soul, Shagger. You can go and watch a drag race and see, you know, 30 dragsters and this, that and the other, and know that they're a proper race, you know, full-on race car, right? But to know that we've also got other people that want to race that may never race in a dragster, they don't want to. They want to race the car they built. And that's the thing that warms me, is just knowing how many of these cars are in people's garages and how much they use them. And you come to events like this and you see, wow, we've got a lot of people using their cars. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's recreational motorsport. Guess what? Motorsport is the only motorsport that's growing in any country, is recreational motorsport, because professional motorsport, that stuff's expensive.
Very.
And I don't know who's got all the expectations. Like, I'm watching Bathurst last weekend, it's like, who was all this for? The fans? If it's for the fans, well, what, do you get a free nap with your product these days? You know what I mean? Sanitary,
there you
cookie
go.
cutter,
Yeah.
cookie cutter, boring. Yes, it's all about parity and tightness, but even then, look what happens when that happens. The guy just walks away with it. So something's wrong in that area. But again, you come back straight to here, what we see here, and what we see at motorsport tracks around the country. Recreational motorsport is where the true excitement is, because that's normally people bringing stuff they want to bring and race with. And all they want to do is have fun. There's no dreams of a career out of it, ever.
No.
It's more about the dream. Well, there's no dreams of a career out of it. The dream is what they're doing right now. This is the dream. This is the great Australian dream if you're a petrol head, to have something that you can bring out to a beautiful track like Warwick, spend a weekend. You got the families running around, the kids running around. It is just one fun big caravan park, just pretty much, isn't it?
A bit of racing thrown in.
We throw a bit of racing in the middle, but hats off to Warwick Dragway, the Loys, and all their volunteers, because we are truly blessed to have this venue at our disposal, and they've got big plans for the future. And Junga's going to be on the news by the look of it now. The Channel 7 guy was here. He could have done his hair before then, I suppose. Well, he did change
I think he did.
He did change his pants. Hats off to him too.
Get jelly beans today.
While I was out for one of my many forced rums, right, this morning, probably 3-something in the morning, guess who's still there in his jelly bean pants having a beer with us? Oh, Junga Bunga. I said, you better go and get a couple of hours sleep, mate. You've got to do it all again tomorrow. Well, in the morning.
Yeah, in a couple of hours.
That is round robin, not elimination.
That's right. Okay, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Just a reminder, we are Chicago Shootout for all our categories. That means you get, well, technically you get 3 rounds of racing. You would have had a round yesterday. You got 2 more today. So if you just came back a loser on that last round of racing, you still got round 3 to come back to. So don't go home. Don't go to eat. Just get ready to go back around again. Get ready, don't roll.
Sam Rose are going to round us out here with Dennis Hurl. So Dennis Hurl in the Commodore Ute there. Sam Rosa in the Falcon. Not much in this one. 690 takes on 695.
All right, here we go. Our first race, Ford versus Holden. Cutting lights. Let's see who goes the best light. Better reaction time to the Falcon. And you can see he's getting right out there, but he's got to watch that 690. Either that or he's making the Ute look slow for some reason. 695 at 101. Pretty good for Sam Rosa for another win. Dennis Hurl issues straight off the hit and are losing 1240. But yep, he gets to come back again because Chicago shootout. Everyone gets 3 rounds. We had round 1 yesterday. And the race, even this morning, like I'm standing over your guys' shoulders watching Elite Radial go down and go, man, side by side, 5 ones, Australian street cars.
Yeah, wicked.
First hit. How quick are these things on the first hits today? And you know what? More superchargers per square inch than any other racetrack this weekend. We've got more blowers, I can tell you right now. The biggest 8th mile event in the country and more blowers than anyone else. Look at this, folks. This is a normal Sunday in Australia. You got V8 supercars and then you've got the ones that run at Bathurst.
Chicken out.
Yeah. So this is what it's all about. Jody Crimmins and Troy Barber now. 7 flat for the utility. Supercharged WB, it says here. Jody Crimmins, blown and injected small block, rocking away. We could take these things to Bathurst. The crowd would want to see more of these than anything else. Because these are the Fords, these are the Holdens, and everything else in between. All right, here we go.
So Wild Pete through the keys back to the panel van to stepdaughter Jody. Troy Barber in beside, 700, the dial in.
Oh, red light. Red light.
On the start line there, wasn't it? Barber's still going to run it out the back door. I go 700 on a 700 if you don't mind.
Well done, Troy. Well done. Right on it. And 005 minus for Jody. It wasn't a bad red light, but no red light's a good red light. Here we go. This is a replay of one of the qualifiers yesterday. Aussie Street Cars. Now, I have known Trevor Keel's car, Jasmine, since Willowbank days. This car has not changed in 20 years. And it doesn't have to. Like, honestly, when you build, how do you build on perfection? A tough car, blown and injected, and you don't see personalised Queensland plates like that anymore. They were the first personalised Queensland plates. Bill Martin, Martland Turbo, Iron Lion on board the VS. Clean green, 640 to a 620. He's on and off the throttle. That one little bit will be enough to slow Trevor down, you would assume. 27 on a 20. Yeah, look, the reaction time a little bit better, but not much. But Billy took a while to get the old boost out. 669, the loss there for him.
Yeah, struggled a little bit on the pace here on a couple of laps this weekend as Billy, but anyway.
But he is one of 3 here today, and Telf told me this, that are doing drag challenge down in Victoria next weekend.
And then he's doing road trip back up here 2 weeks later.
Yep.
That's a commitment.
Oh yeah, so we've got Billy, we've got Chris Carsberg, and we've got Bakes all doing the drag challenge again. All right, here we go. Darren Lowe and Anthony Millard, 611 to a 690. Commodore comes out clean, but a red light to Darren Lowe. So that means a loss for the Falcon and a win for the Commodore, 706 on a 690. Hey, 024 leave. He definitely, you think in that small little moment, got into Darren Lowe's head a little bit, thinking, hang on, he's out. Love this class. It's just, the 8th mile distance helps and everything. Keep everything tight, everything spectacular. Heath Bellett now in that beautiful hatchback. Ross Strange. Look, these cars, folks, these are an absolute treasure. You know that this is Aussie motoring history, that these people are going to hopefully keep forever, so we can see these things forever. Where they get to race them.
Monaro, mate, gets away not so well. Anyway, out in front of him, the hatchback's going to get there first. He goes 59 on a 50. We got some tough racing here this morning.
85, a 59 on a 57 beats an 89 on an 85. That's some stuff.
Some good stuff. Trevor Owen now. Keep an eye on Trevor Owen. I'm going to tee this up. We've got a dry hop out of Trevor Owen.
Yes.
Here we go. Yeah.
It's got to have that Trimatic in it, that 6-cylinder first gear, which is that extra short little first gear, which is perfect for these cars.
689, the dial in for the little 202 powered Tirana. Ross Strange in beside him.
It not only carries it out, it hangs it a little bit there. Now, reaction time better to Trev, but here comes Ross Strange. Oh, top end. Breaks out. 39 with an 8 on a 44. A safe 692 on an 89 for Trev.
Yeah, the one-tonner coming home like a train. That little Toyota V8 screaming. Good stuff.
Oh, here we go. We know this guy. Richard Rocket and Bud Kelly. 509 cubes in the HQ is enough for a 683 dial in. Richard Rocket with the Barra bumping in with a 634. All right, let's just see how we go. These are the fast street cars.
Bud Kelly, a regular here over the years at Warwick. Great to have him here this weekend, the HQ. With the
Bar 004. Bud Kelly nails the tree. Richard Rocket could be in a spot of trouble unless there's a breakout. A 711 on a 683. Well done, Bud Kelly. What a race.
He knows how to race, mate. Watched a heap of speed off. He looked over the shoulder, saw Richard was nowhere near him.
Wow.
Safe.
004. Keep an eye out on that one. 004 chasing the tree down. He's in good shot there.
Well, we've seen a 001 and a 002 this week, and we haven't seen the perfect one. I reckon we'll see it before the weekend's out.
Wow, that's a big call, Shags.
I'll
004.
go indeed.
Yeah, there's some. Well, do you count the reds minus 007 and minus 003?
Well, there's a minus 001.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're just now being told with not much notice. There's an announcer's choice trophy. All right, we'll get on it. Well, I nominate Shagger to get the announcer's choice trophy.
Right.
There you go.
Good on you.
Oh no, we've got to give that to someone else.
Delegation.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just amongst each other. Choose who gets the trophy. All right, here we go. Alex Bellett, John Knightley bumping in, clean green. Oh, no, it's not. It's a red light to the Tirana, and he's lucky that he spun the tyres then, Alex Bellett, because he is going to get the win anyway because of that red light on the tree. John Knightley, minus 107, and an 886 the win there for round 2 for Alex Bellett.
Yeah, unfortunate for John Knightley too there. 703 with a 6 on that 700, so close to the dial, but red light negated it.
All right, Martin Stevenson and Chris Hankin. Hankin in the Kingswood, the panel van of Martin, dialing in 650, so chasing down a 692 from the HZ. Holden on Holden. The drag van. We've got what do we call? We've got the send van and the drag van.
And the drag van, yeah.
074 for the panel van. He's right amongst it right now against Hankins. 664 closes it up and what's happened? He closed it off too much. 693 on a 92. Wow, 35 thousandths at the stripe, and it was Chris Hankin. I thought Stevenson, big hole shot. Stevenson couldn't with the hole shot get Hankin. Hankin just nailed that through with full trust. All right, Gary is there again. Gary Dobson, Michael Sheether.
Dobson out there throwing clutches, shifting gears. This is what it's all about. Keep an eye on the HU here. Sheether over there in the Monaro. Sheether's got the start line advantage. He's out in front. I don't think Dobson will catch him from there. The only thing that'll 692 on a 692.
Wow.
Wow. How tough is Fast Street?
Yeah, 92 on a 92. He did everything right. He outreacted Dobson, a 110 to a 381, and Gary was rowing gears in vain there, trying to catch the Monaro by the finish line. But Michael, what a race. He might have been the guy that we needed to get the drum linings for, because it was one of those two. Yeah,
100%.
Could have been half true, that story. Jeffrey Ryan now and Peter Norcott. I would expect nothing less from the Willys Jeep than a decent skid here Sunday, because this is what we do in Australia on a Sunday.
Quick shout out to Matt if he's tuned in, and Morgan Park Performance, who just was on the live stream and heard, oh yeah, I've got some of them here at the shed just down the road. So we got that car sorted. That's pretty cool.
That's the power of the PA and now the stream, thanks to Overtaking Lane for that, because it does reach out to many, many people. And a big good morning to everyone watching from their lounge rooms, from their laptops, from their devices. Personally, I love it on the big screen. I get home and I'll get that thing on my big screen, turn on my Mitsubishi Electric 7 kilowatt, which is on special at the moment. No, sorry, I can't say. Actually, we're coming into summer. Guess what happens? I've learned in the aircon industry, there ain't no sales in summer. Hey,
You need it.
we might lop a couple of dollars off in winter just to get you interested, but in summer, it's like Friggy gods. Jeffrey Ryan now and Peter Norcott, 650. Like, how many XYs have we seen here? Like, I mean, we've got that many Holdens to look at, but the Fords are coming out, like, and racing with them, not just cruising and parking and saying, look at me, this is where do I race? Peter Norcott, 710. The little Willies gets the head start here by a light and a half. Round 2 here of Fast Street, Sunday morning. Sundays, here. Oh, reaction time to the Falcon. Now the Willies is out there a fair bit there, but here comes the Falcon. He's got to trust the car. Oh, pedal. 710 on a 10. Oh, well done.
You can hear him pedaling
Oh,
too, mate.
mate,
You can hear him pedaling, and look at that, nailed it.
Jeffrey Ryan will look at that and go, wow, what a great light, but how did I lose that race? Peter Norcott, wow. One of the things you could use is skill as a term. The other one you could use is RC as a skill, and he can pick. We should write that on the bottom of the time. So tick one of the two. Was it skill
honest.
or was it arse? And he'll
Be
tick.
honest.
All right, the Prime Minister is back. Nick Owen and James Gardner. Well, the President wouldn't have never been in a 57. He would have been in a Cadillac. But this is a 57 with a child seat in the back. So this is what living the Australian dream is all about. Taking your beautifully well-presented vintage car and using it at a beautiful venue. The Prime Minister, 637, chasing a 665, but the 57 might have been listening to the broadcast here and got him a little bit distracted. Sorry about that, James. 644, the Prime Minister dealing out a little bit more governance. 676, not too bad there for James Gardner.
Gardner might have turned around to the back seat and told the kid to hold on.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to unpack your biscuits for you right now.
Dad's racing.
Wouldn't it be cool if somewhere along the line you could allow that to happen? Start them young, have them in the child seat. Daddy, you tell me when to go, darling. You know, as soon as you see the lights coming down, you say go.
It's almost like a JJ.
And get off your iPad.
JJ, the boss moment there.
Yeah, JJ the boss. Terry Mansfield, French, Sean Matthews. Terry, 725, getting chased by 692. Ford versus Holden. Very shallow on the stage. Sean Matthews puts it in. Terry, be careful. 065 light was good. Sean Matthews was ready for Terry Mansfield French, and he's going to get the win anyway because the red light, 704 for Sean Matthews on a 692. Terry wastes a 736 on a 725 with an 043 minus Cherry.
They keep coming here in Fast Street. Fast Street, of course, brought to us this weekend. Where's our sponsor sheet? There it is. Hutchison Quarries. We talked about Hutchison Quarries. What a great weekend to come on board as a sponsor. And you get probably our favourite bracket of the weekend.
Oh, it is, and it's the biggest bracket, so you're getting the most exposure, which means we'd probably come and just pip you up for another couple of K on Monday because it's been going that well.
Kristen Zell and Sam Campbell in the wrecker, so the XD Falcon. Sam's been good this weekend. 635 the dial in for the Falcon, 710 for the Ute. Kristen, another one of our lady races. The list increases.
All right, 635 chasing this 710, getting the XD in nice and shallow. XD on XD action. Reaction time a little bit better to the sedan, comes towards the 660. No rolling off the throttle yet. 42 on a 35 is safe. Great race for Sam Campbell. 42 on a 35, 720 on a 710. Kristen, not too bad run. 270 light.
Warren Bradford comes forward in the little Hilux Ute. And Dennis Ryan. So Bradford's got a tough one here. You know, the Ryan Goldthorpe family are racers. Young Tommy racing this weekend as well.
Yeah, so many of the same surname out, more than you've seen anywhere else, just because the whole family right down to the juniors, the young guns, the bikes, the kids are out in force. We've now got, ones that are too old for that. That then come in another class with the family car. Dennis Ryan, 673 for the VL this time. Warren Bradford, 710. That little chase, one light stagger. Got to find those beams. Sunday morning, recreational motorsports. Never been so intense. Because you want to win a race. Most of the adrenaline is at about this moment. The rest of it is why you got into it in the first place. Nice dangle there for Warren Bradford, but have a look at the reaction time for Dennis Ryan, 0.61. There's a whole shot in place, 6.80 on a 73. But hey, Warren Bradford went 7.10 on a 7.10, so that means the margin at the stripe was 59 thousandths. That's how tight these races are with just everyday folk, with the everyday car that they've built, and you are racing together. Like, honestly, if Bathurst was 59 thousandths at the stripe, yeah, we'd be losing our nut, but it ain't. It's because I was asleep. All right, Graham Suter, 590. What a car to finish this round. Is that right? Because we got Street coming up after that.
No, we're still going with fast.
Is that right? Still coming, right?
Oh, there's another break.
So this could be Graham Suter at the end of this. Junger's given that a quick spray in this lane. But 590's no slouch. Just be one of our quickest cars. Maybe that's why it's got the bike, because it is the quickest car in the class. Right on that 590 index, because we cap it at 590. Oh, 600. Thank you. Geez, you'd almost go, I'm not a crew chief here, but, almost throw a 595 dial in it, and there's a little bit of safety there for the next round for Graham Suter, but that's a hell of a round of racing. And as we said, folks, the Chicago shootout, which means no one goes home until round 3, which is coming up eventually, because we've got to get through round 2 of everything, and we've still got tons of those to come. We've got one hell of a big street class there, and we're waiting to see if we got any more calls. Any other categories required? Because we've got a lineup right down the guts here.
It's like the answer's choice, so you're just going to dump it on us, mate.
Yeah. Well, it's just got to keep our wits about us.
Oh no, we're still in fast track.
Yeah, well, look. Yeah, 590 to 850. Yeah, 776. This is it. Nick Smith. So there was the solo in the middle there. So Nick Smith, we keep going here, 776. He's in the water. What's that? The G-Wagon, HG Wagon and Yucks Pina. Yes. He can do that, Shagger. That's his democratic right.
Mate, talking to young Nick in the wagon last night, they had a smile like a split open watermelon. They're having a ball of a time here this weekend. Yeah, there's heaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're out the back.
We were
out on the grass
we were
again.
fooled by a solo in the middle of the quickest qualifier. Okay, Nick Smith, 776, chasing the 830 from the big Stato.
Jack Spinar in the Stato.
Oh, 063 minus for the Statesman. Out too early. So it's going to be a win in round 2 for Nick Smith no matter what he does. 779 on a 776 is tidy. And 829 on an 830 would have been a great one for Yucks, except for the cherry. Still would have been a breakout, but hey. All right, let them rip.
Yeah, Pontiac comes to the line up against the HR. That's Stone in the HR. So Mark Stone rocks up in the Ryan 1.
Street to the lanes, please. Street to the lanes for round 2. Street to the lanes for round 2, please. Street to the lanes, please. All right. Michael Voss, Trans Am, 454 Qs with a blower. Mart Stone, 652 the dial in. He's had to wait a little bit. Reaction time still a little bit better to the HR. But the big Trans Am is nearly at the stripe. 34 on a 780. Well, it must have been issues for Mark. He did peg it through, 770, but yeah, way off his dial in. And way off his dial in there for Michael Voss. Sometimes you get a dud run. There's a dud run. That's a run with no, like Bathurst, but basically like a run that happened.
Running through the motions.
Yeah, someone won, and we move on. Warren Sander and Lana Rice now. Have I got Lana Rice on the list here? I don't. I'm putting. She's on the.
Hey, Warren Sander in beside. Warren Sander, a long time racer. Had a quick chat to Warren last night. It was good to chat to Warren.
Yeah, it was. Of course, his late brother Steve. Oh, still alive in our hearts. 076. Now this is a race and a half. Lana and Warren to the stripe. Good lights. 21 breakout. 39 breakout. 44,000's at the stripe with a double breakout. A 21 on a 22. A 39 on a 40. And the computer says it is Lana Rice.
Yeah.
Wow. Now see, that's the exact opposite of what we just saw in the last round or last Sunday.
1,000's different in the amount they broke out. Those two there. That was a cracker.
No multi-million-dollar teams. No massive transporters. Lana Rice fighting for a life here in Fast Street. That's a
Excuse
story.
me there, Johnny Riley in beside in the one-tonner. Now we're talking.
097 line here for John Riley in the tray back. He's on his way trying to hunt down Chris Skews. Could that be Chris Skews? 40, 8409 for Chris Skews. Breakout John Riley, a safe 770 on a 760. Wow. As I said to you before, I've owned one of these little sunnies. Sometimes the $400 cars are the best cars, and mine was a $400 one. This is probably a bit dearer now. Sam Owen, 748, chasing down Robin Obeson's HT. That's money in the bank right there. Oh, reaction time's not much different. Just maybe that little bit of a bog there from the sunny might cost him, especially when you're up against, well, guess what? Breakout, Monaro too quick, 96, 796 on an 820, 94 on a 48 with the bog. Got him out of jail. And that happens too sometimes, more twists and turns. Those
Actually,
two.
a bit of reflection. First time I ever come to Warwick, there was a Sonny here running a Holden red motor.
Yeah.
The car would make the pass and then pull up at the tap out the back here, fill up the radiator and go again.
Oh, I love that. I love that. That's the sort of.
That's my first event here at
That's the
Warwick
sort of
back in the
maintenance schedule I can relate to. Chris Saffy and Terry Larson. Now 750 for the 55, 770 for the little stealth Cortina. Just goes to show what's lurking in garages around the country, and especially around southeast Queensland. Nothing to write home about other than the 55, slightly better reaction time, but a breakout for Terry Larson, a 766 on a 770. We've got to get to the bottom of what's in that thing, eh?
115 mile an hour. We want that thing to work.
Couldn't find that thing last night. It was stealth. That's how hard the car was to find. It was invisible when I went through the pits.
Alan Stevenson pulls up in the HP Tirana for Power Plus Fuels. Daniel Pace in beside him, the wagon, 720 the dial in for him.
Never trust a station wagon. Slightly better reaction time for him. Daniel Pace heads to the stripe. Always ahead. 23 on a 20 is a win. A 45 on a 55 is a lose for Stevenson. So, yeah, the wagon gets it. And that's the best, according to us, that he's actually run. So he's nominated a 20, and a 723 looks like that's the best he's run so far this weekend. So some of these guys starting to find their feet. Round two's a good equilibrium. You either hit your straps and take everyone out, or that's where it all goes wrong. You have a really good first round last night. You wake up and you can't do a damn thing right. Or you had a bad last night, you wake up, all of a sudden things are coming up.
All your stars
roses.
On Sunday. Here we are at Dragfest 2024. Next pairing up, Jason Martin, Glenn Vanna. So Vanna around in front, Martin to run him down, but he's giving himself a hard task. 5.34 on the 5.49 on the tree. It will be Glenn Vanna with the win, 8.26 on an 8.20.
Yeah, you got to have your stuff together when it's time to race, and he just took a little bit of time to get that Falcon off the line and running. Another call for Streak to the legs, please. All right, Carl Sundholm and John Sheether. So this is the other one, the other Monaro.
This is the other Monaro.
So they're both Sheethers? All right, there we go. Yeah. So we've either helped this one or the other one down the road, thanks to Morgan Park Performance.
That's
Mechanical.
a nice stable at home.
Hasn't it? What a stable. Okay, Carl Sundholm, 8.45, the fitter age, clean green. John Seether, clean green, 104 light for him, 196 for Carl. So Carl's given a little bit up reaction time advantage. He's on the brakes already, John Sheether. 36 on a 30 is going to do it. He had a little bit more in the bank there.
Yeah, he did, 100%. He had to push it all the way, but Sunderland went a 47 on a 45, so Smiley will be pretty happy with that. Reaction time let him down a little bit. It wasn't shabby, but it wasn't good enough.
There's a fair bit in the bank. There was a fair bit in the bank with that Monaro, considering he was on the brakes twice there. Okay, Wade Perkins now. They keep coming. Perkins dialing in a 783. Nick Bellett in the VK Commodore 755. GDS 350, the plate here for Wade Perkins. Good Aussie street cars. I mean, these never had a real place in Australian motorsport, but drag racing's the place they find their home. And you can race them. Legging that 350 out in low gear. He's done his best and he's out-reacted Nick Bellett a little bit, but they get to the stripe. 762 on a 55 for Bellett is better than an 801 at 783 for Wade Perkins by 57 thousandths at the stripe again.
Perkins will be kicking himself too because he had the thing nose diving at the finish line. He was on the brakes hard, so and he's let him sneak by. Anyway, that's the game.
It's a game of poke and plunge, isn't it? A little bit of poke and plunge. That's the new term we're just going to start using, poke and plunge. You nail it off the line, you might think, I'm ahead of this guy, ahead of this guy. Brake. Brake light insurance sometimes. Jason Fuller in the water, Brett Lyon beside. They just roll out everywhere. They're just gifts. They just keep on giving. Every day they wake up, they look in their garages and there's these things sitting in there and they've got to be feeling good about themselves. No matter what else happens in the day, if you can see something, you can see one of your own automobiles, it gives us happiness. It's a big thing about mental health cars. They can ruin it and they can really make it. They can really make it good.
It can go either way.
It can go either way. It's sort of a push and pull thing, isn't it? 755 for Jason Fuller. That VK Calais, weren't they a great car? Just that trim on them. You could really tell you could tell the difference between back in the day a VK SL and an executive, and then a Berliner. But then the Calais got all of that treatment, that side trim treatment on the doors, and that special tail lights and coloured grille. Digital dash, I think, was that the thing? I think they did have the Digi dash in the Calais. They didn't. They had a bit of weird square stuff. Fuller goes 775 on a 755, but that reaction time a little bit better to Brett Lyon. 741 on a 29 gives him the win. So that beautiful HG racks up another one. Here she is. Yeah, look, if you're going to say that we've got a first lady of six-banger racing, it's got to be this lady, Lynn Stewart. That 202... 6 years running the Super Street track champ. I think I've got Linny on there.
I don't think you have, actually.
Oh,
Just
really?
There, would you believe?
You reckon I don't have the royalty on there?
My eyes could be playing up.
No. You got real good ones. Okay, here we go. Linny, we've talked her up too much and she's gone. Red light mama. Red light granny. Here we go. 53 on a 30. She's finding her way. Watch out for the rest of the opposition.
Track champ, Super Street, 6 years running. Lenny's got pedigree. Lenny.
Look, a little bit of Mang coming out of the Holdens. It's just Holdens in their natural habitat, really. I did tell you that there's almost a new car culture that no one else in the world's got it, and whoever invented the word Mang, that's a thing again. Like, I know I'm a proud Australian for everything that we've brought to car culture. I'm a little bit proud of the Mang as well, because they're young blokes. That's a bit of misspent youth in there.
We had a burnout contest at Palmyra we called Mang Nats.
Did you? You called one?
6 cylinders only.
Yeah, my God.
That was,
I thought about talking to Lance in the early days about having one called Festival of Mang, because it's Victoria. You got to call it something like that. Oh, and then people might go, I bought tickets online. We're going to this cultural festival. It's out in the Victorian countryside. Turn up.
One of our other lady racers here, Angela Holtz, we know she's a good racer. She goes 7:32, played the game. You could see her tap the brakes as she crossed the finish line. Cameron Hunt went 43 on a 34.
And another one on the list. All right.
You're going to need a bigger bit.
No,
paper, mate.
Yeah, you're right. I'll start writing down here. All right.
The reason for Scooter's little burnout is because his tyres are just about to...
All right. Scooter's tyre budget's nearly out. All right, he'll spray a few more 100 cubic feet this week and he'll be back on for next weekend. Scooter March 8:10. Then Frankie getting chased by Peter Neal, the wagon. Don't trust the wagons. No matter where you are on a drag strip in Australia, don't trust them. Oh, Scooter knows his way around the tree.
Yeah.
047 light. He's given himself every chance for Frankie to get to the stripe. Here comes the wagon at the stripe. 24 on a 10 is safe. Scooter March gets that one. Peter Neal, 764 on a 764. Say about wagons, just don't trust them.
Don't trust them.
764 on a 64. Peter Neal did everything he could other than outreact Scooter. Scooter gets dialed into that tree, eh? He will be absolutely pumped.
Yeah, another 820 pass. Oh.
It's almost like we're getting. It's almost like we're getting two of everything, because here's another HZ, red HZ. We had one before. This is Adam Somerville now, 765. Hey, this is going to be nearly a heads-up race. Clayton Massey, 769 beside him in the HB Tirana. We're just checking our timing system to just got to remove a little digit off the computer system here. Yep, we got 765 in there. We've just had the timing create a scenario.
You know what it is? We
What?
haven't got the lights on, so the lights can't play up, so the timing system plays up.
There we go. I think we're okay now. Let's have a look. Try it again. We're very alert up here. Well, they are. We it could be 5G. The clouds look a bit funny today, so it could have been that. Here we go. We'll put them back in. Put them back in for you. The dial-ins still stay the same. I can see that in big writing. 769 for the HB, 765 for the HZ. Isn't it weird that that was a HB and that's a HZ?
Yeah.
But they're both Holdens.
Both old.
What do you drive? I drive a HB. Oh, yeah. What do you drive? HZ.
So
Oh,
you
are
might
they
see
the
the
same?
difference here on the tree. They're that close together. They get away
Oh.
to get the two. There's not much in reaction times either.
Nearly dead level. 134, 144. So right to the stripe. No one left. Never left. Never left. Never left. 64 onto 69. They ran identical 764 with an 8. They both run 764 with an 8. How does that happen? How does that happen? Variety with parity.
Yeah.
Even that race was more exciting than Bathurst last weekend.
Oh,
Wasn't it? Bang.
easy.
Dead heat, 30,000s. 30,000s. Johnny Payne now, Tommy Ryan. Holden Utes, anyone. 754 for the Commodore. Johnny Payne's got a 680 dial in, starting to get his issue solved, hopefully. He's got a new rotor button in it, or one that got patched together. I don't know how he ended up. All right, he's Holden Payne up here. Payne's loaded. Oh, he was ready. Oh, red light for Tom Ryan, and Johnny Payne's going to get it. 089, he was ready, Johnny Payne. He backs off the end, 693 and a 680. Starting to make some headway with that car.
Yeah, Tommy Ryan threw away a 755 on a 754.
Are we deliberately putting all the utes together? That's a good idea. Like, I want to see all the panel vans together.
We started with the blown cars there.
Yes.
Started the bracket, so I think we should be grouping them up.
Shane Blinko in the XC 742, 725 for Sean Morrison in that 396 powered HG utility. Oh, reaction time to Blinko by a little bit, 095 to 147. You can tell the whole shot's quite obvious. Here comes the finish line, 36 on a 42 though, gives it back. Sean Morrison, 749. 749.
Right, call. We'll wait for this. There we go. I'm only new. Drag bike, young guns bike, street bike. We'll get you there too. What the hell?
We can fit a few bikes and a few young guns in there.
Drag bike, young guns bike, street bike to the lanes, please. We'll get round 2 underway shortly for you guys. We got street in the lanes. We're not too far away for that one.
So this just keeps on giving this class, I can tell you. 736 breakout for Shane Blinko. Had it all there. Had it all ready to go. And 749 there for Sean Morrison. But this class, so Fast Street was everything from 590 to 850. The street class is for 850 and slower, so street cars and daily drivers. Some of the best rules about this is they don't have to be registered currently. They must be in good running condition, which is great for a lot of people to bring cars out. And some of them in that street class I sometimes call the super street specials, you know, the ones that you just put together. I remember doing the same thing as a young bloke, getting a car and gutting it all out and painting it and putting a number on it or a name on it, and then going out there and running mind-blowing 17-second times. You know, that was I remember my first race car. It was a Datsun 1600. It was. We got it for like $300. Put some carbies on it, cut the exhaust off it, gutted it completely inside, painted it matte black with a paintbrush, and then I think we got $50 off the trailer if we ran a sticker of the trailer guy. So we had a trailer sticker on the car. That was it. We went out and thought we were going to slay everyone in street meets, and we had a lot of fun with it. Absolutely had a lot of fun with it. And sometimes you've got to, you start in a street car, but then sometimes you're worried. And there's a lot of people that I still talk to, including some of the friends of my sons that have got nice cars. I want you to take to the drags. Oh, I might break it. And it's like, that's a common thing that, and you do see people go too far. I was one that broke stuff at the track. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for your mental health, but it also tests whether or not you're actually keen to do it. It's part of can you fix and repeat? Do you race, break, fix and repeat? Or do you just race, break, cry and give up? Or fix and repeat? And there's a couple in the street class here which are just absolute fun machines, of course, on top of so many other real street cars that come in all shapes and sizes. And again, it's a real treat to see even the ones in these classes, folks. Look, some of these classes are like the street class, just a tiny bit slower than fast street, but have a look at the vehicles still in this group. And you certainly wouldn't knock them back if they were ever offered to you as something to be in your garage, because they certainly take pride of place in these folks' garages. And so good to get the race numbers on and the war paint to be able to compete in motorsport. It's still probably the most accessible form of motorsport we've got to use your own car and to race at a proper race facility like Morgan Park and Warwick Dragway. And there's a full list of events on the calendar for Warwick Dragway on their website. So check it all out. It's good that this track is open for all and plenty of opportunities. Like they had a really good six-banger Nats this year, didn't they, Phil? Really good one. Had the V-Dub. The V-Dubs love coming here. So there's a couple of little sort of what we call like the mini festivals. I mean, Dragfest is the big. It's kind of, I suppose, if you were to compare it to Willowbank down the road, and Willowbank's got the Winter Nationals, this is Dragfest. This is the Winter Nationals. It is our largest 8th mile event in the country. We figured that out when you bring that many entrants into the facility. 260, I think. That is some record, I tell you. So another call for all of our bike classes down to the lanes, please. Thought we'd all be ready. So that's going to be drag bike, young guns, the Young Guns bikes and street bike, all to the lanes, please. And hopefully you would know as you're coming down just who you're with and who's in your class. So get yourselves ready and we'll be running you out very, very soon. We've got the street classes in there ready to go. So the street class is sponsored by the Warwick Hotel, of course. That fast street class was brought to us by Hutchison Quarries. A little bit of two-step testing happening in the background. And of course, out of the next categories to come, drag bike is brought to us by STS Speed Shop. And that's an all-run drag style bike, $6.99 and quicker. Dial your own Chicago Shootout. Young Guns, great class as well. BP West Warwick Young Guns. Both A, B and C JDs, all run Dial Your Own Chicago round shootout. The Young Guns bike, Rose City tyres. So good to see the young kids on the bikes as well. And that street bike class, Clinton Smalling painting. Street bike 6 flat and slower, Dial Your Own. They're all to come. So here they all come. And there is a variety there. We've got some really quick bikes, but then last night, some deliberately, well, I shouldn't say deliberately slow. They are slow bikes, i.e. mopeds running, whatever they were running, 14s, little 150s or 125s running running 13s or whatever. But bikes that we just mentioned took a win each last night. So
that's
it's
right.
not always the quickest thing that you can. Don't need to be on the quickest thing to win. You can be on something slow, and as long as you can cut a light and get a good hit near your dial in, it's good.
Yeah, that's right, mate. As you said, the two slowest bikes out there both had a win. It's all about consistency, isn't it?
To do it more than once there too, and different conditions. Like we're going to have 2 runs sort of in the middle of the day here today, different to that one last night. The conditions had eventually cooled off, and the track was super sticky. Lots of PBs. Here we go. Dial-ins are on. Here comes that street class. Here comes some of the chasers as well. So we've got, I think that's one of the wagons fell.
Yeah, that'll be Sonia, I believe.
Is that Sonia? So 11.08 for the Fiesta, 9.18 dial in for the Commodore wagon. There we go, Sonia Wagonsfeld, 9.18. James Lowday, 11.08.
Yeah, Sonia Wagonsveld in the Mummobile. Look at that. And James Lowday, Ford Fiesta. So Sonia Wagonsveld with a 9.18 dial in. James Lowday, he's dialed in with 11.08. So he'll get a nice little head start there on the Christmas tree. He got the better reaction time, so he should be in the running for the win here. But you never know. Sonia's coming back at him. Oh, look at that! She's gone too fast. She's tried to get around the outside of James Lowday, and look at that run, a 9.17 with an 8 on a 9.18. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for her. It was a double. Oh, no, she took the win. Sorry, what am I talking about? Looking at the wrong thing. She actually took the win. James Lowday also went too fast by, 0.08 of a second.
Yeah, 9.17 with an 8 on a 9.18. All right, so here's entrant 18.03. So this is our little blown tray-back coupe. Such a cool, just the way that's just rocking here on the idle.
Yeah.
There we go, Joshua Pyle and Courtney Punter. All right, Courtney Punter, 9.42 out in the Ranger. And Joshua Pyle, 8.50, hauling it down. All right, on and off the throttle here, pedaling it, trying to stay in front of Courtney. We get to the, reaction time was a little bit better to the little tray back. The win, though, goes to Courtney by 49 thousandths. So that is a tight margin of victory. 49 thousandths at the stripe. It's the Ford Ranger Raptor. That's what it's going to be like. All right, Joshua Pienaar in the VT, and David Wilson in the. It didn't quite get the front of that thing.
I think it's a HQ.
HQ.
Well, it's got a HJ front end on it, but
Is
it
it?
says it's a 73, so that'd be a HQ, wouldn't it?
Yep. All right, so 396 light, 323 light, so virtually nothing in it reaction time-wise. We've just got to see the stripe. 897 is under the 911 breakout for Josh, and David, 923 on a 915 is safe. So it is the Ute that gets the win there. Yeah, the list is huge.
We got Emma on there
I've got Emma in there. I had to put Sonia in there.
Emma Wagonsveld and the Mazda.
Michael Pope, 11.30 for the Ute, the workhorse. He'll be back in that thing tomorrow morning, I betcha.
Yep.
So here we go. Reaction time, not much difference here, both 3.25 and 3.16. So let's just say nearly identical reaction time. So let's see what the finish line looks like. Here we go right now, 31 on a 15 and a 34 on a 30. Only a tenth at the stripe, so still a tight race between the two.
Yeah, they were pretty close all the way down the track. Not much in that one at all.
Great. Peter Petrie now and Andrew Faulkner. Faulkner, the matte black Commodore. Peter Petrie, the XF Ute. 11.48 getting chased by an 8.88. So there's a fair chase here. The utility will be out and gone by a fair bit, and the Commodore's got to hunt him down. Clean green. Oh, 017. 017 there for Faulkner in high speed pursuit. Trying to hunt him down. Here comes the stripe. Enough time to lift. Yeah, 8.99 on an 8.88. Yes, enough time. Enough time to roll. Well, I was about to say roll on off, but it's lining up as a PB mile an hour.
That's
so
it, mate.
I think he's taken that all the way to the stripe. Good win there for Andrew Faulkner.
Look at this gorgeous 57 Chevy over there in the PSR lane.
I was about to say, what about this gorgeous HQ out there?
Exactly. I was about to say, I was talking to Mr. HQ Ute Man last night, and he was saying not long ago this car was sitting under a tree in the middle of a paddock somewhere. He spotted it and thought, well, I've got that really good engine sitting at home. Mark Gill it is, of course. He said, I've got that really good engine that's sitting at home. I could throw that in there, that thing.
Just blew the tyres off it then, didn't it, Mark Gill?
Yeah.
And Darren Ramsey gets an easy one in the 55. 8.74 on an 8.50, virtually uncontested. Because, yeah, Gill just on the tromp just sat there and spun him just for a little bit there. But, yeah, kind of does look like it's been pulled out of a paddock. Sometimes you can spend a lot of time and effort to make it look like it has been. Or sometimes it's just an organic.
Yeah,
it's an organic extraction.
Yeah, that's an organic one.
Yeah.
And somebody said to him, "Oh, you're not going to paint it, are you?" He said, "No, never." So
Normally,
see that thing.
you'd normally at least think it'd get a gurney on it. You'd gurney it, would you? Just once, would you?
Just once or
yeah,
twice.
Gurney it once. See how much falls off when you gurney it. It's probably a good way to check.
Make sure there's no creepy crawlies about to crawl over your face while you got the right foot buried.
Ray Winowski now in the BMW, 886, chasing Sean Chandler's 915 from the Colorado. So this street class is where you'll see a lot of real stuff, daily drivers and everything. Turning him into race cars just for the day. Oh, he strapped the whole shot. Look, it looked like a bigger whole shot. But in fact, the BMW has got the better reaction time, but just done more with it, Sean Chandler. 9.17 on a 9.15 is a good win for him. Ray, just trying to work out what went wrong there for Ray. 8.97 on an 8.86.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, just not quite close enough to the dial-in, although you wouldn't say he's a long way off, but unfortunately, Sean just did too good a job.
All right, Alan Knightley, 11.00 for the panel van. So good to see them in good nick. John Schmocker in the VX, I think.
Yeah, used to seeing him in the Tirana, of course, for many, many years.
Clean green for the panel van. Oh, red light, it says here, for John Schmocker. So it's going to be a win for the Pano. See, you can turn a 11-second panel van into a weapon. 11.06 on 11.00. Part of the Moo crew now. Alan Moody from Redbank Plains in the Tirana. This is what I would call, one of their super street specials. And what about Steve Spateria? What did we say, 53?
53 it is,
53.
yeah, gorgeous car. I have suggested, maybe 3 or 4 inches out of the roof, but I don't think he's going to do that. And to be fair, it is a gorgeous car.
Coupe too, isn't it? So, yeah, just clean green, a little bit better there for Moody at the stripe, 8.89 on an 8.70 and a breakout, 9.12 with a 5 on a 9.13. And 73. Super sedan to the lanes, please. Super sedan to the lanes, please. Super sedan to the lanes, please. 79,000's at the stripe, but the red light, of course.
So the name on the back of the little tea bucket over there, it's a bit of a play on words. It looks like it says Corvette, but it actually says Covette because it was built during COVID. There you go. Darren Otto built that car and owns it. Kane Schultz driving it today. Kane's gone too fast.
And Ashley Murrell goes perfect with
Look
a
at
manually
that.
shifted car. 10.24 with a 0 on a 10.24. Very rarely would you ever get a stick shift car to be that accurate.
Oh, mate.
10.240 on a 10.24 run. Virtually the perfect run ET-wise for Ashley Murrell.
Yeah, great driving job there from Ashley.
All right, Alyssa Safi now dialing in 850 in the mean ass 55, and Daniel Shaper in the work ute. Clean greens, a little bit better for Daniel. He's going to have to be careful. Hits the shift. This thing will go sevens with ease. That's the thing. 7.72 on an 850.
Too fast.
Michael Shaper, Daniel Shaper, rather. Too many, lots of Shapers. Happy birthday to
Shapers
Nick as
everywhere.
well, I think. 10.65 there for Daniel the win. Yeah, happy birthday, Mick. Happy birthday. It was Mick or Tones. I think it was Mick's. Chris Chandler now, Liz Close. I think I've got Liz on the list here, haven't we? If not, I'm writing it on the list because I'm going to rewrite this.
I'm
Sure, I put her there. There she is. Liz Close, Chris Chandler now. Liz Close, 9.93 for that beautiful Falcon Ute. Chris Chandler, 9.10 for the Commodore. Liz to leave first. Ladies first. Let's let the ladies go out here first.
Chris is such a gentleman.
Well, gave the lady plenty of time. She took a bit of time there too. You know, sometimes girls take a bit of time to get ready.
They do.
That got a commentator sacked at the Olympics this year. Did you hear about that?
Oh, yeah,
Pommy
actually,
commentator,
I did,
yeah.
yes.
10.13 for Liz Close, and a 9.2. I'm sure Liz won't be upset. 9.20 on a 9.10 for Chris Chandler. All right. Now, I was seeing things this morning. Philip Edwards, like we'd called street to the lanes, and that Corvette was going out the gate. He's back. Matthew Richards, 9.49. How's this? I think it's a VP manual, HSV 90 license
Pretty sure
plate.
it's a VN, I think.
Yeah, is it VN?
Yeah, it hasn't got the little indicators on the side there.
Manual gearbox as well, 6-cylinder manual gearbox doing well. He's out-reacted the Corvette. Wouldn't it be good to take a Corvette down in round number 2 here today? And he does it because of the breakout. 9.70 on a 9.49. He's safe. A 8.96 on a 9.03. Too quick for the Corvette. So Sunday morning motorsport, the very best stuff we've got. Of course, Dragfest 2024 goes down in history as our biggest one ever. So many great classes. And honestly, if you were to go back, and I was talking to Daryl Gorman this morning, I said, when was the time we came up here and you ran your Tirana and we all kind of, you know, we all had sleeping bags in and out of his trailer just trying to get somewhere to sleep? He goes, that was the year 2000.
Oh, wow.
So that was 24 years ago. And Jason Bean and I, we were the commentators for that, and we came up and we did a little handy cam, back when handy cams were a thing. So there is some little handy cam video of our trip, our road trip. We're filming it, sort of filming on the way up. It was funny too because, you know, for years we used to joke about, you know, when you'd pull up at the gate at Willowbank is so many times if you were an official or an ex-official, they might just, sometimes it's a little hard to get in. Your name's got to be on a list somewhere. But we filmed ourselves driving all the way up this gate, and we literally didn't even stop at the gate. And the guy goes, can I help you? Go, yeah, commentators. And he just pointed inside. He goes, off you go. So we didn't even stop. When we came here 24 years ago, we literally didn't even stop at the gate. We were literally pointed in and go, in you go that way, boys.
Yeah, I would have been the photographer back then.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Out on the track, yep.
Yeah, well, and you know what? It's good to be able to talk to a bloke of similar age when you talk about things that happened 25 years ago. Sometimes you've got a young person amongst you when you're talking about this stuff, and you look over and go, how old are you?
And they just look
18. I said, well, you weren't even born yet, mate. You can exclude yourself from this conversation. You weren't even born. And neither was, well, hang on, how old's Junga now?
Oh.
How old's Junga now, do you reckon? Then he 30, is he?
30-ish, yeah.
So he was a little 6-year-old.
Yeah.
He's 29 this year. So he was a little 5-year-old.
Yeah.
So
I
was
definitely remember a little Junga running around.
And you know what? It's almost like history repeating itself because we've got the little mini Junga running around now as well.
Yeah, that's right, we do. The little champion.
Of course, you know, FG Loy's and Sons excavation. So I wonder what the Loy family sandpit looks like as you're a kid growing up. Are you on a little mini combo like straight away? Do you there's your sandpit. It's an acre. Go for it. Is that what you get growing up?
Start digging.
You're going to be a master excavator operator. You got to start probably in the sandpit.
Yep.
Look at these boys steering on the machines. We've got the sweeper and the Saga. Look at Junga, just throw that around. He could have had a career as a pro drifter too, Junga, but he chose drag racing. He had no choice. The way he's throwing that thing around.
That's for sure.
Now he's just showing off. He's just doing double doughies out here. Has he got a knee brace on? Hey, you didn't have that on last night. What's happened to poor old Junga? He's got a knee brace on. Either that, it's his long underwear. It's just creeping down.
The shape underwear.
They are a nice, he always likes to wear the colourful pants, but it's not bright enough for us here, Junga. I thought he'd be into some brighter DAX today. But he does have the socks matching, so at least that he's a man of taste. So,
well, that's it.
And he's going to be on, obviously, Channel 7. Now, whether or not we get on the news tonight, we might.
We might.
The way they were filming it here today, you would normally think that would be something that's good news for a Sunday, good Sunday news story.
Yeah, no, why wouldn't you want to put us on Channel 7 News?
That's why the cameraman stayed downstairs, hopefully, and just filmed all the action from down there and didn't have to get us up. We're only a very, very tiny part of it, part of the broadcast crew for the live stream. Going so well. Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream right around the world. Beautiful Warwick Dragway. The wind not as bad as it was yesterday. It wouldn't have been bad. It was just gusty enough to just keep us cool. It got to a certain temp, all the eucalyptus trees sort of all sweated a little bit. We had this beautiful, truly Australian smell walking around. You get that in the bush, the smell of the bush, especially the eucalyptus and all the other native trees that sort of let stuff out when it gets a bit hot.
Yep, grab a couple of gum leaves and wipe them under your pits.
We had to stop for kangaroo yesterday.
Yeah.
Didn't we? So
doesn't get much more Aussie than that.
Yeah, that's right, mate. We, you know what? We had more kangaroos than Bathurst. That's what we had. They didn't have any this year, did they?
Boring.
You're waiting. You're just hoping that you get that little news story where it's like, oh yeah, and then the race was delayed after 89 laps when a wombat appeared out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like they'd have to be sort of on their toes, I reckon, the organisers, because it'd be like, you know what, the Australian larrikin. It's Pop's birthday today, not Tony's. There we go. Thanks, Chris. So it's Pop's birthday today. So it's Tony. I thought it was Tony's birthday today. Too many shapers, you see. It's Tony Shaper's birthday. Happy 21st, Tony.
Happy first birthday, Tone.
Yeah, can you imagine the Aussie larrikinism where you go and rent a house on Conrod Strait or rent a house up the top there and then somehow capture a couple of native animals, you know, release the wombat, release the echidna, release the carpet python.
What I would love to see is at the Australian Formula One Grand Prix is somebody just faking a drop bear attack.
Yes, what a great idea. A drop bear. There seems to be a bear on the track. Actually, he looks about 6'3" and 110 kilos, so slightly larger than average native drop bear. All right, here we go. Into the bikes. This is a quick one. Bailey Davis, 8'10", getting chased by Clinton Swalling, 6'7". So Swalling in the far lane. We've got the ZX9 here of Bailey Davis. So there is a little bit of technique riding a drag bike. Some guys are flat-footed, some guys tippy-toe. Some guys bog the thing. He's got half a chance here if Clinton Swalling goes quicker than his 670. So he could get back here, Bailey Davis. No, 689, it's safe. So, yeah, Clinton Swalling gets through round 2 with another win. So, of course, it's Chicago Shootout, 3 rounds, and it works even here. It's now Rachel Redmond and Loretta Riss. Now, check this out. The ladies...
Rachel was actually the first one on your list.
Yep, and Loretta Riss is on there too.
Yes.
So here we go, the two ladies facing off against each other in the second round. Rachel Redmond, 7:35, getting chased by Loretta Riss's 6:55. Of course, Loretta from WA.
Interesting story about the WA crew. Their transporter pulled the pin on them to get back home. And they had to actually buy a van.
Yeah, they were telling us that story last night that because they want to race when they get back to WA, but the transport company was, even though they paid for it, could not guarantee that. So they bought a van, went and put the bike in, and it fits, and they're going back to WA after today. Great story, and it's so good that they came and told us. Eric Redmond now, bow strike, 6.18, chasing a 6.99. Clean green. Oh, nice wheelie. Bow strike. Rides that thing out of the hole, and here he goes to the stripe now. 6.30, perfect. 6.30 on a 6.18. Great race, but a breakout. 6.88 on a 99 for Eric Redmond. All right, Edwin Terry and Alex Redmond now. All the Redmonds in here, straight up.
Yep. Lots of Redmonds as well.
660 for Alex Redmond. Beautiful bike, chasing down a 750 for Edwin Terry. But as we were talking about before, some guys go in with 1 foot on the ground. Some guys go in flat-footed. Some guys go in tippy-toed. Everyone's got a different staging technique on a drag bike. You don't see a copybook way of staging. Everyone's got their own preference. 672, Alex Redmond in the win. 764 for Edwin Terry. Still 93 thousandths at the stripe. Here we go. Continuing on, Matt Halpin now and Alex King. Matty Halpin, that three-banger, supercharged three-banger. 6 flat, chasing a 750. Think for the jigsaw. Tower Lane of Alex King. 1.5 seconds wait. And Matty's going to try and haul him down. See that? 1 foot up, 1 foot down for Alex King. It's got plenty. A better hole shot there for Matt Halpin, and normally doesn't lose him from here. 622 on a 600.
And can we have modified to the staging lanes, please? Modified to the staging lanes. Just repeating that one quickly. Modified to the staging lanes, please.
Warwick Gases, get ready, don't roll. Warwick Gases, get ready, don't roll. I had to put that in. Peter Strudwick now, 629. He's getting chased down by Alan Annis Jr.'s 563 dial in here. So this little jigsaw hauling down the Harley. He sat there for a bit, Peter Strudwick. It did not want to react. And look, he can take it from here, Alan. 564 with an 8 on a 563. Beats a breaking out. 628 with a 6 on a 629. There was 3/10 at the stripe, but geez, how's that? 628 with a 6, so close to the 629. But that reaction time, Alan Annis Jr., 152 light, better than the 494. And that's why he just rode that right through there. 564, backing himself. Didn't roll off or anything. 564 at 114 mile an hour. So that's a good race to finish off round 2 of the bikes. So yeah, we're needing Super Sedan and modified to the lanes. Warwick Gases, get ready, don't roll. All right, Young Guns time.
Looks like it's young Paige King up first.
Rose City Tyres, Young Guns.
And Bronte. To
Nice.
young lady. I think we've got these ones though.
Yeah, sorry, BP West Warwick, Young Guns, and Rose City Tyres is going to be the Young Guns bike. So we're going to start with the dragsters. We've got Shagger down there as the bunker, head ref.
Making sure everything's above board.
And this is how we're going to start the first round. Bronte Janouche here in the Tower Lane. 1185 is her dial in. Paige King. There's an 876. Now, I think I've got all these names down. I've got Paige King written here. Or did I? No, I'm sure I wrote it down. There you go, Paige King. Start ticking them. Paige King. Bronte Janouche. Yep. We've seen Rachel Redmond. We've seen, did we see Tammy Goldthorpe that round? I think we did. I don't know. We may not have seen Tammy.
Sure, no. I don't remember.
We've seen Sonia. We've seen Emma. Yeah. Well, we're right.
Seen Courtney.
All right, young guns. Round number 2. Here we go. The crackle of single-cylinder Briggs and Stratton-based engines. You know what? I'm sure up here in the very liberal, laid-back races structure, that other engines could be considered other than the single-cylinder. You'd have to build one and find out, or at least ask them. Because, yeah, you'd never know. I always wanted to do a junior with like one of those CBR 250 four-cylinder engines that make 42 horsepower.
Yep.
With a 6-speed gearbox and a 20,000 RPM redline. Wouldn't that be a more exciting junior?
Should be screaming.
Xbox would be extinct with a car like that. Here we go, Page King. Bit of a wait here.
They're around the wrong way, aren't they?
Yeah, this.
They're around the wrong way. Not on ours.
There goes, he's out. Reaction time for Bronte to Page. And the win there goes through. It'll be Page over Bronte because it says Bronte was on the 1185 dial in and Page was the 876.
Yes. Just had the names mixed up a bit there.
All right, Fletcher Usher and Nash Pirano now. So check this one out. So I tell you what. Here's the dial in, 794 chasing a 1065. So Nash Pirano.
We've got 2 ushers in the Young Guns as well, so
Whoop.
family affair once more.
I don't know. Oh, here we go. No, I thought Nash had gone through the beams. There we go. He's got it in the stage now. Big chase. Clean green. Got a better reaction time, did Nash Pirano. Starts to haul in the bottom end there for Fletcher Usher and rolls off. 826 the win. 826 on a 794. Only 97 thousandths at the end.
Nice and close.
So 1067 on a 65. There was not much else he could do there, Fletcher. And that's what the Young Guns are all about. This seeding sees all sorts of different pairings. Isabella Hunter and Amelia Wright. I'll put her in twice.
Twice, yeah. I was going to say, I thought we put that
yeah, it's a great letters.
yesterday.
Great name. Isabella Hunter, Amelia Wright. Isabella and Amelia. A couple of young ladies having a bit of crack at motorsport here on a Sunday. Oh, the beams. Where's the beams gone for Isabella? Where'd the beams go for Isabella? She's trying to rock him in. Dad gives it a kick. There we go.
Granddad.
Wow, clean green. A little bit better for Amelia. A little bit hesitant off the line. In fact, the 60-foot really suffered for Amelia. It's whether or not it suffers at the end. Yeah, it was just a breakout that saved her. 8:58 the win, a breakout for Isabella. 9:15 on a 9:30. So just not rolling off enough. Like, that's pegged to the finish line. 75. These kids are doing 75, 82 mile an hour.
Yes.
Even for the kids, it'll be hard to go back to school on Monday after you've had this much fun on a weekend.
Yeah,
I hope these kids dream that top bulb. I hope they do. I hope they grow up dreaming of hitting the track again.
Imagine sitting on a school bus after driving 82 miles per hour by yourself the day before.
No better motivation in life than to work towards going racing again.
100%.
Charlie Usher, Lexi Lancaster now. I think I've got Lexi Lancaster written down here. Yes, I do.
Yes.
870 getting chased by an 860, so only 1/10 here. We're still waiting for Charlie, though. So we've got Lexi already, but Charlie nowhere to be seen. Here he comes now. Supposed to be you, Charlie. No? Okay. Lexi by herself then.
Don't know what's going on there.
This might be the next pairing, Charlie and Cody. But look, 875 for Lexi on an 870. Looks like these two knew they were racing each other. Here we are thinking, because it was in the screen, that was the matchup, Charlie Usher and Lexi.
Yeah, I think Lexi must have had the bye.
So here we go, Charlie Usher, 860. And that's Cody Sedmak.
What's that far length? 4541 at what speed?
All right, just had him shut off there for a sec.
I'm a genius.
Well done, Phil. Well done. He's sorted out a little issue there.
No, I think
I suppose that's what happens
Christy
when the-
was onto it already. I was just late to the party.
But it's just, sometimes, when you look at some of their little admin, little glitches, and all it is that we've got racers so keen to race each other, they're pulling out in pairs,
Yep.
and then some of them are pulling out quicker than others, and then it's like, okay, well, this is a pair, and then hang on a sec, no, that's a solo.
And let's be honest, it's not too hard to trick us. So
Oh, well, I'll keep calling whatever comes through, mate. I don't know. Sometimes you work it out by the time they finish the burnout. That's sometimes the only time.
we call whatever's in front of us.
All
Don't
right, so
think
getting
too much about it, as you can probably tell.
got the motor back on top dead centre, and he's going to give it a crank right now. And thing just comes alive, and he's ready to go. Charlie Usher, Cody Sedmak. There we go. All right. So only 1/10 of a second difference on the Christmas tree between Charlie and Cody. Oh, yes, he was ready. Up for the challenge. Up for the challenge was all through this time. He's done well. He's got to get the win, does he? 54 and a 60, 40 on a double breakouts everywhere. These cars are on fire, but the win does go to Charlie. 854. 854 on an 860. And 840 on an 850 there for Cody. So a couple of quickies here now. The ladies are up.
Once again, only 32 thousandths of a second in that last race as well, with those two young guns.
So a couple of methanol misses here. Dakota Bray and Taylor Smith. How good's these young ladies? With a bit of horsepower under their feet here. Dakota Bray, of course. There's Dad Benny Bray getting everything set. Taylor Smith ready. There's not much difference here on the start line, about half a light. The thunder of two big methanol burning Briggs and Strattons. Oh, she got the whole shot, Dakota. She's just got to close it up and make a good race at the end.
Looks like she's out in front.
808 on an 802 with plenty of spare. 786 on a 773. God, it's exciting stuff. 063 for Dakota. All right, here's one of our couple of pairs of real tough young guns here. Max Rowling and Kyle Day. 770 for Max, chasing down Kyle's 857. 13-year-old Kyle. Dad Dougie out the front, of course, just finished his immaculate radial VK Commodore. All right, 8.57 getting chased by 7.70. Well done, son. He's got a little hole shot, tiny hole shot, Kyle Day, 089 to 183. They come to the stripe right now, and who's got it? Oh, the win. Breakout for Max. 59 on a 70. 7.59 on a 7.70. 8.60 on an 8.57 is safe for Kyle Day, but Max found a punch of performance. 7.59.
Yes, that's a pretty decent breakout there from Max Rowling. He was pretty much pushed into it, though, with Kyle Day. Lovely reaction time and not too far off the dial in as well.
7.59 with a 9. 60 foot, 156 in the 60.
Not bad at all.
Tromps that out. And look, I think he's rolling off the throttle too at 81. Like, honestly, they start getting down to that mid 7 second zone there. You know, you can expect nearly 90 odd. So they can boogie.
So what is for that? Is 770? I think that is that like the lowest they're allowed to go. Is that maybe why? And he's gone too quick.
I honestly don't know how it all transfers over, you know, to races. I suppose on many levels, this is probably the only drag racing model we've got based on that sort of races deal, and as to what guidelines they're willing to put out there. You know, obviously for a lot of different things as far as, you know, fairness and safety and availability. Who knows? And again, I don't know whether he gets the tap on the shoulder for the 59, because anyway, you know, in other, you know, we go to another track and you do run too quick, you'll come and get the tap on the shoulder and be told to politely not participate anymore for the weekend. So I suppose that'll be the big test, Phil. Round 3, where we see Maxi back in round 3, and whether he got a warning or not. But yeah, 59. Like, honestly, we know that these things can go way quicker if you just gave them everything they've got, and Max has just shown a little bit more of it there. But I'd love to see a little bit of nitros through them, actually.
A little bit of pop in the tank.
I mean, they're massive compression. These really super serious engines, the billet engines like these ones, they are, you know, they're mega compression on methanol. That's why they're loud and cranky, and they're like 500cc. So you imagine, remember the old Speedway days, the old bikes, you know, the Solos. Big single-cylinder Jawas on methanol. So, you know, these things are sort of the modern-day version of that sort of, based still loosely on Briggs & Stratton. But yeah, a little bit of nitro. I reckon it just make more crackle.
Just imagine that, like a nitro flame out the pipe at the back. It'll look like the Batmobile.
I reckon there'll be a lot more dads involved, mate. I reckon. We are in Young Guns bike, I believe. We've got Dominic Harley on the step through, and we've got Xavier Mansfield French. That was the gentleman making all that noise. Xavier. Tell you what, he's got this little R15 Yami running well. 9.12 chasing and 11.47. So the step through is out and gone, Dominic Harley. You know, they race these in Puerto Rico, the old step throughs, eh? Some of them are quick. I know, I think in Thailand they do a little bit of drag racing with them as well. Big revs for Xavier. Oh, and a cherry for Xavier.
He will be filthy at himself. Usually very consistent. Is Xavier Mansfield French.
9.24 on a 9.12 with the red light to no avail. 11.53 on 11.47 for the step through and the win for Dominic. And I think we've only got about 3 in here, so they're kind of going to match race each other, I'd say.
Yes, I'd say, Scarlett is with the solo pass here. Scarlett Mansfield French. She will gladly take the W.
Here goes Scarlett in burnout mode. There we go. Isn't it so good that we've got Terry and Beth, and then you've got Xavier and Scarlett, and it looks like, I don't know, were there 2 Yamaha R15 shaped presents under the Christmas tree last year?
Well,
You know what I mean?
this is a fairly new bike for Scarlett. She did start off with a different bike, and this one is a fair bit quicker than that one.
Won't be too long before we can get some motorbike sponsors in here for these classes, because we're using the production style bikes. I know in England there's a junior drag bike sort of association, and you can use all different types of motors and build your own little mini pro bikes if you want. 940 on a 920, not too bad. We seem to have a lot of our kids just getting on these Lamb style bikes straight out of the factory, which I think makes a lot more sense too, because the whole thing's finished. You go and pay the money, the thing's finished.
Yep.
You could probably still have it under warranty, I suppose, a little bit. And they make great junior bikes, well, in this case, Young Guns bikes, for competition. So that's our Young Guns bikes. It's now our street bike class, I think, according to our schedule. And judging by everyone in the staging lanes, everyone heard the super sedan call. Everyone's heard the modified call. And, of course, we said Warwick Gases, get ready, don't roll. So they're being all very good and not coming yet. But we are going to say that again. Warwick Gases, get ready, don't roll. I'm sure that it'll only be a matter of time before there'll be room for all you beautiful machines to have the dust wiped off you and come on out.
We've had a couple of breakages in the Warwick Gases, unfortunately.
Oh, have we?
Yep, I think just a couple. So they had a fairly big field of 17. So a couple losing a couple. Unfortunate, but still they've still got plenty of cars to put on a great show for us.
All right, here's Bobby Nicole and Johnny Dell. 7:30 the dial in for Bobby Nicole, 7:37 for John Dell. We cleared down the end. There we go. All right, here we go. So Bobby, of course, just former young gun, and now, you know, starting in the adult ranks, and has chosen bike riding out of everything. I don't know whether she might have a career in Superstock, whether she can get the keys off Dad or not, but here she is on the bikes.
Well,
big revs, big revs, big revs. It's a trademark of hers, Bobby Nicole. These big revs on the line. I think it helps a bit of a psych job as well.
Well, I guess being not afraid to rev the machine is going to stand her in good stead if she ever does get the keys to the Superstocker.
7:21 breakout for John Dell, so Bobby Nicole gets that win. 7:37 on a 30. She got out-reacted. She was in trouble there, but Johnny Dell just needed to roll off a tad, like a 10th. All right, here we go. Jason White, Jared Comerford, Harley versus Japanese bike. Oh, both sort of boggled, but here comes the horsepower. Did he recover? Geez, I tell you what, those bigger cubes tends to move it, but he goes 7:23, gets there just in time. Jared Comerford, yeah, 6:89, couldn't recover. A 23 on a 20 for Jason White, the win. Aaron Grout and Daniel Rybelt now. Rybelt, far lane. Another Harley here, Tower Lane. 670 and a 672, so virtually a heads-up race. Virtually a heads-up race with the street bike class. Plenty of them have ridden up here to be part of the day or the weekend. Look at that, he's got the real twist ready to go here. Got the arm slung ready to go. Clean green. Oh, a bit of a wheelie. Both sides, Daniel Rybelt, Aaron Grout, they now tuck in and shift the rest of the gears, and they're done. 690 on a 672, the win. A 716 on a 670 loss for the Harley. So not a lot of time to make up for mistakes on the launch. The motorbikes can be a little inconsistent. You see that, little wheelies, a little bit of a bog.
Yep.
This time, though, let's have a look. Cody McLeod and Chris Shaper. So Chris, 8:30 the dial in, 9:20 for Cody. So, again, look at the body language. Flat foot here on the ground for Cody McLeod, and just steps off. a little bit of body language. You know, as you leave, you sort of just push back. Chris Shaper, sometimes you just keep that 1 foot on the peg at all times. Use the one leg to the finish line and the win. 8.39 on an 8.30 for Chris Shaper. 9.25 on a 9.20. The margin only 111 thousandths.
Look at that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Christopher's been riding that bike pretty well all weekend, actually. He has raced here at Warwick on the bike a few times already.
All right, Sean Close, Rochelle Strike. I think I've got Rochelle on the list here. Yes, I do. Rochelle 678 chasing down Sean Close's 750. Big Shauno. He's one of these guys that just puts the 1 foot down. He's got one on the peg, armed, ready to go. So he doesn't have to tuck that leg up. He's in there. Some guys just ride this way. Just 1 foot, all they need. Some people use the 2 feet. There he goes. He's out. Little tiny wheel stand there for Rochelle.
Pretty close reaction time-wise.
Oh, 53 on a 50 is safer. Breaking out 671 on a 678 for Rochelle. Sean Close. Safe, 53. A couple of breakouts, isn't there? 753 the win there for Sean. All right, Mick Mundy. Here he is out on this very, well, let's just say slower than what he's ever been on. Matt Halpin. Anthony Anderson, rather. Matt Halpin's next. Mick Mundy, dial in 1335. Anthony Anderson, 680. So there's the difference. 6 point what?
I was down on the start line yesterday when these bikes come out, and that bike of Anthony Anderson is
Beautiful,
a very pretty little bike, that's for sure.
Here's the weight, 016. Mick, don't make him don't let him see you that close to the centre line. 016 light for Mick Mundy. Here comes a fast closing bike of Anthony Anderson. Oh, double breakout. Oh, 13.22 on a 13.35 and a 6.70 on a 6.80. The margin 235 thousandths by double breakout. Closer to his dial in is Anthony Anderson and the win. Wow.
That little bike of Mick Mundy's is too fast.
Too fast.
Did you think that?
And I was always taught from what I read in magazines, if you are the slower vehicle, try and keep yourself further away from the fast closing opposition so they can't judge the finish line. I think being right down the centre line kind of, you know where your centre line is. But
yeah, it takes that argument
but
out of it.
I'm not here to offer advice to anyone out there other than Mick's playing one game there and he's having fun doing it. Matt Halpin, Justin Comerford, 6.15 to an 8.05. 6.15 to an 8.05. Head start here to Matty. Clean green, 089. 426. Comerford might just run out of racetrack in front of Matty Halpin. 8.01 breakout. 7.31 not a breakout. So Justin Comerford gets out of jail a little bit.
Matty Halpin was on the brakes nice and early too and still broke out. Justin Comerford takes the win.
There we go. Some of these quicker bikes, they can squeeze at the finish line. Some of the slower bikes can dictate with a good reaction time. All right, here's Lisa Mundy, 14.60. Tammy Goldthorpe, 7. Oh, look at this one. Tammy, the quicker bike. Lisa, the little step through. Just checking those dial-ins. All right, 7.22 for Tammy. Lisa, 14.60. So that is 7.4 seconds, the weight. One of our biggest weights of the day.
I hope Tammy Goldthorpe bought a cut lunch for the weight.
Look at Lisa, she's on tippy toes. Tippy toes, ready to send the step through reaction time. 3.45. Here's the weight for Tammy Goldthorpe. She's got to keep it cool. She's got to keep it cool. She's got to keep it cool.
She's
clean green. She's got a chance. She's got a chance. Lisa's nearly there. Tammy's coming through. 30 on a 22.
Nice riding from Tammy Goldthorpe. She was on the brakes early as well. And I reckon that would have looked pretty close down there.
Wow, that's a hell of a great drag race. Sometimes those chases are the most spectacular, eh?
Oh,
great
sure.
one.
100%.
All right, Phil Halpin on the VMAX. Yeah, I love these things. The V4s, the big V4s. Off. 001 minus, Phil.
Yeah, so lucky that was a bye run there for Phil Halpin. He runs 663 on a 660, so he's got that dial in pretty well right. 110 miles per hour as well, but as you said, a little bit of it's only a 001 red light, but that's okay. He's on the solo pass, so he gets the easy W in his lane.
Beth Mansfield French just got back to me to say both kids started on R15s, they're now on 300s. So, yeah, so the R15s might have been under the Christmas tree first, and they're the ones still in our system here. But yeah, they're now 300s. You just don't know where to look on bikes these days, where you get it. Sometimes you just got to know. It's got to be a bike guy through and through, and you just got to know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I love watching the bikes, but I don't know a lot about them. So
No,
I'll just go.
First
go
to admit that
whatever.
myself. All right, here we go. Super Sedan round number 2. They've been waiting a while, and here they go. Ready to have their go. Performance Wholesale Super Sedan. $6.99 and quicker. All right, Modified. Another call. Modified to the lanes, please. Modified to the lanes, please. And gases. Gases to the lanes now too, please. Gases to the lanes now too. Debbie Robb. Debbie Robb, 600, chasing down Damien Morris's 636. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anyone has found a wedding ring, it's apparently been lost last night. If someone has found that, please hand it in. Clean greens, a little bit better for Damien Morris, 085 to Debbie Robbs, 3035. 639 is safe on a 636, so Damien Morris goes 639 on a 636, 606 for Debbie Robb on a 6 flat. Yes, so if anyone has found a wedding ring, can you please bring it to the tower? We've just had a lost property report come in. Trevor Davis now, Damien Hannigan. Hannigan, 582 for the big Camaro. He's waiting a whole second for Trevor Davis's Cortina to get down.
So yeah, just repeating that. If you found a wedding ring, please bring it up to the tower and we'll make sure it gets back to its owner. Of course, a wedding ring, very special bit of gear, so we really would appreciate it. If you find it, make sure you bring it up to the tower and we'll sort that out.
All right, Trev gets in the stage. Hannigan ready to go. Super Sedan round 2 here, Warwick Dragfest.
Trevor Davis, the showman.
A little bit better reaction time for Trev as well. Is that going to be enough? 85 on an 80, a 580 on a 582 breakout. The win to Trev Davis, 685 on a 680. A little bit too quick for the Camaro. All right, Jeff Trapnell, Robert Trapnell. Oh, the all trappies match up in round 1. 670 for old 55, getting chased by 560. The big Impala. All right, watch out, old 55. Little dry hop.
Yeah,
An absolute treat to have that car in the flesh and still here. After all these years, famous from Service Paradise days and everything, the old 55. This car's a survivor in original hand-painted sign writing.
What a cool looking car it is too. And of course, the big Chevy.
I can't take your call right now. The Trappies are about to race. All right, just got to get Robbie in, trying to find the gears as the thing starts. Has he got issues with it? Is it running still? Don't know. Trying to get it started.
Yep, it's running. They're just backing out a little bit, and we'll come into stage again. Have another crack at it. Jeff Trapnell also backed out to give Robert a chance to get that car staged.
Whoever's trying to call me, can you send me a text, please? I can't take your call right now. There we go. Not much in the reaction time-wise. Rob Trapnell's got a chance here against Jeffrey. Jeffrey goes 590 on a 560. A breakout 656 for old 55 on a 670.
So both cars went quicker than they have all weekend. And Jeff also with 124 miles per hour, his highest speed of the weekend as well. But as you said, the blue car, the old 55, just that little bit too quick.
Now when I mean leave me a message, don't leave me a voice message, send me a text message, thank you. Les Bryce, Leon Powers, here we go, 678 for the HB, 7 flat for the Camaro. Yeah, they've been itching to have a crack here, these super sedans. 062, 080. Got a drag race happening right now. 682 on a 678 is safe. 710 on a 7 flat. The margin, 85 thousandths. Here come all these margins again.
Yeah, that's the one thing we always expect, especially from super sedan, is very close racing.
All right, here we go. Bill Ostling from Tamworth, 572 the dial in for the Camaro, and the more modern Camaro here of Luke Dowdy, 580. Cranky little LS in this, I think.
What are they up to these days? About 5th gen Camaro?
I'd
We've
say
got the
so,
first
yep.
gen out there against the, as you said, the modern Camaro.
Here it comes, looking for the beam. Here comes the beam.
The beam.
All right, he's found it. Not much in it, this one.
Pretty close on the dial in.
Oh, he cut a light. 099 there for Luke, 243 there for Ostling. They hit the stripe, 594 on a 580 the win.
Yes.
Gets one, Luke Dowdy, 575 for Bill Ostling. The margin, 39 thousandths of a second at the stripe.
Yeah,
39 thousandths.
That looked very close from up here, and as you said, 39 thousandths the difference, not much at all. In fact, it's around about 7 foot, so not much more than me.
All right, here comes Mum Mansfield French. Call me Mum. Beth Mansfield French. Andrew March in that Telstar, 553 chasing a 683. That quirky little 1980s Ford shape. They were everywhere, the Telstars. Every mum had one.
Yeah, they
My
were.
mum had one. She had a TX5.
Wow, fancy.
Beth.
Look at Andrew March. On a march.
Yeah, 57 on a 53, 024 hit. And where did Beth go? She just rolled through, didn't grab a trans brake or line lock or anything, just rolled the beams. Josh Luder back.
We'll hear some revs again here.
Mr. Horsepower per cube today, 358 cubic inches. And you've got to say, good testing for a super stock or super comp assault. Obviously decided, well, what are our choices this weekend to go racing? Shall we go all the way to Adelaide and race down there, or can we go to Warwick and get the whole family racing?
Yeah,
and
we are glad to have him here.
Absolutely. All right, got everyone attending to it, the whole family on board.
And of course, Jeff Alston in the Gen 2 Camaro. He's dialed in 5:30. Jai Schluter with a 5:49, is not too much in it.
He's got the clutch pedal in this Jai Schluter and the Liberty gearbox, so 5:49 getting chased by 5:30. So let's put himself in a bit of a super stock situation right now where the Christmas tree's all the same. So he's got to get this thing and race, cut a light.
Carries the front wheels big time and heads towards the centre line. This is going to be close.
Oh, what a drive. Jai Schluter, 5:51 on a 5:49. But guess what? 5:31 on a 5:30. 093 to an 083 on the tree. And 27 thousandths at the stripe. 27 thousandths at the stripe. And what a drive job.
Oh,
Jai
great.
Schluter banging gears in the air.
Great drive job there for the Chevy Cavalier.
All right, Eric Rowley and Mark Edge, the super sedans, they've been waiting to put it on for you folks. 6:45 and 6:53. That's no joke, this Anglia utility.
Mate, I am loving the super sedans, especially this round is absolutely exciting. So many extremely close races.
I like the license plate on the Anglia, Alco Pop. Alco Pop, perfect.
Alco Pop, nice.
Perfect, alcohol burning, poured popular. Eric Rowley, the Celica, 6:45, slight little weight. Oh, he whole shots him. Whole shots him big time. You can see it now. He's got a little bit to move here. A little bit to move to tighten the race up. A 57 on a 45 squeezes the breakout out of the ute. 6:49 on a 6:53. The margin, 15 thousandths. Now that's a clean green and 15 thousandths. This is quality. This is absolute side-by-side sedan quality here.
Yeah, mate, especially this round of racing in super sedan, as you said, absolute quality. Not a dud run amongst the whole lot. The Giz up against Mark Sugars. Look for the wheels in the air for Mark Sugars.
Oh, is he? 075 to an 095. We've got another drag race.
Oh,
A
look
ding
at
dong. A
that.
ding dong. 571 to a 617 double breakout. 25 thousandths at the stripe. 25 thousandths double breakout. 617 on a 21 win for Sugars. Izzy goes 71 on a 75. That's some tight stuff. That is some tight stuff there.
Mate, I'll tell you what, it's just, you don't want this round to end. It's just been such quality.
It's just crazy, isn't it? And here we go. Maybe the icing on the cake today. Michael Shaper and Neil Grayson, two utilities against each other.
Yeah, this should be another great run between these two.
615 cubes, 512 cubes. So big cube racing. Oh, there's Jungabunga. I've seen him on the news. I've seen him on the news, old Jungabunga.
Channel
7
yes.
even.
There's a announcer's choice too for an award. So if he's on a
What it, we,
for someone, are you just going to agree on it?
it's the hardest award to give out sometimes, Chunga. We've got to choose between 260 odd entries. We'll try, mate. We'll try. Neil Grayson, 532, chasing 560. Here we go. Big cubes, utilities. 058 there for Shaper. He is nailed to the tree today. 62 on a 60.
Goes too fast. Look at that.
Oh, that's off the charts. 00074. That's like 740 million thousandths of a microsecond.
They say 0.1 of a foot, the difference. 4 centimetres. Wow. I'm glad you know what the difference is between inches and centimetres, mate, because I don't.
Yeah, that's 6 inches.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's
and good to hear
inches.
too.
4 inches. Wow. 135,000. 40 mil. Whatever that was tight. That was the tightest race of the day. And while we got this opportunity, quick shout out, because the gentleman that was ringing me is none other than King Penguin, Pete Pirano, calling in to say, AK Penguin Pirano, time traveller, Nitro Funny Car here, just watching grandson Nash, Nathan's son racing junior dragster at Dragfest, whilst other son Zachary has both Vans and Jet racing junior dragster at the Bend. So Grandpoppy, the only way Grandpoppy can keep up with the kids these days is watching them drag race on a live stream. Well, hey, Penguin, how good is life when you can do that, mate? How good is the sport right now in this country when you can do that? And that we are drag racing in more than one place on the one day in the one country.
And you can watch it.
And everyone's having a fat time. And tell you what, of course, Christine Steffens is saying is back driving a Nitro Funny Car. She's going to be driving the Time Traveller at the Nitro December QDRC round. So the Nitro Funny Car, Christine will be testing the Time Traveller. She'll be back driving Nitro Funny Cars, a.k.a. the Penguin, the King Penguin's Time Traveller. So there we go. Big shout out to Big Daddy Penguin. All right, here we go.
Into modified.
Oh, Benita.
That car definitely did not want to hold on the line there.
She was pumped for a race there, Benita, but she gave it all away on the line, and the win to Sarah Dawson's 579 on a 573. You want to come in on the gases, mate? I'll go the tour. Yes, how good are these races? Get him now while there's altered shagging. Contractions are now 2 minutes apart.
John Fleming in the front engine dragster, lining up against Jamie Falker in this little altered second race for this round of modified. Welcome back to the microphone, Shagger.
Hey, good to be here. Got a chance to get out there and enjoy it from the other side of the track and in the middle there as well, mate.
Yeah, it's always great to get out there, isn't it, mate?
It is, mate, it is. As much as we love it up here.
We love it. We love it up here. We also love it down on the start line.
So Flemmo out there. Flemmo's, I don't know, Flemmo have to be well and truly in his 70s. He's trying to get his head around this car this weekend. Did a pretty good job yesterday, managed to get it well and truly into the low sixes, so the boys are pretty happy. Jamie Falker from Dalby in the altered in the other lane. So the short wheelbase car up against that front engine dragster, as the name says, engine in the front. As we said the other day, sitting on the diff.
Yep. Transmission between your legs. Great fun, eh?
Beautiful. That's living.
John Flemings with a 610 dial in. Jamie Falker goes. Great reaction time from Jamie Falker at 05. He should be able to hold on and take this win, but he goes too fast. There we go, 630 on a 633. That is a 630 with a 6 on a 633.
Hey, Jono Fleming, I went 618 too, so he's in the 6-1s. They're all pretty happy down there. Actually, Chris Shaper helping down there. Just dropped the jaw. Like, where did that come from? Good stuff.
Great racing there from John Fleming.
Darren Otto up next. Dave Hutchin. Talking to Dave Hutchin last night. Of course, he lost that round one race last night. Lucas Holtz had some dramas on the start lines. Trans brake wouldn't release. So he couldn't go anywhere.
That's what happened.
Dave Hutchin was out there and broke out by 1,000ths of a second. Lucas Holtz won with an 18-second pass.
Mate, that was a heartbreaker, wasn't it?
Dave said that's you got nothing. He goes, I ran out of fuel in qualifying in the braking area. I tagged the wall on the next pass. and then I broke out by 1,000.
Mate, he's had an eventful weekend. Yeah, that's right. Darren Otto in the front engine drags. He's another guy that likes sitting around on diffs.
Pretty good reaction time, old Darren. Hutchin coming back at him on the top end. Won't get there. Darren Otto gets it. 6:31 on a 6:25.
Darren Otto's got quite the crew down there, hasn't he?
He has. Got them lined up. Peter Nielsen. Is that a wild boar or is that a bush pig? What's that on the side there? Hard to say on the top of Lino. Lucas Holt's in beside him. So once again, had that drama with the trans brake. He said didn't play up. They tested everything. They checked all the plugs after that. It hasn't played up since. Touch wood for Lucas. No dramas here.
'07 reaction from Lucas Holtz. Oh, look at that. Takes the win. 6:04 on a 6:04. And Peter Nielsen goes a little bit too quick. Runs 5:75 on a 5:78.
Yeah, nice run there for Lucas. You know why this guy takes home so many trophies. Just a fantastic racer.
Yeah, good reaction time and right on the money with the dial-in.
John single here for John Sting.
He'll be happy.
That beautiful looking drags to there. Stingy's car's always state of the art, always fantastic on track. 5:02 on the dial in. Ricky Steffens out the front helping Stingy.
As you said, John Sting's car's always very nicely presented and very, very well built. This one's no exception whatsoever. Gorgeous looking rear engine dragster.
Stingy's a racer. Even though he's on a solo here, he'll still run this out the back door and test that 5:02 dial in.
Definitely. Right. Just goes just a fraction too early.
And goes 5:01, so actually broke out a fraction too. So 5:01 with a 0. And as you said, a red light on the line, but if you're going to test out that, well, it's probably got a delay box. No, Sting, it's got everything in it. It's loaded. He ticked all the boxes. It's, so you might notice a little adjustment as we go into round 3 there. But that's round 2 of modified done.
That means we are about to see some gasser action.
We are.
As I said earlier, a couple of breakages in the gases, but big field of 17 this weekend, so still plenty of gases coming out to put on a great show for us.
Quick shout out to Hope's Bodyworks for bringing us the modified bracket again this weekend, so great to have those guys on board. We thank our sponsors as always. Gases time. Here we go. The execution of the Falcon. Takes on Nigel Elsmore. Little Hillman. So that's Darren Cahill, obviously, in the executioner.
Yes, Darren Cahill normally has his son Mason helping him with his car, or sometimes Mason drives it. But this weekend down in Adelaide helping out with one of the Nitro Funny cars. So we've got Darren Cahill here on his own. But doing it easy. These things are usually pretty no-fuss race cars. He's up against Nigel Elsmore in the Hillman panel van. Wagon, whatever.
Oh, Nigel with some dramas out here.
Looks like
I'm starting to wonder if he took off in second and then realised it's wrong.
Could be, I think so, yeah.
Darren Cahill gets a win, 684 on a 675. And Nigel doesn't want us to talk about that one.
No, I think he'll be kicking himself. Look at that, a lot of revs on board. The big smoky burnout from Danger Money. That's Rob McIntosh.
Look at the presentation on that car. my piece of the resistance is the rag hanging out the fake fuel tank.
Exactly.
I love
Perfect.
it. I love it. Nice little touch. David Gall in Mighty Mouse done the dry hop. We know he does test that little Toyota with a dry hop every pass out without fail.
Definitely loves a dry hop, does David Gall.
Both the boys they bump in together. We're ready to go.
Wheels up from both sides.
No real advantage reaction time wise. They get to the line together. Will be Rob McIntosh gets one over David Gall. That's a big win.
Yes, for sure, and not much in that one either. 33 thousandths of a second. Pretty even all the way down the track. Ash Lowe wringing the neck of this little six-cylinder red motor on board the Baby Blues.
Big smile on Ash's face at the moment. 720s last night in the little 202 nitrous-assisted car. He's very happy. Shane Lucas, 745. Look at that thing. Looks like it should be in a Hot Wheels packet.
It does, doesn't it?
Almost need a step ladder to get into it.
The FC of Ash Lowe doesn't look as happy as it normally does. Shane Lucas goes through 748 on a 745 to take the win.
That's a nice pass actually, mate. 48 and a 45. Good job there. I'm going to say Ash Lowe might have taken off in second the way that thing didn't react. So, a couple of the boys having a few issues here in round two. Peter Klockner in Metal Mauler.
This car's been around for quite a long time with Peter Klockner at the wheel.
He's quite proud to tell me that standard 318 that's gone 8 years.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's good value for money.
He's broken a couple other things on the car over the years,
That's
but the engine's fine.
The engine's good to go. Leave it stock. That's the secret. Stephen Dangelmeyer in beside him, the gas bagger. Clocking the bed, the reaction times, the Metal Mauler out in front. Dangelmeyer comes back at him and
he goes too fast.
Goes too fast. 810 broke out by a tenth of a second there. Klockner was on the money, but 893 and 890.
Great run there from Peter Klockner in the Metal Mauler with, as you say, 893 on an 890. The big Val doing the job.
This is Dean Kubler in the locomotive, and hasn't Dean been putting some work into this bracket?
Oh, mate, he's been working hard to get this bracket going and to get it marketed out there and get everybody together.
Hats off to him, mate. And all the vintage gas guys, the Warwick Gases.
Mate,
Mark Dyer, 700, mate, in that thing.
Mate, that would
He's
be
braver than me, I reckon.
that would be an exciting ride, that's for sure.
Kubler with the manual Falcon Ute. Oh, look at that for a race. Winks did some racing here this afternoon. That's another close one.
It's another extremely close one.
But it went to Mark Dyer in the Little Maury.
So can we have 28.75 to the staging lanes, elite radial to the staging lanes and 6.0 radial to the staging lanes, please? Do we really want?
Brennan takes on Simon Tells. So Telf in the humpy. Oh, 694 on a 760. One of the bigger breakouts we've seen for the day, but Telf will be happy. Rob Brown will be pretty happy too. Where did that come from? 694 on a 760. Wow. Oh, how about that? Put your hands together, guys. Make some noise. That's a burnout. That's a burnout and a half. Benjamin Love in the Big Valiant wagon. 605, the dial in for him as the smoke clears here at Warwick.
Sorry, Elite Radial 28.75s and Radial 6.0s to the staging lanes, please.
All right, so rounding out this round of racing. Look at that thing turn the tyres and launch back on the back wheels.
Jumps off the start line.
Benjamin Love goes 619 and on 605, pretty handy. Couple of rotations there on the start line probably made the difference. So a little bit of track prep to happen before the radial cars come out. They have been called to the lanes, but I waiting for confirmation, but I think we're going to have a little break while that track prep happens.
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge rush to get to the staging lanes for you guys.
All right, so there you go. We call the radial guys to the lanes, but we are going to have a 15-minute break while a bit of prep happens. And give some of our staff, some of the volunteers, a bit of an opportunity to have a bit of a lunch break. So guys, bear with us. Do us a favour, go over to the Canteen, grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Have a look. Feel free to have a look around the pits at all the cars and bikes we got here this weekend. We got plenty of them. We'll go and support one of the vendors over there, the food trucks over there. Of course, we got the pizza, the Blue Roan, coffee, and they got all sorts of good stuff over there. And is that an ice cream truck? Here, look out, line up for an ice cream. We'll talk to you soon. So this looks like... No, I was going to say it's a buy, but it looks like we're waiting on Lee Dark. So Lee Dark will come forward in the Statesman soon. He'll pull in alongside Reese Carkeet here in Elite Radial. So Carkeet's, you can basically put a 5.0 on the side of the car this weekend. Sorry, mate. I was hogging them. I was going to use both. Just
Don't do that when people have got a camera. Reese Carkeet, he's been the man to beat, I think, in this bracket throughout the whole weekend.
yeah, mate. If we had an award for consistency, it'd be Reese's this weekend. That's for sure.
For sure.
So Lee Dark in beside him. Nitrous assisted small block in the Stato. Turbo LS for Reese Carr, keep that great looking EH. Looks like we spotted something out there. Needs a little bit of a mop.
He's always on the ball, is our starter, Pete.
So we're good to go. He points him to the spot and says, roll in, son. Let's make it happen.
So this is heads up pro tree for these guys.
Good side-by-side race. Maybe Reese starting to pull away at the end of 5.02.
Oh, look at that.
5.02, 143. Lee Dark went 5.48 in the Statesman. He's been about there or thereabouts, 30s and 40s, so nice consistency there for him. But Reese Carkeet continues the 5.0 run.
Yeah, continues rolling through these rounds.
Our third racer in Elite Radial, of course, James Horan. Solo here for him in round 3.
Yes, as you said, round 3 here, and once we've got through all the brackets in round 3, we'll work out, well, we won't, somebody will work out who all the...
I'm not doing it.
Who is in it through to the finals in each of these brackets. As you said, it's not us, that's for sure.
So there we go, Horan with another pass here. Yeah, round 3 is always an interesting one when you get a Chicago shootout. If you've got 2 wins, you're looking to get a third one to give yourself a chance to get in the final. If you haven't had a great day, you're looking to swing out the back door on this last one just to make the most of it.
Yeah, swing for the fence, I reckon, if you had 2 losers.
Or you might just be looking for a win to just a little bit of redemption for the weekend. So Horan went 4.51 earlier today. First pass down the track actually today. But again, didn't hold on that on the hit of the throttle there for Horan and the team. So no joy there. They might have tried something a little bit different, knowing they had a solo.
Well, that's right. As you said, it hasn't been the best weekend for James Horan. That last pass, round number 2, was pretty good. First good pass we've seen from him all weekend, actually. But that's all right. He gets the win on this occasion, thanks to that bye run for him. As you said, maybe trying something different on the bye. We'll find out a little bit later on which 2 of those 3 cars goes through to the final.
Again, if you joined us on the live stream through the overtaken lane, thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good, well, wherever you are, sitting at home or in the shed or wherever you might be on your device somewhere. Shout out to the overtaken lane to bringing that live stream to you and giving you the opportunity to take part in what's happening here.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, on the YouTube, you just bring up the YouTube and you look up overtaking lane and you'll find us. And what better way, besides actually being here for a beautiful sunny Sunday, than to sit around and maybe in your shed, as you said, or in your comfy lounge chair, big screen, cranking out all the action here at Warwick Dragway for 2024 Dragfest. A couple of cold beers.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Luke Knight, Chris Carsberg. So this will be a good matchup, actually. We actually saw Carlsberg put a pass together finally on the last one. 5.17 in round 2 this morning. And Luke Knight got a win with a 5.24. So we're less than a tenth of a second between the two based on those times. So should be a good match-up here. So the VL Calais turbocharged LS for Luke Knight. The power plant under the bonnet of the Tirana turbocharged LS. I mentioned it earlier, always good to see. As I said, as I was heading back to my swag last night, here's the Baker family climbing in the Commodore to drive home. Carlsberg's were the same. Luke Knight on the pass here, look at the numbers. How about 5.16? 5.16, 138 Carlsberg. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it's having some dramas, getting the car up on boost, but the boys with Luke Knight are pretty happy. 5.16, 138.
And look at this, Shane Baker. Are we going to... Has he got the solo or we got...
It looks like he might have the
Yeah,
solo,
could have the solo here.
So you'll take him, especially in the third round. Baker's gone 5.06, and that was round 2 this morning as well. So, knowing Baker, he's given it a little tweak. Oh, look out. Look out, here we go. 5.06 this morning, 5.07.
That was a nice looking pass, that one, wasn't it?
Look, even the mile an
Joy
hour,
to
mate.
watch.
Look at the difference. 140.71, 140.81 between the two passes.
Wow.
He's a master. He's a master, Shane Baker.
Great stuff. Andrew Lang in the orange Tirana. He's had a bit of a mixed weekend as well. But Andrew Rankin, he's been a bit of a revelation.
He's
Tell you
definitely
what.
caught our eye on a couple of occasions. Bang me some tune there. Rankin got out all right, but then you can see it just sort of nosed over. So some dramas there, but obviously the dramas are quite a bit less than Andrew Lang. Has that lost fire too? Might have cut out altogether. We're
Back underway now. Outlaws to the staging lanes, please. Supercharged Outlaws to the staging lanes. So Andrew Lang, his woes continue. That car's got so much potential, but unfortunately at the moment just chasing that tune up. So we will be going into 28.75, is that right?
No, we just finished that, mate.
Sorry,
we'll
that's
be
what we
going
just
into
had.
Junga
Sorry, yeah.
Bunga 600 radial.
That's right.
So Kurt Rowita in the Mustang, Rob Armstrong in the hatchback Tirana.
These two are great mates and they'll be enjoying lining up against each other.
So Armstrong was a number 2 qualifier with a 6.07. Rowita's been there or thereabouts all day. All weekend, I should say. 6.20, 6.30 region.
He was pretty happy with round number 1 yesterday, I think. And yeah, into round number 3 now.
Rowita in the pre-stage. Here comes Armstrong. They go in. Both the boys will bring them up on the turbocharged cars. Get the boost ready. Bringing it in.
Rowita with an 0.60 reaction time.
I think he was pretty sharp in the second round as well. So he's got his eye in 6.23, and Armstrong goes 6.12. But the win will go to Kurt Rowita in round 3 there.
Yeah, bragging rights to the purple Mustang. Rob will say, yeah, but I was quicker.
Gary Milgate in the hardtop. We talked about the bonnet all weekend. You know, the beauty of having no bonnets, you can see that beautiful engine in there, that very stout aspirated engine.
Yeah, it's a
Brett
good...
Page, he's just got his all hanging out the bonnet.
Yeah.
340 cubes, a small block, wins up.
Not a lot in this one. Look at that, 6-0-0 with an 8 on a 6-0-0 for Gary Milgate. And Brett Page, he went 6-11 on a 6, oh well, it's an index, so 6-11 on the 6-0-0 index.
Yeah, mate, Milgate's gone 6-0-0-5 and 6-0-0-8 this weekend. So on a 6-0-0 index, it's about as good as it gets. Matt Francis in the panel van, one of the many panel vans here this weekend. It's almost like we put a menu out and we said, all right, we need 4 of these, 6 of these. Ticked all the boxes this weekend in terms of car count. Terry Ballard in beside him, Pro HZ. Actually, both these cars fairly violent on the bumping, so watch these pair as they get to the line there. A shout out to the starter Pete this weekend. Sometimes it's easy to hit the trigger before some of these turbo cars settle, especially when they're on a bump box on the start line, and he's got the presence of mind to know that once those cars settle, he can hit the start button and let them go.
Terry Ballard blows the tyres off it.
No dramas there for Matt Francis. 086 on the tree, which is pretty handy on a pro tree. 634 there for the panel van. As you said, Ballard hit the tyres early. So I haven't really been keeping a track of it, but I do know that Rahinta has 2 wins from 2 rounds. So this is an important race here for him if he's got a chance of making a final. Phil helping him beside him. Feel like he's got something to say about it. In the Sen van from St. George. Phil's in, Phil's ready to go. Rahinta comes forward in the Falcon. Phil helping looking pretty good at this stage. Goes 6:30. Look at that. 6:32 with a 3 either side. Either side. That's our second one. We had one earlier, wasn't it? Identical elapsed time. So
look at that.
That's a good old side-by-side pass.
Supercharged Outlaws, you should be in the staging lanes now. Supercharged Outlaws, get down to the staging lanes ASAP.
So in terms of
you
finals,
guys.
that's an important race for Rahinta. He might have hurt his chances there. We'll see. Yeah, Supercharged Outlaws, we need you there. Adam Somerville, Luke Hauser. Okay, 70 Corolla. I just spotted the next pairing, and I'll give you a note on that pair in a minute. So Somerville in the HTU. How's around nice. He carried the front winners. The little Corolla's on a run here. We look at the boards in the PSR lane. We see 628. 628, 108. Adam Somerville, 695. All right, so both these boys I know are going to go and send it in the third round. Misty Ebden, we've already seen him go 588 to 582 this weekend.
Nothing to lose.
Nah, Dave Hamilton said, what do you reckon? I said, just send it, mate. Get some with a 5 on. So Tyler's been down there on the keyboard, making some changes.
Yep. This could be a good one. We'll see how they go. As you said, both sides throwing a bit extra at the track. They'll either go very fast or they'll just overpower everything.
Dave Hamilton, the VC Commodore with the Barra engine. Tony Ebden throwing all the gas in the coronet. 585.
Awesome stuff from Big Dave Hamilton.
585, 121. It picked up 3 mile an hour as well. Well done to Dave Hamilton. And you can read that one.
Yeah, 6.66 for the big Dodge Coronet of Tony Misty Ebden. So he did the opposite to Dave. He overpowered the track big time, just smoked the tyres. He didn't want to get out of it though. He kept the foot buried. Basically done an extra burnout, but having fun out there.
Just wanted to drive through it.
Yeah, he did. As we said, he'd either run a big number or he'd just overpower the track, and it was, unfortunately for him, it was the latter. But he was still having fun, that's for sure. And that's what he said to me earlier. He said, "I don't care if I." He said he doesn't even know who's in the other lane most times. He doesn't care. He just wants to get out there and have fun and go fast.
Good stuff. All right, Supercharged Outlaws up shortly. We got them in the lanes there. We got a few left. We lost a couple along the way, as I said, but that's part of the weekend. Making our way through round 3 here. So once again, all races go 3 rounds. We look at the results from those 3 rounds to pick our finalists, and we'll have them at the completion of round 3. We'll give all our track staff an opportunity to crunch the numbers there and work out who they are. We'll let you know as soon as we know.
Fast Street A to the staging lanes, please. Not Fast Street B, just Fast Street A to the staging lanes for now. We'll call the rest of you guys out very shortly. But just repeating that, Fast Street A to the staging lanes now, please.
Eh?
Eh? What?
Most of them already parked on the grass back there anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
That's like our pre-stage area.
They're just desperate to get out there.
Pre-stage lanes.
It depends how you say it too. It's Fast Street A or Fast Street A?
Eh?
Or Fast Street A.
Must be Sunday.
Must be.
Must be day 3.
I think, I was about to say, I think our little mate's fallen asleep, but then he moved his head. I think he's...
That's what the glasses are for. He's just soaking it all up.
He's hard. I'm not tired at all. I'm not tired at all, Mum. Yes, about to move into Supercharged Outlaws. Headline act here at Dragfest.
So Gary Cameron gets a solo here in round 3. He's impressed me this weekend, to be honest with you, Gary Cameron. 4.40 the dial in for round 3 here. Went 4.42 in the last one when he broke out on a 4.45. The car's been very impressive, so the boys have had a good weekend.
Gary Cameron. As you said, let's see how he goes, whether he tests the dial in or whether he tests the track.
Oh, he's going for this. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say that these guys don't get into drag racing to go slow, do they?
It's funny thing, I was talking to someone just the other day. I said, no, we're a strange bunch because we spend a lot more money to spend less time on track.
Yeah, as my Scottish descended wife would say, it's not very good value for money.
So Gary Cameron in the altered in the PSR lane brings it to the line, 440 to dial in. As I said in the last round, he went 442. See how close he can get here. Nice strong burnout for him, plenty of heat in the tyres. The track's looking good out there. Has been all weekend actually. .445, so he went that 445 he dialed in the last round, but it was there or thereabouts. No shoots, but A-OK, got that long run off uphill area, and Gary's worked out that he doesn't need the shoots. That saves packing them too. It can be a pain to pack those shoots sometimes.
They are, yes.
If you don't have to do them, all good.
Yes, if he's got a crew member that normally does it, he'll be happy.
You palm it off. All right, Randall Moore up next. So Junga Bunga come up to me before and said, Randall Moore said, tell the commentators this is the old bumper-to-bumper car.
Ah, I remember the
From
old
back in the
bumper-to-bumper car. Yeah. Yeah.
Even had a turbocharged 6-cylinder in it.
So she's been around.
It's been, mate.
Randall will be lining up against Christine Steffens in this rear-engine dragster.
There we go. There's how good now is German. Look at that. Look at that number plate on the back of that car. Now that he says that, it's a bumper-to-bumper number plate. So there you go.
There you go. None of us are obviously that observant.
There's a couple of cool Facebook pages. There's one, Where Are They Now? Australian Drag Racing History page. There's some real cool stories when you learn the history of some of the cars that are in. You go, oh, that's that one.
That's that
So,
one.
yeah. It's interesting how many sets of hands some of the cars have gone through over the years. Christine Steffens in beside Toss Moore. She's in the dragster. Dollar with a 432 this time. I reckon she'll use the trans brake this time.
You reckon? .05 reaction for Christine Steffens. She's going to be hard to beat from here, but she goes too fast. Look at that. 429 on a 432.
Ricky said one word, and I can let you guess where. It was only a short one.
You don't want to repeat
It was
it?
a short one. But that was Ricky's response.
He's looking back just to make sure he saw things correctly.
Stingy, what Stingy?
That was even less words.
Yeah, less words. Stingy's using sign language. All right, Rodney Hansen, Bart Bedrosian, Supercharged Outlaw side by side. So Rodney Hansen in the Golby's lane.
Just waiting for Bart Bedrosian to come forward. She does now. We've got blown big block shed versus blown Hemi.
that.
Fast Street B to the staging lanes, please. Fast Street B to the staging lanes.
Not A, you B.
Don't come too fast, guys. I might have listened to the wrong advice.
All complaints to Phil, care of Warwick Dragway. All right, Rodney Hanson, Bart Bedrosian. Pretty close on the dial in here, 467 for Hanson. Bedrosian says 460. I'm still getting abused down here. Matty Halpin's joined in. Wow, Hanson a little bit out of the groove there on the start line, uncharacteristically. Bedrosian got there, but hey, triple O light for Bart Bedrosian.
Oh, look at that.
Perfect reaction to
You're
it.
right, we got one.
We got one. There you go. Told you. Thanks, Bart. Bart's looking after me. Broke out, but went 453 on his 460. Hanson went 68 on a 67. Used a fair bit of track too. Got right over into the centre line there in the Golby's lane. But there we go.
Okay, final call for Fast Street A. And you never heard me say Fast Street B. I didn't say that at all. Fast Street A. Final call to Fast Street A. And Fast Street B, if you're on your way, just go very slow.
Pre-staging lanes. Yeah, in the B. Now they can get.
Now yous can come. Okay, I just needed that 2 seconds.
Right now they're in their cars going.
Bloody hell, what's going on?
Oh, the door's shut.
Anyway, just so you know, this is Shagger talking. No, Fast Street A and Fast Street B to the staging lanes, please. Fast Street A and Fast Street B to the staging lanes, please.
Phil didn't wait for the tap on the window. That's what happened.
Yeah.
The routine's gone out the window Sunday afternoon.
It's been a long 3 days.
Procedure's a swear word.
The P word we call it.
I'll have a crack with the Shags. How are you, Shags? Hey, mate, how are you? How are you? Good. Here we are. Last round for most. And there is something comforting about the beautiful sights here on a Sunday afternoon. We've got quite a few cars from out the circuit track starting to head home, so that shows a good weekend away, doesn't it? A sad end of the weekend because you've got to go home. But it's the realities of waking up tomorrow and heading off again to work and waiting for the next race weekend. Martin Stevenson, Sam Rose, a 690 to a 660. Clean greens, a little bit better there for Stevenson and the panel vans. The Pano's still punching above their weight. We get to the line, 669 on a 660 is safe, 726 on a 690, just not close enough. Martin Stevenson, let's see how he goes after that round win. That'll be the last round for him. All of these guys, last round for them. Before finals, some of them are good enough to come back for the final. So Jody Crimmins now. Just get the hang of that burnout. Ross Strange from Tamworth with the HX 1 tonner with that Toyota 1UZ V8 on board. 620 the dial in for the panel van, 644 for the ute. I'll be going to bed tonight with lumpy blowing engines in my sleep. I tell you what, rocks you to sleep. It does. Oh, they're just everywhere. In fact, we've got blowers everywhere here. Blower fest. Once in a while, we see one that's normally aspirated. I have seen the odd normally aspirated car here. There's not many. I've seen a couple. Oh. The lungs. Show us your lungs, Gary. All right, Cribbin, 620, half a light stagger. Ross is gone. Not much given up reaction time-wise. Still a little bit better the utility. The panel van starting to close. You can hear that blower whine right beside him. 661 is safe on a 644. And for Jody, 646 on a 620. That might finish her proceedings for the weekend. Only the good ones with 3 from 3 probably need to stick around, I'd say. Who knows? I just don't know. Too many times we say, oh, only the ones 3 from 3 are going to need to hang around, and then you might find, you know what, we had 1 3 from 3 and 48 2 from 3s. So then it's about closest to dial in this round. So it's very important this round. If you rate yourself, and even if you are a 3 from 3, if we've got more than 2 3 from 3s, we've still got to determine the 2 closest to their dial-ins to make it to the final. So James Gardner, Troy Barber, I don't know where they fall in proceedings. I think Troy got the round before. 7 flat for the Ute, getting chased by 665 from the beautiful 57. Geez, aren't we blessed with just about a couple of everything? Because there's that red one in the street class as well.
So Troy Barber went 700 on a 700.
Look. Yeah, 712 for Troy is the win, and a 685. Oh, you got those new Eclipse batteries. Yeah, those things. They've got a lifetime guarantee, conditions apply. Yeah, no, put some of those copper top Duracells in there. The thing will go. We're problems for Jasmine. That's not good. The normal, reliable blown small block is getting pushed back. Chris Hankin gets a solo here in round 3. Gets to test that 692. .153 in 60 foot and a 691 on a. Isn't he lucky? 691 with a 7 on a 692. However, that sorts it out for Chris. It'll be interesting to see what we take from that third round, because we don't normally take unders. We don't take unders.
No.
So that could be 3 from 3. But again, if it's like, how did he go against his dial and he went under it, he's got to go to the bottom of the pack, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
We used to have guys argue about, but I'm only 100th under my dial-in, and it's like, well, dude, if it was a 550 class and you go 549, we can't consider that number.
No. We've heard them all.
That's a precedent. Heath Bellett and Graham Suter, 590, 658. All the hot holdings here.
Suter could send it here, being the third round as well.
Yeah, there might be a few.
I know Mackenzie and Dunks are on the phone going, just send it, put more into it.
Clean greens, a little bit better to the Commodore. Heads to the stripe, side by side, 622 on a 590 and a 656 breakout. Hands it over to Graham Suter, a 22 and a 590 in round 3. See how that works out. Heath Bellett goes home with a breakout in round 3.
Alex Bellett's going to fill that lane there now, the Golby's lane. And one of the Sheether boys, that's Michael in the HT. So 684 the dial-in takes on 692 for the Monaro. So there's nothing in this one on the start line reaction to on the dial-in ties.
Yeah, wow. Boosted VL, Chevy powered HT. Clean green, 010 for the Monaro. 010 light there for Michael. It's all his, just a little roll off the throttle here. 691 on a 692. Breakout hands it back to Alex.
That'll bring the next pairing up. Trevor on the little Tirana. We like the Tirana. It's been a bit of a crowd favourite this weekend. Darren Lowe in beside him. I know Darren Lowe, I think he broke out in the last round.
I'm going the 202. The 202 foot brake too, because there's not many trans brakes on Trimatics.
No.
So a good little converter. Just carries that wheel out to nearly 60 foot. Look at this reaction time, nearly identical both sides, and all Aussie side by side, Ford versus Holden. 669 breakout for Darren Lowe. Trevor Owen, he can consider that 693 on a 690 as a very, very good third round win. Oh, rise for Prime Minister Billy McMahon, or was it Harold Holt in the boot? I don't know, I can't remember. I say the Prime Minister is here. That's before Malcolm Fraser in the 70s talked a little promish. The Australian Prime Minister, Nick Owen. I don't know how he gets, I mean, there is something about HK's T's and G's on that sort of stock-based suspension, the small tyre, the things go 1.4s in the 60. Sean Matthews, the tray back, 692, getting chased by the Prime Minister.
Matthews away nicely. Oh, there's not much in it. Prime Minister with a bit of work to do.
143 in the 60 foot for the K34. A breakout there in question time. 634 on a 637. So a 692 on a 92. Tell you what, if Sean Matthews is a contender, if he's got enough wins up, that third round 92.9 on a 92, that's the stuff you need to do right now.
100%.
These are the things you need right now. Okay, here we go. Anthony Miller, John Knightley, 700 for the Tirana, 690 for the Commodore. Clean green, no red lights, both sides. The win will go to Anthony Millard, you would imagine. A 691 on a 690. That's not bad in round 3 either to have that.
Yeah, Knightley really punched that one in. See, they carried the left-hand front out there well past 60 foot. 679 breakout by 2/10 plus some change.
Oops. There might be a few oops moments between now and the end of the day. But I've been trying to do a bit of an appraisal. Every time we turn up and we try and count how much we've got as far as car value is concerned, and we are in the millions, of course. And when you add up all our HK's T's and G's, our XWs, our XYs, just, you know, what we'd call the pure bloodline stuff, quite expensive there. Hey, but you can't discount VK's, VLs, or any of the commies in there as well. Dennis Ryan, 671, giving chase to Dave Knightley's blue VL, 680. Oh, gap job. But he's got to be careful here about the dreaded breakout. 73 and a 71. That is a resounding victory. 673 on a 671. 737, Dave Knightley, nowhere. It'd almost do me, this thing, I tell you. A little 396 on board. Bit of big block Chev for Sean Morrison. Peter Norcott beside in the Willys. What year is it? 1948 Willys Jeep. 710. Chasing the big block of Sean Morrison.
Getting it done in the beige. Here we go. Morrison, Norcott comes to the line, bumps in. Pre-stage. Inching it in, we're ready to go.
A little bit better for Willys. The Willies there, Peter Norcott could hit the stripe first, little pedal. 719 on a 710, beats a 46 on a 25. So yeah, I don't know how many the Willies have got, but sometimes that back off will bite you as well.
He definitely got one in the last round too. I think he went 7-1-0-9 on that 7-1-0. So keep an eye on Northcott too. Don't be surprised if we call his name when we get to finals time.
Okay, Street to the lanes, please. Street, eliminator to the lanes, please.
Kristen Zeal in the XD Falcon. Look at her bringing that to the line. A couple of youths side by side. Gary Dobbs, as we'd love the EH all weekend. Sidestepping the clutch on the start line there. A little bit slow to get away on the line. That might hurt him as long as... No. Kristen went 7.24 on a 7.19. Dobson 7.21 on the 6.90. Well, good enough on round 3 there. That's probably his weekend done.
All right, here he is, Bud Kelly and Bill Martland. Now, look, I've been saying this HQ's got a big block on it all weekend, but when you have a look at the entry screen, it actually was in his dragster. So,
It's definitely got a big block in there.
but it's still got, so it very well could have jumped in here by accident. Bill Martland, turbocharged Holden V8. He's running the drag challenge next weekend, so he's drag and driving for a whole week through Victoria and South Australia. Him, Carlsberg and Baker. Oh, 001 minus Bud Kelly, good night. Bill Martland, 029, not too bad. He's going to get the win, but let's check the dial. 52 on a 40 for the Commodore, but Bud Kelly wastes a 687 on a 685 with a 001 minus Cherry.
It's a shame for Bud, went 004 in round 2, so he's on the tree, but as you said, that 1,000th of a second too early that time. Threw it away on the start line. Wrecker Sam Campbell.
Jeez, we've had him travel from everywhere. South Grafton here, the XD.
You ever been to Campbell's Wrecker?
No, is it good? Is it? Is it like
It's one of those old school ones.
I love an old school
It's
record.
been a while since I've been there, but just acres and acres.
Yeah, a lot of the wreckers tend to call themselves auto recyclers now, and all your parts are all on shelves. But I love the old way with, and there's a whole car out there. So instead of you, and it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to ring a wrecker and say, "Have you got this part?" If you've taken the whole car and broken it down. This thing's quite quick for itself. 640 on a 635 to finish off his account, or be in the running if he's done enough. If he's had enough victories, he's in the eligibility there. Race Control will pick that out. Yeah, well, the old days, so you'd ring up and go, "I need, a headlight for an XD," and if he knew there was one in the yard and he look out and go, "Yeah, I've got one, come and get it." But when you start pulling everything off the cars and put them on the shelf, how do you know what you've got unless you've got a master list? And some of them I don't think are smart enough to do that. Some places, because these days whenever I ring a record, hello record. It's a bit harder.
You ring Willawong, obviously.
Oh, I've been down I've driven through the back of Willawong. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Isn't that what? Unbelievable. You're transported to a whole new country sometimes when you drive into some of those yards and you go, where do all these cars come from? But that's the industry, isn't it? Sometimes it's just you go and pick one. Back in the days, you'd take one to a wreckers when it's done. But these days, yeah, sometimes they're just, you advertise car bodies picked up for free, and next thing you know, oh, mate, that's your door a little bit too quickly for my liking.
The last couple of wreckers that I worked at, sometimes we didn't even have a car there for 24 hours. It'd come in, we strip off where we wanted it to get barcoded and scanned.
Is that right?
And off it'd go.
All right, Jax Pinar and Alan Stevenson. Well, Alan's red lit in the Tirana, so this won't feature in his rap sheet today, and that's round 3 done for him. Jax goes 8.29 with a 3 on an 8.29 with a win, so he might feature. I do think he lost the previous round, so he might end up 2 from 3, but an 8.29 with a 3 in the last round.
I think he broke out in round 2.
Did he? If there's a count back, if there is a count back for some reason, there's 2 from 3s to pick from.
Going back to my record time, I won't even tell you how many Barra engines we threw.
Oh no! I saw him in the scrap bin. I saw them. Yeah, I saw him in scrap bins. I used to go to the scrappos, and you'd go into this big steel bin when they let you throw anything in. And there's a lot of dead gearboxes in there, but you'd see barras in there.
Straight in.
There's none in there now.
And some of the yards that sell them for $75 each.
Yep. But you know what? You can still kind of get them. You still pick them up $300, $400 at the very least. I actually was going to get an FG one. I accidentally got on the marketplace the other night and made about 3 or 4 purchases. And I was going to get an FG. There was an FG barra there, blue top. I was going to grab that.
I've got 2 stops on the way home tomorrow.
Have ya?
With
Have ya?
marketplace buys, yeah.
Is that right?
One's at Kilkeven on the way home.
Right. All right, Glenn Vanna and Daniel Pace, 7.20 for the wagon. The XD 8.20. Red light, so he's done himself a mischief already on the line. Daniel Pace, let's see how he goes, how close he can go to a 7.20 to finish round 3 for him. 41 on a 20. Take that and see what you can do with it. What's the other stop? If you're stopping at Kilkeven.
Kilkeven, and I'm stopping at Cooperoo. Actually, that's a drop-off, that one.
That's a drop-off. So you've sold something, dropping it at Cooperoo.
I've sold some injection. My stack injection.
Oh, you sold your stack injection?
Going to Cooperoo.
Going to Cooperoo, that's good.
So that's going on to Monaro, actually.
No, I Don't doubt it, mate. Good to keep that stuff going. That stuff was built to last, you know, and really at the end of the day, nice quality castings, good little pump. Have a look at it, give it a bit of a touch up, put the thing back on, it lives again. That's the joys of mechanical injection. I wonder where we'll be in 20 years' time when we're selling Heltec Nexuses out of boxes on Marketplace, you know. What's more, yeah, what's more able to be used, you reckon? Like that SU Carby I bought the other day off a Jag, man. I'm going to make sure that thing works again. Michael Voss and Clayton Massey, 769 for the HB, 770 for the Trans Am. Last round for them. Here they are, side by side. Clean Greens a little bit better for Clinton Massey. They hit Clayton Massey, 763 with a 4 double breakout, 766 with a 7 for Voss. And the computer says that's Voss in the Trans Am with the win. Here's Lynn.
Lenny out there in the little Gemini course, 202. Was it 186 or 202?
Oh, I reckon it's 202.
We'll go 202. One of the Sheetha boys. This is John in the Monaro in beside. 730 the dial in. It's 850. So 810. 2 lights on the tree for this pair.
He's up, Lenny. Oh, there we go. She's going to get the taste of victory here with a bit of wheel spin for the Monaro. Just watch out for breakouts, Lenny. 33 on a 50. What do we say?
I was going to say, she dialed in with 8-1 in the last round. She's gone 850. That one has gone right in the middle at 833.
I think Lenny needs a bit of spray on that, I reckon. It's so good to have Lynn Stewart back with that car because, I mean, she's got such a record. And you know what? When I thought of Lenny last time here, because, you know, she's been a real heavy hitter, my thoughts go to the Kilmister family. Of course, was Christine's funeral a couple of weeks ago. She was another super street heavy hitter that we absolutely loved watching. Any Leadfoot granny always sticks in my mind. And it's good to see Lenny back. Cameron Hunt now, Warren Sander, 822, 833. Clean Greens a little bit better. A little bit better the Commodore, not by much. Warren Sander might have the opportunity here. If this car can run right on the dial in, they hit the stripe right now. 14's too quick, 33 with a 33. 833 then 833 for Cameron Hunt. Gives himself every chance.
Little ironic that we had Warren Sander there. Of course, his wife Terry.
Yeah, that's right. Terry was another super street heavy hitter.
It's yeah. We
Of course,
reflect
and
we
Warren's
there for the good times.
And Warren's brother, of course, Steve, the little general. All may they rest in peace and in the big drag strip in the sky, getting called by Kerry Digney and Milton 80, and they're all up there. The big club up there of Leadfoot Angels.
What a club!
What a club. I'm not ready to go there just yet, even though I felt like I was going there last night. 7:26. I thought, take me now. Take me tonight.
2 lady races here. The ladies keep coming at us. Angela Holtz, that's a bit slow.
She's
I'll
in
be
trouble.
honest with you, that's rare for Angela. She goes 7:31.
Oh.
The win will go the other way. Lana Rice.
That was
41 on a 39.
Yeah, got whole shot there. Lana 089 to a 263 there on Angela. It's not often Angela gets taken on the tree like that, but it was Lana that dished it out today. Yeah, last night I'm there. They're grabbing me out of the van at 4 in the morning. Come and have another run. I'm thinking, take me now. Just take me now. Take me tonight. Chris Hughes and Luke Matthews, 818 for the Commodore Ute, 845 for Chris. Little delay head start. They're going to the Commodore sedan. Well, it was supposed to be. The reaction time advantage immediately back to Luke Matthews, and he can turn this into a win if he's careful. 26 on an 18 should be enough for the win, and Chris Hughes finishes the day, you would assume, 8:48 on an 8:45.
John Riley in the 1-tonner up next. The GDS pulls up alongside. Still working our way through Fast Street B.
John Riley. Got enough tyre underneath that thing?
Wade Perkins it is over there in the PSR lane.
Not much difference here. Reaction time will be important. 783 to a 765. Clean green, 021. All right, John Riley's put a good one on Wade Perkins. Got to dictate this race right to the 660. We hit the stripe right now. Oh, 60 on a 65, too quick. Throws it back. 88 on an 83. Oh, just when you think, you know, that little judgment you need, that little lift. No lift. No lift, no victory. Sometimes you need that little
Young Tommy Ryan there in the black ute from the Ryan Goldthorpe family. That's some breeding there. And Sam Owen in our little Datsun Sonny.
License plate, Dat Boy, like it. Of course, the
Is that a crystal ball on the back parcel shelf? What's going on there?
it could be a polarizer. I don't know. It's polarizing thought that. Nelly heads up here. Of course, the understudy to Dat Man, Dat Boy.
That boy, yeah. Offspring.
Holy turbo boost, Batman. Silence, chum. It's all about the race. Here we go. He's trying to get him to the finish line. 54, 77. 54 with a 1 on a 54, Tom Ryan. That's about the best round 3 race you can do.
Chip off the old block.
So let's see where he goes in proceedings. And you know what? You watch, when they start announcing who's in these finals, we probably won't even raise an eyebrow. You'll just go, because there's too many cars to keep tabs on, we'll just go, oh yeah, they did enough.
Thought so.
They keep coming. Don't trust a wagon, remember. Nick Smith, Peter Neal, 764, 779. These things are quick. And again, we don't know how well they've gone up till now. I do have a funny feeling Nick has had a win or two, so has Peter. So this will be important. Round 3, super important. Super, super, super important. Clean green, a little bit better there for the HG wagon, but here comes Peter Neal trying to haul him in the deep end. Got there, but got there too quick. 756 breakout gives a win for Nick Smith. Look at that. Is that all you can do round 3? 780 on a 779.
On the brakes too.
Yeah.
The brakes come on early. Look at that, 82 mile an hour. So he washed off the speed, but yeah, no, that's as good as it gets.
There'll be some crunching of the numbers. They're already crunching now. Numbers are being crunched by race control. Either that or they're on Facebook, one of the two. Here we go. It is Chris Saffey back, Brett Lyon, 729. Look at that, almost got the same green going on out there. All right, a little bit better reaction time to the utility, not much. It's enough to call it a fair fight right now. Identical to 330 foot, Nelly. 45 beats a 46. No, a 46 beats a 45. Closer to the dial in for Chris Saffey. The margin, 89 thousandths at the stripe. Just enough. He had just enough for one more skid, our Scooter.
Just enough to get it on the trailer.
Yeah, popping it on the run. Street to the lanes, please. Street round 3. Street round 3 to the lanes, please.
So heads up match up here, 810 either side of the tree. So Scooter in Frankie, the 56. F100.
Oh, Scooter, a little hole shot to the Monaro, not much. Enough to get into the, enough to get under the skin of our Scoot. There we go, 791 gives it back. Oh, he's got some good Bradbury luck, doesn't he? Sometimes Scooter March. All right, so we are up to there. All right, drag bike. We need drag bike to the lanes, young guns to the lanes, young guns bike and street bike to the lanes. Please, round 3 for you. Round 3 for you guys. So we need drag bike. So we need street, of course. Drag bike, young guns bike, and street bike. All right, Adam Somerville, Nick Bellett. Round 3. Red light. Hands it back to the VK already. So you can use this right now. Let's see what the dial-in goes. 775 on a 55. Might be a little off there. 775 and a 755, but a win in round 3 is a win in round 3.
Yeah, Somerville threw one away there, 764 and a 62, nice and close to the dial-in, but way too early on the light.
It's just whether or not that's enough to feature in a final. Judging by the level of competition that we've seen this weekend, Shags, you're going to have to be pretty good. You're going to have to be nearly squeaky clean.
Like, I don't even think luck will get you through this weekend. You need to be...
No, you're going to need a little bit of everything. You're going to need... There we go. Chris Carsberg driving the Tirana home down the big driveway here at Warwick Dragway. Shane Blinko, 730, chasing Jason Fuller, 755. Red light, but a 006 for Jason Fuller.
Oh, the ute got right out against the wall there for Blinko, so that was a bit interesting. But,
780 on a 755, that's a win there for Fuller, but just whether or not that's valuable enough victory. It's turbo something in that thing. I don't know what.
No.
Johnny Payne, here he is. He's got a 6-second dial in, 680, chasing a 750 from Terry Larson. Good to see Painey in having a go. He's got quite long hair now, Painey.
Hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Busting it out on the dance floor
Yeah,
there last
was
night.
he? Was he?
That mullet was floating.
163 to a 1.586. Painey, this could be his 695 on a 680. It's amazing, fabulous stuff, fantastic stuff.
Yeah. 109 mile an hour there for Terry Larson. That thing went 115 before. We drummed it up all weekend. We'll have to wait for another day to see the full potential of the little stealth Cortina.
And for anyone that can tell us what's in it, because I'd love to know. If anyone watching out there on the Overtaking Lane live stream knows what's packing in the stealth Cortina, let us know. We didn't quite get to it. I'm sorry I didn't get to all 264 vehicles to get all the info. Kind of rolled up here yesterday morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and now look where we are.
There's no
Still none
between the legs.
Not really none the wiser, really. Got to the other end and go, yeah, drag racing, you've beaten me again. You've made me your little fella again.
Fella.
But you know what? There's no better fun than this. I mean, yes, we have a lot of fun. You, me, and Phil on the mic. It's great. We get to call and get the best seat in the house. It's not a bad job. They do look after us all the way, pay us as well, which is handy. But sometimes I think I'd swap it, like you'd swap it as well. If you're rolling that Alta down in modified, you would give up the mic to do that. I do the same thing.
Especially on a weekend like this, mate. To be part of this,
yeah.
I mean, like you said, as much as we enjoy this, to be a part of an event like this is...
it's on the hit list, isn't it?
Memorable.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try and make a promise to ourselves both that next year we should bring Alteds next year. And,
You're on your own, Phil.
Well, no, I'll whack the kids. I'll whack the kids in mine or whatever, if that's the case.
Yeah, cool.
It's got Peter Brock's just leaving there. Brocky's just leaving in the VH there.
It's
There
some
we go.
very interesting cars past there, so...
There are millions of dollars of vehicles in the Morgan Park complex today. All right, Courtney Punter, this is the street class. So 942, 893, slightly slower but no less exciting because this is important in round 3. Who gets the wins? Who gets the rounds? Reaction time a little bit better to the Commodore here, not much. Courtney got that car pegged, that big Ranger gets to the stripe right now. It's a 94 on a 93, beats a 63 on a 42, so that's a good round 3 race there.
Good one for sure.
Good round 3 race.
Oh, we got a match up here. How about Mum
Oh,
versus
no.
daughter? How did that happen?
Mum versus daughter, and all team go here, the Wagonsfelds.
This reminds me of the time we towed all the way to the Holden Nationals and my boys lined up against each other in the first round of elimination. So I said, we drove this far and you towed out
And you
together.
took each other out.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I know. You could have something could have
What are we
kicked in
doing?
there. All right, here we go. Reaction time. We didn't get anything there. Something's happened.
There we go.
There we go.
Sonia went early, 005. She went 0.005 of a second too early. So Emma gets the bragging rights on that one.
11.62 on 11.30. Yep, so don't know whether that's going to be enough for Emma, a 62 on a 30. If she's been a clean winner the first 2 rounds, that may not be enough. Same deal here. You've got to be... Let's not underestimate that, whilst we are racing recreationally, we have seen tight races and only the very best racers are going to make to the final. So that's where the respect's got to be thrown in to say, listen, out of a bunch of recreational races that just do this as a hobby, the racing's pretty competitive. All right, here we go. Dave Wilson, 9.15, chasing James Loday's Fiesta, 10.88. Yeah, it's not many days a Ford Fiesta can become a drag racing weapon, but this could be this. 0.74. Reaction time going a little bit better to the Fiesta. It's whether or not there's enough grunt under the bonnet of the ute for David Wilson to haul him through the traps. Here we go, 11.15 on a 10.88 is a win, but is it going to be enough to get into the final? 9.32 on a 9.15. And there goes Misty with the big Mopar. He's heading back down. Thanks, Misty. My My son's EL was on that tray back this week. That very tilt tray. That was my son's. I think it was Wednesday the EL got picked up by Misty. I owe him for the toe. Now I can't pay him because he's gone.
Next time.
I told him, wait till the end of the weekend. I'll be able to fix you up.
All right, Mark Gill, Peter Petrie. So Mark Gill, we talked about the ute. Farm fresh.
Farm fresh, all right.
I like the exhaust exit out the quarter.
I can smell the chicken dung still from here. All right, here we go. 11:48. Couple of farm specials, actually, to be honest.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
boy. Big stall there, I think, just took a big gulp of fuel through that big huffer, and he can break out here, Peter Petrie. Watch out. Peter Petrie, 11:54 on a 48. He will not do such thing. And, yeah, look, that's the end for Mark Gill, you would say.
Park it back under the tree till next
Yeah,
time.
I'd be taking the motor out of it. It's not going to last long under a tree with a blower hanging out of it. All right. Yeah, he can't get enough, can he? The young fella, Andrew Faulkner. Chris Chandler. Last chance here, 9:10 for Chandler, getting chased by an 8:88. We're still racing here in the Warwick Hotel Street class. And taking it no less seriously, all of our competitors. Round 3, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Shoots the tree nicely, 0.95 for Andrew Faulkner, giving himself every chance right now. Get to 3:30, he's right beside Chris Chandler right now. We head to the 660, a 9:05 on an 8:88 is enough. A 9:09.5 breakout on a 9:10 for Chris Chandler. Did everything he could, arrived on time, except he was just already too late. Look at this camp setup. Now, that's a camp setup, the old Unimog.
Look at that.
That is a set, that's living.
Well,
That first step out of the cab's a doozy, but
actually, I should stay off Marketplace. There was a guy the other day flicking 2 Unimogs for 10 grand a piece.
is that right?
And you know, obviously they went real quick.
But geez, they're
Decided he
right.
wanted out of them.
Well, I just saw an inspiration to get one. Alan Knightley and Sean Chandler, 9:15 chasing at 11:07. That panel van to leave first. Nice roll, 165 out of the beams. Nice roll, 227 out of the beams for the Rodeo/Colorado. Sooting a little bit from the 4JJ. We head to the finish line right now, and it's the panel van, 09 on an 07 the win. Ooh, watch out for that.
Yeah, beat a 918 on a 915. So that was a good side-by-side pass between those two.
73,000.
You should probably look into one of those Unimogs, mate, because it would be a lot harder to drag out of the back of a Unimog. By the time you pull your rope ladder up.
Yeah. It's like
It'd
that.
be harder
Have you
to
seen
get
that
to.
Toyota Hilux ad where he's pulling the bloke out of the mud, and then there's another bloke behind him that's pulling another bloke out of the mud? Isn't that a great ad? That's a great ad, that one.
Adam Moody here for the Moo Crew and John Schmocker over there in the VX Commodore.
Clean greens, Adam Moody, the Moo Crew, a little bit better reaction time there. Can he fend him off right now? He's nipping at his heels, gets to half track, gets the 660, 904. Oh, wow, what a squeaker. 904, an 868 breakout there. That's not going to feature for Adam Moody, but John Schmocker might take that. 04 on a 900. All right, geez, haven't we been treated to some great cars in all of our categories? Like, we've got blowing six bangers everywhere here.
Lined up.
Blowers everywhere. Liz Close now, 993, getting chased by Kane Schultz's 850. All right, here we go.
Schultz has gone as quick as 8:10 this weekend in this little hot rod. He's having an absolute ball.
Oh, she's away, 443. 106 reaction time for Kane Schultz. They head to the finish line right now. 25 on a 50, too quick. 980 on a 993, too quick. But a little less is Liz, and she gets the win.
Next pairing up, we got the Commodore here, going to take on Josh Pyle. Josh Pyle, a regular here over the years, 850 for the little pickup. 9:49. So you may as well call it a second. The Commodore took off and then there was a bit of a backfire. It's away near.
Yeah, red light for Josh Pyle. That time Matt Richards will get the win. Let's see what he does. 10:25, maybe not enough to feature. I've just added up our female entry list there.
Yeah.
There's about 30.
That's awesome.
30. This guy, I think, not only loves the manual gearbox, loves the burn. He must be in the burnouts, because look where the exhausts are, because that's a burnout thing.
A couple of wheelbarrow handles off the back.
Remember that thing went 10.24 with a 0 on a previous run with a manual. All right, here we go, going to the gears. Clean greens both sides, a little bit better for Michael Pope. They go to the stripe, too quick for Michael Pope. 11.11 on 11.25, 10.29 on a 10.24. Another win for Ashley Murrell. Another call for drag bike. Drag bike round 3, Young Guns round 3, Young Guns bike round 3, street bike round 3 to the lanes, please. So drag bike round 3, Young Guns round 3, Young Guns bike round 3, and street bike round 3 to the lanes, please. Oh, have a look at this. Darren Ram, he can do that. You want to? We can clean page. Steve Spiteri and Darren Ramsey. Go the Chevs. 1950 Chevs, clean green. A little bit better for the 53, the 57. Coming on with a haul, Darren Ramsey might just run out of room here. 9.24 on a 9.13. He got there first and the win. But let's see whether a 24 on a 13 needs to feature in a little bit of a tiebreaker just in case.
Yeah, you might have to close it up a little bit tighter than that. We'll see. Time will tell. All right, the Safi car, the 55 Chev, Alyssa at the wheel.
Ray Winelski beside in the BMW. 428, I would assume it's called, just by the licence plate, 428. 891 to an 850, clean green for him, 705 for Alyssa. Super Sedan, round 3 to the lanes, please. Super Sedan, round 3 to the lanes now, please. Super Sedan, round 3. Oh, an 890 with a 9 breakout on an 891 and an 856.0 on an 850. Yeah. So, Alyssa Safi gets the win by virtue of that breakout by a hundredth. 8.909 on an 891.
That's the fortunes. Alyssa broke out by 7/10 before and then goes on the number pretty much on the next one. So there you go.
Okay, another call for Super Sedan now, round 3 to the lanes. We need street bike, Young Guns bikes, and Young Guns and drag bike to the lanes. All right, Daniel Shaper gets the solo here to finish off the street class. 10.60 is important to hit the number right now if you're going to feature in a final. 64 on a 60. Ooh.
I know he definitely got a win in round 2 because I was down there on the line and the family were very happy.
64.6 on a 60. 64.6 on a 60. That might feature in that street final. Just depends if we've got already just 2 races with 3 from 3. Well, then that's going to be that final. But if we do have multiples, if we had 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 3 from 3s, the 2 closest to their dial-ins in round 3, and I'm glad the ladies are working that out. But all finals will be worthy. All finalists will be worthy recipients of the position of at least as a minimum the runner-up trophy. But if you're good enough in that final, the win trophy. And it's not easy winning a drag fest.
No.
If there's, you're not normally a walk-up winner in Dragfest. You've got to fight your way through the 3 days. And for those that came and had a run, I know we had.
One person says a 2J, another guy says either a 1J or a 2J.
Okay, there we go. So we've had a couple of people on the message talk about the Stealth Cortina. It's either a 1J or a 2J. So there we go. Toyota 6 banger powered. That's come from 2 sources, so that's very good. As long as we get it more than 2 sources. If we got one guy in there telling us everything, we also, I believe that guy as well normally. I normally believe the first person. It's like Ron Burgundy, you'll read anything you see. And that'll be
On the teleprompter.
1J. And you know what? That's so Aussie to be able to do that. We're so lucky that the Aussie ingenuity continues in this country, whether it was back in the day. I don't know whether you've got plenty of probably favourite pages on Facebook, but one of the ones I like on there is Engine Porn. Have you seen that one where guys get all the different engines on there? And there's some fantastic stories there that come up out of the early days of Aussies developing engines. You know, even the old Repco V8 back in the day even. And then all the other different types of things like over the years with the cylinder heads, the Irvings and the Waggets and the Duggans and everything like that. Like, there's still a lot more probably that people know about that stuff that should be publishing that to let the world know, because we were lucky in this country that we had, I suppose, early pioneers that were going to take the domestic, whatever the manufacturers were making, and then make a hotted up version of that stuff. And we still see that sort of filter down around the place. Which car? Which drag bike? All right, I know that we've seen a few head out the gate, obviously, before round 3, but we do need a final call for all of our drag bike, street bike, young guns bikes, and the young guns for round 3. You want to have your round 3 hit? Do not hesitate. Get to the lanes. We are ready to take you as quickly as you can get there, because like all of us, we need to get this third round of everything done, don't we, Phil? So then we can determine who the finalists are and smash the finals out, so then we can get the trophies to these people.
Exactly right, mates. We are getting to the pointy end now with heading down to the last few brackets of round 3 of racing. And as you said, Diggs, we'll be straight after that. We'll be looking at who goes into the finals, and we want to get some trophies and some cash monies out to people.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that around. There is a little bit of that around to be had for the victors. So another call, round 3 Super Sedan. Round 3 Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Round 3 Super Sedan to the lanes. We have seen the odd vehicle disappear into the distance here. And it's mixed feelings for those when I see that. It's like one's on trailers leaving, and it's like, okay, you've had a good weekend. It's sad to see you leave, but it's also, you feel like, I'm sure you've had a good weekend no matter what. And honestly, the more politicians we can sort of show this side of what it is, recreational motorsport, we're not asking or intending to be anything other than what we are, and that is an outlet for recreational drag racing to flourish. It is the entry-level stuff that guarantees the future. The elite stuff will never be sustainable. How do you make sure something's future-proof? You just got to build a very strong base, and that includes getting the kids involved early. That's why we've got Young Guns and the Young Guns bikes. We've got these great classes in street and fast street where the kids are at that age, 17, 18, 19, where if you come out of a junior dragster and there's nothing for you to race or nowhere for you to race, you see a lot of them sort of opt out of the sport then. Yep. But opportunities like this allow them to continue to race actively.
Yeah, no, that's right. Same as any sport, as you said, you got to have that good base. You got to have the lower grades, as usually in things like football and soccer and all that sort of stuff. And from there, you build onto the higher levels.
All right, Garrick Redmond, Rachel Redmond. Oh, the Redmonds against each other in round 3.
Head to head.
Reaction time a little bit better there for Eric. He might make Rachel pay, but a breakout gives it back. 42 on a 35 gives it back to Rachel Redmond, because a 665 on a 685 is too quick. And Shagger, you've got to keep that Fanta away from the computers, Shagger. I saw it's his favourite flavour. He loves the orange drink. He does like the orange drink. So Big Lukey Hauser's already messaging me saying, who's in the 6-0 final? I can't tell you, Lukey. We're waiting for that to be crunched here. They're all hitting us up. All right, here's Loretta. She's running out of room here, Loretta. 45 on a 30, but she wins it on a double breakout, so won't be able to take probably that ET. Oh, no, 45. I do apologise.
Whoa. Nearly got away from him.
I do apologise. The 45 is a safe run over the 630. Loretta gets a third round win. Lost last round though. Alex Redmond 56 on a 60. All right, Peter Strudwick, Edwin Terry. Terry 740 getting chased. Strudwick flat slick and wheelie bars on the back and a bit of two-step.
Yeah, the Harley Destroyer.
Yeah, they were that factory drag bike designed to compete. The Harley Davidson Destroyer. Oh, 015, he nails it this time, Peter Strudwick.
Oh, comes over towards the wall, but manages to steer it away. Good riding there from Peter Strudwick, but he still goes too fast. He almost doubled his distance and still went too fast.
Well, he went 24 on a 28 with an 015 reaction time, but wins because a 34 on a 50's a little bit further under for Edwin Terry. So I can't believe we still get this double breakout happening in the third round.
Yes.
All right, Alex King, Alan Ellis Jr. 560. I don't think he's put a foot wrong yet. Alex King 750. Yeah, some of these races are going to be tight, and whoever gets into the final is a worthy finalist. Only so much luck is left here today. All right, Alan puts on the bulb. So does Alex. Oh, no, nothing. Oh.
You won't get away with that with Alan Annis. That bike is like a rocket ship.
Yeah, 62 on a 60.
Such a good racer.
Has not put a foot wrong. Geez, look at some of our transporters that we've got leaving here. Just
look at that. That's
got some setups. It's a nice setup.
Very nice.
Good rigs around the place. Another happy customer leaving.
We got the coffee van leaving as well.
Yeah, well, everyone's happy. Everyone that's leaving here is normally happy, exhausted but happy.
Yeah, everyone's obviously coffeeed out.
Yeah.
Coffee van goes, well, I'm out of here.
Post strike, Matt Halpin. Here we go. 595 chasing a 618. Oh, whole shot. Whole shot there to Matty Halpin. He's going to make him pay here. Normally I say, because anything can happen here in this sport. 610 on a 595 is enough, but is it tight enough?
Yeah, well.
610 on that 595, 624 on a 618.
Well, as you said, you know, if we end up with a couple of couple of races on equal points, it'll go back to a count back from this third and final round. So it's pretty important to have a good third round.
Yeah, race control working overtime in there to see who's going to be in the final. I see Shagger's in there as well, helping crunch the numbers. Good to see Shagger's overlooking everything. Yeah, he's got the white pen, writing on the white paper.
Got the bunker.
You can never, you can. Actually, I'll start colouring in some of the black stripes. We could get quite creative there. We could put like the Shagger face within the stripe, like it could be superimposed. You know, one of those ones where you stare into it, and then the face comes out of it. Yeah, that'd be.
Or we get a black marker and a white marker and turn him into a big chessboard.
the moving checkerboard. That'd be great. Actually, that's a good idea. I think I might get a shirt that's got that, and then little bits of Velcro. You can play a game of checkers on me.
That's it. Especially once you've passed out.
You'd have
too much Saturday night.
Then you're starting looking for all the missing chips. So that is the final round of our street bike class. Drag bike, because street bike's still to come. The drag bike guys, they're deceptive because, you know, a lot of them know bar, so they do pass as a street bike. But here's the final shot for the young guns. BP West Warwick Young Guns. Got Benny Bray down here on Max's car. The more pocket money dragster. And Isabella Hunter.
No expense spared on some of these little rocket ships.
All right. Couple of more dry hops for Max. Yeah, that spun. Look, it even just sort of spun and bounced there off the hit. So 760 chasing a 9 flat. So no tap on the shoulder, you would say, for Max, other than saying, you better adjust your dial in, son. 760 chasing a 9 flat. Yeah, this is where these cars are, with wheelie bars on them and everything now.
That's it,
Round
mate.
3. This is going to matter. Every single race is probably going to matter here. Chicago shootout, who goes into the final?
Bit of a wait here for Max Rowling as Isabella Hunter drives away.
Oh, red light for Max. Couldn't wait. Couldn't wait. An 012 minus, and that's going to be Isabella's race. It goes 9:35, the car. Isabella 107 on the tree, but a minus 012. Now Benny's over for Dakota. Benny Bray getting some laps in.
He's a busy man.
All right. Cody Sedmack and Fletcher Usher now. Good to see Cody getting some laps in. Of course, Omar, drag racing for a long time, but now good to see the young bloke coming in and having a crack in the dragster. All painted up like Dad's Pro Stocker. Fletcher Usher. I reckon he could be an apprentice Sparky with an L&H sponsorship.
Yeah, I reckon.
He's a walk-up first-year electrical apprentice.
Yeah, we deal with a lot of the L&Hs through my my business that I'm running.
1065 the dial in for Fletch. Cody 850, and we know this thing's got plenty of power on board. Slight tweaks on the carby. A lot of them use that sort of McCuney flat slide. Cranky little machines. He's a BJD over there, Cody. Can't really go quicker than a 850 on the normal jurisdiction. It's scary how those lights disappear and come back, eh? Oh, big flat spot. No such flat spot there for Cody. Bit of a pedal for Cody or whatever. He might just have him. Here we go. 57 on a 50. There's a nice one for Cody. 081 on the hit. A little bit of a stutter there for Fletcher, and that cost him time.
Yeah. He still went too quick, though.
Yeah, 1063 on a 65. Here she is, Lexi Lancaster. Lexi Lou. And Dakota. Look at these young ladies on a Sunday afternoon, eh?
Yeah, having a great time here at Warwick Dragway.
So Lexi 872, Dakota 803. Codes and Lexi Lou. So 803 chasing and 872. All right, they're happy. There, dry launches. Look at that. Doing dry hops like Grandad used to do. Dry hops like Victor Bray used to do. He was famous for the dry hop.
He was. And famous for his big burnout.
The crowds demanded it. So this is a big race here right now. Round 3. Important race. Oh, red light for Dakota. Red light for Dakota. Lexi's going to get the win, but let's check it. 874. 74 on a 72. That might feature. 74 on a 72. A red light for Dakota. Wastes an 805 on an 803. That'll be maybe her weekend done. All right, the next pairing. Charlie Usher and Amelia Wright. Got that clutch grabbing very well there, Amelia. Charlie Usher, 854 beside.
Charlie Usher, one of the A junior dragsters. Not too sure about Amelia.
You can tell this thing's got a little bit of weight on that clutch when she gives that a nail. This thing kind of really does react. So she's got to wait here a little bit. About one light stagger on the Christmas tree for Charlie. That thing's carrying on. Have a listen to that. That's cranky. Wow.
Oh, look at that.
0-1-1 for Charlie Usher. Cuts a very good light for the juniors. 0-1-1. Can he
He's out
defend
in
that?
front.
62 on a 54 gets the win. Charlie Usher 0-1-1 on the tree. 1-1-3 on the tree for Amelia. That's the sort of resolve you want to see in the young people, isn't it?
Too right, mate.
That's what you want to see. You want to see these young kids after the whole weekend still get there and be hyper focused in that last round to cut good lights like that. That's exciting stuff.
Yep. Amelia fell off her dial in just a little bit. It was just enough for Charlie Usher to come through and take the win.
All right, Bronte Janus and Taylor Smith. 780 chasing at 1188. So this is our biggest chase in juniors today, about 4 seconds. 10 lights on the tree. The Moonshine Mayhem car's got to sit there, cracking and popping away. 85 mile an hour closing speed coming up.
And she'll need nerves of steel to do that. It's still very important to cut a good light. Somehow needs to just completely block out the other lane and concentrate on cutting a great light. Does Taylor Smith in the Moonshine Mayhem Young Guns car.
Oh, well, she waited long enough and she got a better reaction time. Taylor Smith, she's very patient, closes the win out. Breakout, 778 on a 780, but an 85 on an 88. Oh, wow, 70 thou at the stripe. 70 thou at the stripe.
Not much in it at all. Both cars went a little bit too quick, but Taylor Smith coming away with the win.
All right, Nash Pirano lining up. Wonder how Poppy's going up there in Rocky. King Penguin, Nash Pirano, Paige King, 793 for the underpup. The throttle, I think he shut it off. The thing had a bit of a jam throttle or something. It was something carrying on after the burnout. Benny Bray was ready with the starter in case he had to turn it off. So 793 chasing an 873. All right, so here we go.
Oh, nice work.
017 for Nash. 017 for Nash. Might just take Paige to task here. 809 on a 793 and change. 809 on a 793. Paige King 893 on an 873. But yeah, 017 on the hit.
Yeah, I think that's better reaction time from Nash Pirano gave him the win there. It's great driving from him.
Here we go. Kyle Day gets the solo. 13-year-old Kyle. This is a real little rocket ship. Love this thing.
It's a great looking little car too. Looks fast, just sitting still.
263 light off the tree. Goes to the 660 with an 8606 on an 859. So let's count that back and see how you go after 3 rounds. Let's see how you go with that. Third round, 8606 on an 859. Whatever the count back is, if he's done enough in the first 2 rounds, that might be considered. That's almost your perfect round 3 race. He had every option to just idle it down, but you do realise the gravity of going slow in round 3 is that you just won't be featured. You won't be featured in that final if you do not represent the ultimate in your performance in round 3, especially in Chicago Shootout.
That's right. That could have come back and bitten him if he had done that. But as you said, done a great job with an 860 on an 859.
All right. So That's our young guns. That just means, I reckon, the young guns, if we've got our young guns bikers about to come up for third round. There's only 3 of them, but
Yep, that's Xavier.
would it be Xavier and Scarlett, maybe? Here they are, brother, sister. Good drag race coming up here between the Mansfield Frenches.
Yes, that means Dominic Harley will get the solo pass here.
All right, children, play nice. Be nice to your sister. Don't antagonise your brother. Just great race here. Bit of bragging rights.
So both on the Kawasaki 300s.
I just wonder whether Xavier's taken the baffle out of his pipe or something, because Scarlett's isn't as loud as that.
No.
Xavier's, there's going to be some RPM here too. So here we go, 9:19 chasing the sister, 9:19 chasing Scarlett's 9:39, half a light. These kids having the ultimate upbringing in racing. Compete with mum and dad. Very familiar story throughout all of our Warwick Dragfest events.
Yeah, I'd enjoy this while you can, Mum
Oh.
and Dad, because it won't be too long before they'll be after your vehicles.
Oh, go girl,
Oh, look
077.
at that, nails it.
She straps the whole shot on Xavier. What else can Xavier do is just punch that, gets to the finish line. Identical 920s. 920 with an 8, 920 with a 7, but a breakout there for Scarlett, 920 with an 8 on a 39. 919 for Xavier, goes 920. So I think that it pretty much could be in the final there, I would say.
I'll tell you what, Scarlett Mansfield French left everything on the track there. She nailed the tree, but she went just a little bit too quick.
She can say to her brother, I totally had you. Totally had you. And then he goes,
There'll be discussions.
and he'll say, you totally broke out.
I think there'll be plenty of discussions around the family dinner table.
And the
Dominic
step through.
Harley.
Yeah, Dominic Harley. Let's look at that.
004, nice.
Oh, Dominic's. I was going to say save that for the final, but yeah, 51 on a 47. Yeah, they get their eye in, don't they?
They do.
The kids get their eye in.
Tell you what, that is up there in the top probably half dozen reaction times for the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a bunch of 00 somethings there. 004s, 006s.
We've had a 001.
001. I had triple O.
Triple O, yes.
Who
we did.
pulled that off again? Triple O. Who was that, Shagger? Who did the triple O, do you remember? Yeah, Bart did, that's right.
That's right.
Bart will admit that was complete skill. Nailed the triple O. That's the sort of time slip that you hold on to.
Mate, if I ever pulled a 000, I'd frame the thing.
It's like a hole-in-one. It's literally a hole-in-one. It's drag racing's version of that, pretty much. To nail the perfect reaction time somewhere in your career. You can't call it a career. It's a recreation. It's not a career. Drag racing career. If you go to high school these days, go, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a professional drag racer. They'll probably get a lot of blank expressions from the
A what?
from the guidance counsellor. I don't know where to start. Where can we send you for work experience? Just go to the racetrack.
Warwick Dragway.
Yeah, well, school excursion, that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know what? We could have a high school series. They do that in the States. I don't know how much popularity is still attached to that concept, but the high school drag race series has been a big thing in the States in the years, where you race as a school.
Wow.
Might have to get that old happening here. Bobby Nicole Schluter now and Jared Comerford. We are kicking into street bike. Round 3 brought to us by Clinton Swalling Painting Contractor. Bobby Nicole. 7:30 her dial in, getting chased by 6:70 from Jared.
That big front tyre on Jared Comerford's Harley over there. Mate, yeah, if you watch it as it goes down the track, every gear change, the front wheel gives it a big wobble, but it has a massive rear tyre on it as well.
Got those really short, straight handlebars on it.
Yeah. Good looking bike, but looks like a challenge to ride.
He's got the better reaction time over Jared, but Jared comes hauling home. 47 on a 30 is enough for Bobby Nicole. Great round 3 win for her.
686 on a 670 for the Harley Davidson.
Here's 5 Second Dave over here. You get the 5 Second Club, 5 Second Club sticker. We need to get some 5 Second
Do you
Club
know
stickers.
someone who can make one?
Yeah, someone could whip up a 5 Second Club sticker. Oh, there we go. Jack has written it on the whiteboard. We can't call it a whiteboard anymore. It's a clear board. Had to make all whiteboards clear. Daniel Rybelt and Mick Mundy. Look at Mick again. Again, I'm not one to give the guy advice, but when you are the little tortoise getting chased, the tortoise needs to be on the furthest part of the line of vision for your pursuant, because he nearly went over the centre line
If
there.
he's not careful, he's going to go over that centre line.
He's just judging the finish
He's
line. Look at him judging it. Oh, he's throwing him off. Oh,
look at that.
6.56. 13.40 on a 13.35 for Mick Mundy. He did break out in the second round, so I don't know whether or not he might feature, but a 6.56 breakout on a 6.72 gives the win back to Mick.
Modified to the staging lanes, please. Modified to the staging lanes.
It's BMW 635 coming up the driveway here. Wonder if it's one of Dad's mates driving that
That's
thing.
a nice-
My old boy's got a white one of them.
Classic old Beamer.
Yeah, he certainly knows his way up to Warwick, my old boy. Aaron Grout now and Rochelle Strike. 670s both sides. Harley's both sides. Here we go. Grout and Strike. All hog. Rochelle a little bit, but well, she fared better off the line than Aaron did, but a 6.67 breakout hands the win back. 7.01 on a 6.70 is safe for Aaron, but 6.67 on a 6.70 will automatically disqualify.
The big Harley Davidson getting that pack tyre nice and hot.
Loves a good skid, does Justin. 6.15 is his dial, so he actually gets to haul in Phil Halpin's VMAX. Wow, it's not often that you haul in a VMAX. Normally the VMAX is hauling you in. 6.60 to a 6.15. Street bike. Oh, Cherry shakes his head. Phil Halpin shakes his head. Thought he had a good chance there, but he blows that. A 6.66 on a 6.60, blowing with the red light. And a 7.93 there for Justin Comerford. All right, they continue on. Sean Close and Cody McLeod just about to finish off our street bike round 3. Race control can start crunching numbers. Oh, some chips. I'd go some chips. Yeah, fresh chips with a squirt of gravy all over it. Thanks, Canteen.
And a Coke.
And a Coca-Cola. Yes, please.
Coca-Cola.
Sean Close, Cody McLeod finishing it off. Looking for gear somewhere there, I think, Cody. 83 on a 50 is the a loss for him, and a 45 on a 20 the win for Cody McLeod. Yeah, hot chips, one with gravy, and a couple of cans of Coke. That'd be lovely. Oh, we're not done yet with the street bikes, because guess what? Lisa Mundy and Chris Shaper now. Here we go. Righto, Chris. Got to do the big haul in here. That is 6.3 seconds. Lisa Mundy.
Yeah, big weight there for Christopher.
Lisa, that's not going to go anywhere with that reaction time. It's up to Chris now to stay cool. Stay cool. Okay, he's away. He's away.
He's definitely got the start line advantage there. It's going to be close again.
Oh, 39 on a 30 gets the win.
Nice.
Yeah, Lisa, that wasn't the best sort of rollout. Normally she'd sort of give it a bit of a kick out.
Yep.
Sort of didn't. She just took the foot off, hadn't rolled it through, and it did not respond. John Dell, Jason White, 720s, both sides here. Street bike. All right, big RPM coming up. Oh, a bit of a bog now. 049 light for Jason White. He's going to make him pay for that little bog, John Dell. Just got to be careful down the other end. 21 on a 20. That looks good for round 3.
That does look good. And he drove that really well too to Jason White on the brakes as he crossed the finish line. So he judged it very nicely, ran that 721 on a 720 with that nice 04 reaction time. It's always going to be pretty hard to beat.
All right, Matty Halpin thought he'd stop off and say g'day to everyone. And now he's up against Tammy Goldthorpe. So, geez, how dare he take the lady so lightly? Get a bit more attention, I thought, for Matt. It's Tammy Goldthorpe you're racing here. Tammy getting tucked in there. The 723 chasing the 795. Round 3, street bike. Here we go. Clean green. Oh, 025 for Tammy. 025 for Tammy. She doesn't lose too many from here, but I might have spoken too soon. 13 on a 23. 96 on a 95.
Ooh, tell you what.
Oh, there we go. It's gone back to Matt. 96 on a 95. That might just feature. 96 on a 95 for Matt Halpin. The only thing he didn't do any better was the reaction time. Tammy, 025. All right, here we go. Anthony Anderson finishes the round with one Schmick. Very Schmick Z900. Could be 1,000, but the traditional 900s. A little bit of swing arm extension. Looks mint.
It really does. Anthony Anderson on the solo.
And a good light, 038. Someone told me it might have had a late model motor and it made to look old. Someone told me that. I think it's a memory. Someone told me that it was a later model motor in the chassis and it just was made to look old. 691 at 111, it certainly gets on a lot quicker than, say, what the breathed on Z900 engines were, the 2 valves. I think that's actually, yeah, had that little late model retrofit. So that is all of our street bikes. So by all means, all of the previous categories up to now will have had, you would think, time to deliberate on who's going to be in the finals. So we have got Super Sedan and Modified. You know what? I'm going to call them. The lanes are free. I'm going to call them for the last time. The gases to the lanes, please. I'm calling them up. I think there's room in this lane.
I think we can do it.
Gases. Bring the gases into the lanes, and that'll be them all. That'll be them all then. That'll be them all. Then we'll be able to work out who's in the finals, and we'll be needing all finalists to get back to the lanes as soon as we know. All right, now Damo from memory, 2 wins so far. So let's have a look. Mark Hind, I don't think he's had much luck with the Alco Pop.
Beautiful little ute, this one though.
Oh, immaculate.
Look at all those louvers. You imagine how long it took to do all those louvers.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's absolutely, yes.
Oh, Damo's got it. He's got it. He's going to go 3 from 3, but his ET's going to be affected because he flinched. 657 on a 35. If there is a 3 from 3 count back.
Unfortunately, that could hurt him.
If that's a 3 from 3 count back, and they go, all right, Damo, you're 3 from 3. What was your round 3? A 57 on a 35. That may not pass muster.
That's right.
All right, here we go. Debbie Robb and Luke Dowdy. However, 3 from 3 is 3 from 3 if we are in that situation.
Certainly puts him in the contention for that final at least.
All right, Luke Dowdy. He's had one loss, I think, last night, but I think he's done all right the previous round. So here he goes, Debbie Robb. I think Debbie broke out, so I don't know from memory. Let's see. Oh, 011 for Debbie Robb. Oh, Mrs. Jones, 600 on a 600. Debbie Robb, if she's looking to be featured somewhere, you can't do much else in round 3 other than that. That's nearly a perfect run. Thank you.
Yeah, look
wow.
at that, 600 with a 2.
And a slushy for Phil. Best chips ever.
Yeah, best chips ever.
You're a good cook, Mrs. Junga.
No worries, enjoy mine.
Is that yours? Oh, that's mine. All right, I'll have that. I'll have it. I've never had one, so I'll say that's. I can tip some into a cup if you want.
Oh, that's all right. I think there's some drinks in this thing behind us anyway. Sunkist.
Super Sedan round 3 brought to us by Performance Wholesale. Mark Sugars 616 chasing Eric Rowley 645. Little deep, very deep. He's got the deep stage bulb going on there. Trying to get him back out. There we go. It was just alerted to the double flicker. That's why he was just trying to get him back. Okay, there we go. Coming now.
This will be a good looking race between Mark Sugars and Eric Rowley.
Clean green, 084066. Here we go, round 3. Here's the O reaction times again, right to the stripe. Look at this, 23 on a 16, a 48 on a 45, the win to the Celica. 15 thousandths at the stripe, 15 thousandths at the finish line.
Another close race.
These chips never disappoint. Always crunchy, always nice and fluffy on the inside. Best chips of the year. All right, Jeff Trapnell, Damien Hannigan. The Camaro hauling down the Impala. Well, this time actually, Hannigan 580, getting hauled in by the Impala's 560. Half a light stagger here. That'll be Hannigan's worst light of the weekend. Trappy at 153, an 81 on a 60 is the win, and a 97 on an 80 the loss. That's how they finished out round 3 for them. All right, Trevor Davis and Les Rice, another cracker here. 680 and a 681. They're so close performance-wise.
Yeah, we're talking just about heads up. In fact, I'm not going to be able to pick it. I don't think too many people would.
.063 light for Trev. Might make him pay here unless he gets a little flustered at the finish line. 84 on an 80 is a win. A 76 on an 81 breakout for Les Rice. Yeah, 5 thou at the finish line, including the breakout. But is it enough? We don't know. Bill Osling, Andrew March. Wow, great matchup here. Telstar is quick, 5.55 chasing a 5.72.
Yeah, this little Telstar gets out of the hole pretty hard and then just motors through the 8th mile like an arrow.
All right, here we go. Red light. Clean green there for Andrew March. The Telstar's going to get the win no matter what. 54 on a 55. We probably have to take that, but it's still not probably eligible.
Yeah, that's right. He's gone a little bit too quick, unfortunately, but hopefully that doesn't come down to that. Hopefully for Andrew March.
All right. Robbie Trapnell, Jeff Alston. Round 3. How good does the old 55 look? Way before you could just print your sign writing out and stick it on your car, you had to paint it on by hand, and that's what the old 55 was. True, one of the last unmolested super stockers of the time.
Ooh, a lot of fuel coming out of the back of that car.
You could have not had enough converter on that thing, Jeff Alston. 661 for Rob, breaks out, gives the win. 540 on a 530 to Jeff Alston.
Modified and Warwick Gases. Final call to the staging lanes, please. Modified and Warwick Gases to the staging lanes.
Oh yeah. Get to see it one more time. I don't know if he does it well enough here, Dry Sludery, he might have to turn this thing around and go to the final. $5.49 the dial. Beth Mansfield French has not had a perfect day. Her kids have been having lots of fun, but I think she rolled the beams once there, and
Yep.
not the best day for her.
No.
All right, we've got a report of oil. We've got a report of oil down the bottom end here. So I wonder which one had the oil, whether or not it's old 55 or whether it was the Camaro.
Long one too, apparently. I know the Camaro dropped a heap of fuel out of the back there where the filler is. There was that's kind of a common thing with a lot of those GM style cars with the filler in at the back of the car, but there was a lot more than what you'd normally see. He might have filled it up just before he came out.
All right, so by all indications, we've detected a decent oil down. We obviously sometimes we get that reported as one of the vehicles comes around, and normally someone spots a bit of oil leaking out of it. They've spotted that with that car. I do believe it could be in the tower lane. They are going for a look. That was Alston in the Camaro. Now, of course, he did have that thing on the converter for quite a few seconds. Now, look, some things happen with those things. You know, I'm lucky enough it's not a turbo car, but even then, whatever grunt or torque that thing's making, when you have that thing ridden on the torque converter for so long, you do get incredible amount of pressure through that auto. So that can be anything. It could be stressing one of the hydraulic fittings on it, i.e. a cooler.
Sometimes you can get a leak pushing out of there. That can be catastrophic as far as getting under a car and sending that car into a wall. The other thing it can push out the front pump seal, which is another thing that happens, obviously, where the torque converter, pump spigot goes inside the auto, is that front pump seal can be a place where it can come out as well. So that we're only speculating that it is auto fluid, considering that was the only clue. Being that he did ride that converter for a couple of seconds there as Rob was trying to find the beams. So, again, everything's purely accidental what happens here. I mean, that's one thing about it. There's not a lot of deliberate stuff where people are deliberately wrecking each other's stuff. It just was one of those things. I could say operator error, or I could say whatever. But whatever, that thing did flare up on the converter for a while, and if there was something pointing to stressing something, i.e., the fluid or the oil that's been found to have come out, we're going down to attend to that now. Now, look, that may be a little line of it. It may be big fat strip of it. We don't know. We're going down to check it out now. So right now we are in oil down mode. Great opportunity for you to grab that last bite to eat from the canteen. I know that they'll be probably pulling up stumps with it shortly, as we're getting towards finals time. I don't know if we've got any finals determined just yet. We're still crunching numbers, and we're just trying to get to round 3 of everything. And what we've got left is obviously here Super Sedan, the Modifieds, and then the Warwick Gases, which we've asked to come down, and there they are. Another call for the Gases.
Looks like the ice cream band's still doing a roaring trade as well. So if you're looking for a nice treat while you wait for this oil down to be sorted out, might be a good idea to get down there.
You've sold me, mate. I think I'll be heading down there for that now. One final break before we get into that third round of everything and checking everything out. So they are going for a wander. Now, where they've kind of attended to it is up a little high there on the runoff area. So it may not be as big and bad as we thought, but we're still just in that observation period right now just to see to what extent and whether that's enough clue to hint that maybe it was auto-trans fluid and how we deal with that. Little spray of thinners and a mop along it. If it's on the racing surface, yeah, that works. If we're sort of in the runoff area, I don't know whether we are. If it's just hot mix down there, it might need a little bit more attention, but we'll get that sorted. A big thanks to everyone that's been a part of Warwick Dragfest for 2024. All the competitors travelling from all over the state and interstate, including that story, of course, from Loretta Riss from WA. That's a big trip to come over to be a part of this, but when you know that you've got a track like this at Warwick, and then the word gets out now, we don't advertise too much as to how good it is here. A lot of word of mouth happens. And it's the word of mouth that gets the people here. They go, man, I had such a good time. Those people talk to other people, and next thing you know, you've heard it from about 20 people saying how good a time you had, and you're saying, well, you know what? I think I'll be a part of that. It's that thing that inspires you to want to come and be a part of it. So,
well, that's right. As you said, Chris, the track could tell everybody all day long till they're blue in the face how good they are, but it's not until you actually hear it from someone who has experienced it that you know for sure that that's 100% true. So yeah, word of mouth is definitely the way to go. And we all hear it over and over again, everyone raving about what a great time they have here.
Well, there you go. So the word is from our track cleanup that we've got about a 10-minute delay while this happens. So great opportunity right now. Let's enjoy. I think we're going to need to take a breath before we finish this day. So let's have a little break. We'll be back here shortly.
I tell you what, that has got to be some sort of a record for the Warwick Dragway track crew. We've done an awesome job of cleaning that up in absolute lightning quick time. Our starter Pete gives them the wind up, and Jai Schluter and Beth Mansfield French into the burnouts, and now about to go into stage. Jai Schluter has been carrying the front wheels a long way out all weekend.
I also forgot what fuel he runs in that thing. I'm having a good sniff of that race gasoline outside. Little 358 Pro Stock style engine.
Beautiful little car this is too, the 2005 Chevy Cavalier.
Oh, nice lead by Jai. 162 light to a 324 goes through. 553 on a 549 win. Geez, that's some good track time there for Jai, isn't it? Good track time. Oh yes, good skid. A little bit of limiter bash there as well. Always adds to it. Just coming out of the water. Shags has got some news from race control. All right. So these are all finalists. I can see the black ute over there. You better not be packing it away, James Horan, because you and Reese Carkeet are the final of Elite Radial. 28 versus 275 is Andrew Rankin and Luke Knight. 6-0 Radial is Kurt Rowita and Gary Milgate. All right, a red light to Leon Powers. Michael Shaper, 0-3-0 in the last round. Let's see what he does here. 565 on a 560. That's about as best as he can represent right now. 565 on a 560. That's a good win for him, but is it enough to go to the final? Remember, if we got more than 3 from threes, it'll be how close to you dialing in round 3, so I'll have to see how that one works out. 6-0 Radial, as we said, Kurt Rowita, Gary Milgate. Supercharge Outlaws, there's an A and a B final. The B final, Christine Steffens, Gary Cameron. The A final, Rodney Hanson and Randall Moore. Fast Street A is Anthony Millard and Dennis Ryan. Fast Street B, the finalists are Nick Smith and Johnny Payne. How about Street? Alan Knightley and Daniel Shaper. Drag Bike, Alan Annis Jr. and Rachel Redman. Young Guns, Kyle Day and Lexi Lancaster. Young Guns Bike, Xavier Mansfield French and Dominic Harley. Street Bike, Chris Shaper and Mick Mundy. I'm sorry, was what I said objectionable to you, was it there? Race control goes... Yep, so there we go. So that's our finalists in those classes so far. So it must be.
The winner of each, we run off against each other.
Oh, and that's what we do for Fast Street A and B. You run the finalists against each other.
Yeah,
all right.
So the winner of Fast Street A will race the winner of Fast Street B.
All right, well, I suppose let's just get the modifieds and the gases run. But that's what our finalists are so far. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. These are our finalists up till now, pending obviously the next couple of categories still to go. Elite Radial is James Horrid in the Black Ute against Reese Carkeet in that EH. 28 275s is Luke Knight and Andrew Rankin. 6-0 Radial final will be Gary Milgate and Kurt Rowita. Supercharged Outlaws A and B finals. A final, Rodney Hanson, Randall Moore. B final, Christine Steffens, Gary Cameron. Fast Street A, Anthony Millard and Dennis Ryan. Fast Street B, Nick Smith and John Payne. And expect the final, when you win that, you've got to race the other one, the A finalist. Street is Alan Knightley, Daniel Shaper, Drag Bike, Alan Ellis Jr. and Rachel Redmond. Young Guns, Kyle Day and Lexi Lancaster. Young Guns Bike, Xavier Mansfield French and Dominic Harley. Street Bike, Chris Shaper and Mick Mundy.
Lucas Holtz and Sarah Dawson for modified round 3. Lucas has got the LS on board. He's been doing a great job all weekend, as he always does actually. I remember being out here years ago and Lucas driving his old cars before he had this one, and always a great racer.
Of course, him and Ronnie had run the tight fit LC Tirana to many victories as well. All right, 602 getting chased by 575. That little blower working a treat there for Sarah Dawson.
Sitting on top of a 400 cube Chev small block.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the reaction time a little bit better to Lucas, but not by much. Here we go, 71 at the stripe breakout, 04 on an 02 for Lucas Holtz, 604 on a 602. Sarah Dawson, 71 on a 75. 119 light for Lucas, 150 light. All right. Here we go, getting right down to it. Johnny Sting, Jamie Foker. That traditional T-bucket altered. That does look like a bunch of fun, that one. It really does. It's got it all from the period correct. Yeah, that turtle deck, you can't get any higher turtle deck than that, mate. That's a high turtle deck. Got the chute right up there where it needs to be, out with the back of the Airstream. Johnny Sting, state-of-the-art style, Spitzer dragster, big block on it. 501 the dial, chasing a 629. Hope's Body Repairs modified round 3 right now. Stingy just bumps it in very shallow. Oh, Stingy. 001 minus for the T-bucket, 074 for Johnny Sting, and a 5018. And I reckon it's him and Halsey, without even seeing anyone else. Him and Halsey.
I'd have to agree with that one. Those two have been the standouts of modified so far.
Could be him and Halsey, who knows? Righto, Peter Nielsen, Darren Otto. The Fiat Topolino with the 434 small block beside him. 350 Chev. He's got an interesting occupation.
Well, I'm sure
Peter Nielsen's a primary producer. Darren Otto is an excrement punter. A number 2 booter.
We should just all be thankful, though, for a minute here. Darren Otto was threatening last night to run no undie Sunday again.
No.
Luckily, it hasn't eventuated.
037 light, that's not a bad light for Darren Otto. He's got every chance here. Here he goes right through the stripe, 626 on a 25. What a good win, 581 on a 573 loss for the Topolino. All right. All right, Benita and Dave Hutchin. Crazy Hot Rod, one more time.
No, this is the long and the short of things, isn't it? Benita Marchant in the nice long rear engine dragster and the short wheelbase altered of Dave Hutchin. He's had a very interesting weekend, to say the least, as Dave Hutchin in this little T-bucket hot rod. Yeah, Benita, 505 cubes, a big block.
408 cubes of very cranky Cleveland over there for Dave Hutchin.
And Dave's running the little pickup style bodywork on the rear of this car instead of the turtle deck we saw earlier.
Yeah, so it's like an A hot rod, this car.
Yes.
All right, here we go. 588 getting chased by 492. Oh, 033 to an 021. So Hutchin with the whole shot through the stripe. 94 on an 88. Oh, but a 95 on a 92. That is 16 thousandths of a second at the stripe. 16 thousandths the win. The margin of victory at the end there for Benita. 16 thousandths. That is a tight one. 033 and 021 on the tree. There you go. Whole weekend they've been racing. They're now getting their eye in, some of these guys, and having a really good hit at the end. That's a really good hit off the tree for both. So that is modified. Done. Now it's time for a little bit of, well, one more time, the Warwick Gases. Here we go. Brings a smile to the dial, these things, every single time.
We're starting off first pairing of this third and final round. It's two of the quicker cars in the field. The beautiful Los Diablo Valiant Wagon of Benjamin Love. Big smoky burnout for him. Darren Cale it is in the Executioner, the green Falcon over there in the PSR lane.
All right, so the difference here, 675 for the Executioner, leaving first, 605 for Los Diablo to do the chasing.
Los Diablo.
Benjamin Love in that Valiant Wagon. Darren Cahill. Would it be freaky if that was the tennis coach, Darren Cahill? Imagine that. After competitive tennis, I started running gases.
And opened a hot rod shop.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Funny thing is, Darren was a bank manager before he owned
Was
his
he
hot
really?
rod shop, so.
Clean green's a little bit better to Los Diablo, but that supercharged action just enough to get him at the post, but a win, 77 or 75.
Quickest pass of the weekend for Darren Cale as well there with that 677 on his 675 dial in. Good enough to take the win.
35 thousandths at the stripe. 35 thousandths over the finish line. So they're still taking it real serious. David Gall now, Peter Clockton of the Metal Mauler up against Mighty Mouse. The Mauler will be out and gone. The Mouse there to wait. Little dry hop.
Another dry hop for David Gall.
All right, here we go. Who's going to go to the final of this class, I can tell you. They'll have the shortest turnaround time. Okay, there's our people leaving there.
Yeah.
I don't know about... Oh, still have to give it to them.
Big weight here for David Gall. Peter Clockner in the Valiant, he's off.
Oh, he just rolled out of the beams there. He got himself an artificial reaction time advantage, but it's going to be enough, I'd say, for David Gall. 54 on a 42 the win. 54 the 42. There goes Flemmo. Flemmo's got the setup.
Flemmo's gone.
Whoa! Whoa, those gases are wild.
Took a liking to the cameraman down there.
He didn't even flinch. He didn't even flinch.
Nerves of steel, nerves of steel.
Nerves of steel. Or back, he's smiling all the way.
He's loving it.
Smiling all the way.
When I was a photographer, I used to tell everyone it's a extreme sport because you'd have cars with the front wheels in the air coming towards you where you're standing at the wall. Great fun, I love it.
Rob McIntosh, Danger Money, 725. Shane Lucas, Blue Bayou. Half a light stagger, these gases here, round three.
looking pretty even as they head down the track. The Blue Bayou might be in front. Takes the win.
Yeah, Lucas, 54 on a 45. Oh, they're wild, these things. They are wild. Dean Kubler now and Nigel Elsmore. Nigel, that little Hillman. The locomotive utility here of Dean Kubler. I think he said stick shift, this thing. So to me, more of a truer gas of the manual ones. I just love the manual gearbox.
Yeah, well, that's what you sort of imagine when you say gasser. Red light for Nigel Elsmore in the little Hillman.
Oh, 7.99 with a 9, still the win because of the red light. 7.99 with a 9 on an 800.
Stephen Dangelmeyer ripping the tyres apart out there. He is going out with an absolute bang.
Oh, give him a round of applause, folks. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle as well. It's hard to keep up the intensity by the end of 3 days of fun, but he still wants to party. Stephen Dangelmeyer, 8.10 the dial in for him, 9.20 James Brennan. The delinquent, what do you call that, a delivery? Would you still call that like an XM delivery?
Yeah, I'd say so.
The van, I guess. It's got a little chop on it, you'd say. It's got the chop on it.
Yeah, James Brennan just patiently waiting, shaking his head, calling Stephen Dangelmeyer a big show-off probably. But we love it.
All right, here we go. 9.20 getting chased by an 8.10. Last time for our gassers here today. Scott Coggins Painting bringing us the gassers. Thanks very much, Scotty. Oh, red light. There we go. Dangelmeyer's going to get this win because of the red light, but Dangelmeyer goes through for a 8.43 on an 8.10. Yeah, this is a wild car. I wonder how much he wants for this thing. It does say for sale. How much?
Yes, for sale, I don't know.
What'd you say, Shags? I thought you pulled the number out. I thought Shags would have the number there. Ashley Lowe, the Baby Blues. I've got a soft spot for a tough six-banger gasser, I really do. No slouch, 7.30, getting chased by 700. Mark Dye, this thing's blowing. Got to be blown to be known. He's going to get the win. The six-banger, red light for the Morris. 7.30 beats a 7.19, a 003 minus Cherry for Mark Dyer.
Yeah, actually, my car club's just bought an old Chevy we're hoping to turn into a gasser.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So we'll all take turns at it.
Here's a bloke that, found himself some real big performance last round. Telf.
Yeah, just
massive breakout, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Up till then, up to then, he had half a chance actually. If he didn't break out in that last round, he would have almost given himself a chance in the finals. But funny things can happen. Let's have a look. 6.90 the dial in now. Oh, so good to see Telf getting a bit of seat time. 6.99 on a 6.90. Well, he's given himself every chance.
Pretty handy.
Giving
pass
himself
there.
every chance. Chagger's got the magic red pen. A few little things writing around here. Let's have a look. Got nearly all of it. Well, that's all of our running, folks. That's round 3 of everything. It's now a case of crunching the numbers in the last couple of categories, right? So we still need to know who the Super Sedan finalist is, the modified finalist, and those gases. Now that we've determined that after the third round, we will be taking a few minutes just to crunch the numbers to determine who is all of our finalists. We've already got a fair bunch of them. Chags has got a text from Race Control about some of them, so he's writing them down on the back of the paper. But plenty of finals already determined. I've never ever thought we'd have a category called Fast Street so big. 80 plus in the class at the beginning of the weekend. 80 plus Fast Streeters. We can see a few of them starting to head off now in dribs and drabs. Shagger's given us the update. He's got good riding, Shagger. Look how very flary.
Yeah.
Super Sedan is Trev Davis and Michael Shaper. So Trev Davis, Michael Shaper, modified John Sting, Lucas Holtz.
Yeah, we called that one.
So all finalists to the lanes, please. So if you are Elite Radial, James Horan and Reese Carkeet to the lanes. James Horan and Reese Carkeet. 28.275. Luke Knight and Andrew Rankin. Luke Knight and Andrew Rankin to the lanes, please. 6.0 Radial, Kurt Rowita and Gary Milgate. You need to go to the lanes. Supercharged Outlaws, you guys need to hopefully finish turning those things around. We need Gary Cameron against Christine Steffens. We need Randall Moore against Rodney Hanson. Fast Street A, we need Anthony Millard and Dennis Ryan. Fast Street B, Nick Smith and Johnny Payne. Street Class, Alan Knightley and Daniel Shaper. Drag Bike, Alan Annis Jr. and Rachel Redman. Young Guns, Kyle Day and Lexi Lancaster. Young Guns Bike, Xavier Mansfield French, Dominic Harley. Street Bike, we need Christopher Shaper and Mick Mundy. Super Sedan, Trev Davis and Michael Shaper. 3 Shapers and 3 finals. Modified John Sting and Lucas Holtz. So they're the finalists. We'll continue to call those through. But right now, round 3 of everything is done. It's now a case of crowning our winners and runners-up by having our finals run. I can see Randall down already. He's not mucking around. So you will see those lanes fill up with the relevant pairings, you would hope. And we might have staggered, staggered finals. The one final might have to just wait up behind the others. So we won't run them in any particular order, I would imagine, but we certainly will run them once we've got them all there. So that's what we've got to do. And the gases, we haven't quite determined that yet. So small break and back with more of those finals shortly.
Cahill and Peter Clockner. So Darren Cahill and Peter Clockner in the final of the Gases.
Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me.
So that was Darren Cahill and Peter Clockner. Shagger's going to write it down in the red pen. Make it official. Then we'll get this thing wrapped, Dragfest 2024. The best darn weekend you can have away in a regional town. Putting our regional energies and regional efforts into the regional economy in the name of recreation and fun. And I just went for a little quick run through the staging lanes there, and there is a mixture of happiness, relief, just being in the moment, and then there is a couple of nervous folk in there. I just sort of walked through, didn't engage too many of them. Talked to 11-year-old junior bike finalist. There he is, cool as a cucumber, 11 years old, ready to take the step through in against the Xavier in that. Gary Millgate's ready. He's got his lungs ready, and all Ford final. This has been, you know, we're Holden Central around here. We do get a fair few Fords around, but two pretty tough Fords, two completely different Fords racing each other. Turbocharged small block Mustang against all engine small block hardtop. So that's going to be one cracker final there. I think that's our, what do we say that was? Was that our 6-0 final? It is, isn't it? So our 6-0 final, two just tough real steel cars going to be doing it for the Blue Oval. The Elite Radial turbocharged LSEH against turbocharged Hemi-powered Hilux. That's another Sunday afternoon special here at Dragfest. Super Sedan, a V8 Cortina against a big block 57 Chevy Ute. That's an interesting final. Modified two of the guns. And you know what, isn't that funny? One of the, what we would call the guy on the money back in the day in modified, and the current guy on the money. So Lucas Holtz is not as young as, you know, the young guns are, but he was just one of those younger fellas that got the bug and made a habit of winning in that class, which is one of the hardest classes. If you were to break down all the sportsman classes we've got in this country and go track to track, and then realise, you know what, if you did put your Olympic selectors' eyes on and said, well, you know what, we would like to put an Australian sportsman drag racing team together, we would have some talent to choose from. Like, it's only sometimes when you watch something like the Olympics, and trust me, I didn't, right? I didn't, but because it wasn't the right sport, you know what I mean? I didn't even see that breakdancing final, whatever that was. She got her 15 minutes of fame, and I had to watch Kath and Kim all over again because it kind of reminded me, it's like, if you're going to do an awkward dance, it's already been done, darling. But you know what I mean? We've got really good drag racing talent. 99.6% of them, don't quote me, are doing it all because it's a recreation and a pastime. It's a sport. It's a chosen sport. Some people can go down the alley of being a really good 10-pin bowler. You know, you could be good at judo, jiu-jitsu. You could take on little athletics or whatever. Football's always big in Australia, but the people that we've grown to know over the years, Shagger, are just these people. They've chosen this sport. They're addicted to the top bulb like everyone else is, and the top bulb's where it ends. It's an obsession from there. Don't you reckon? Yeah.
No, spot on, mate. No, some people don't understand why we're so passionate about what we do, and that's because we got the best seat in the house, as you said. We'd like to be down there taking part, but sometimes we can't. But if the very next best seat is right here.
Well, I don't know. Hang on a sec. These blokes over in the big marquee over there, you guys got the best seat in the house. You pack a bloke straight across from us here. Look at all you guys in there ready for the final.
Not bad at all.
People next door to you and yours, you got a pretty good seat in the house. Yep. Put your hands up if you think you got your price of admission. Have you got your price of admission? Absolute. 2 hands up, 10 hands up. This bloke's got 10 hands up.
It's been good.
I reckon anyone here.
Holding that bin up
this bloke holding the bin up. Anyone, mate, if you can honestly say that you can turn up here and not get your price of admission, I think we only still charge $20, don't we?
I think so. Yeah,
I think that's all we charge, right? It's pretty impressive considering the quality of vehicles that we're able to show you, and just from that basically Queensland area. Of course, we've had a few interstaters travel, but that community that's rich. We know, of course, we've got other competitors down in Adelaide this week at Tailem Bend, probably 250. I don't know. Did they actually tell us the numbers of how many they got down there?
I don't think they do, to be honest.
Because I know initially the first event down there, they said 350 or whatever like that. And I went to that place before it was open. There's no way you're fitting 350 teams in there. No. So I think they might have had to cap it. And then, of course, this is what happens when you say you're going to have a championship. It's like, well, you want everyone to be fair and turn up if they want to. But don't turn up too much. Chase the championship, but don't turn up in case we don't have enough room for you. See, something's wrong with that model. Yeah. What we do here is we just say, we've got one hell of a festival. It's called Dragfest. Come on up. There's a class that's going to suit you. No, you may not win a championship, but you know what? You'd be lucky to win the damn event anyway, because only the very good ones get to the final with maybe a bit of luck or maybe pure skill, 1, 2, 3. But however which way you arrive at your destination, in stage, top bowl, we welcome. And I feel good that we've nearly seen 500 to 600 racing families engaging this weekend in this country. So we're punching good. I don't know what the circuit racing families are doing with their motorsport. I certainly know what the dirt bike, I know what the dirt bike and jet ski people are like, because guess what? They're also having a bit of fun, aren't they? Yeah. 100%. There'll be all blokes out there that know who we're talking about, friends that have got jet skis, love to go to the beach, and they're those sort of beach people, and that's what they love. Me, I've got to get to a drag strip, Shagger. I don't know about you.
No, same, mate.
I've got to get somewhere where we're either going to talk about these fantastic people or actually put it in the beams ourselves, which is the goal.
Just talking numbers there, mate. I just butt in there. Time slip, the time slip editor tells us here, 1,542 passes down the track this weekend. So, I mean, that's how many we've seen. That's how many we've called.
So 1,542 pairings, is that what you're saying?
No,
passes, total passes. That's a lot of time slips.
700 pairings.
And we've still got enough paper here. In a paperless society, have we got enough to print out time slips?
How good's that?
That is fantastic. Absolutely. Junga's got the big hands out to say, just ease up. Everyone's chomping at the bit. We've got...
I just said let's go.
But we've got him on the sled. Just getting that sled driven. He's just giving him a final sled drag. So it's just so good to be a part of it, a little part of it, and it's been great working with you and Phil Shags. We never get to do it enough. We always talk about, and you know what, we probably wasted opportunity last night, mate. You and I could have snuck a few little sneaky podcasts out last night. I honestly think we could have. We just dissolved into the wilderness, and I saw you over there at the party. Folks, honestly, for the people that are watching on the live stream, what you saw on track's been great, but you know what? It's what was off track, like that big. We had the band, we had the raffle draw, we had probably 500 plus people in that VIP area last night, and the energy was electric, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%, mate.
Laughing, and
everyone just mingled, and like it. Yeah. Like, obviously, I get around a little bit around the different venues and that. So I had guys that race at, what I consider my home track at Mackay. So, hey, this is such and such. And then they're mingling and then they're besties all of a sudden. And that's what it's all about, mate. And,
it is.
It's
We don't do it
It's
every.
an honour to be part of.
I know. Well, we don't do it every weekend, but the weekends that we've logged on to say I want to be a part of it. That's when we all get to meet up. It's church, but just not every Sunday. You know what? There's some of our beautiful people out there actually get to do it quite a lot. It's almost embarrassing to us mere mortals. Where it's like, you know how hard it is to go racing. Yeah. You know how hard it is even for you to take your bucket there to go racing. I know the same. I've got a very basic car. But yet some of these cars and these people turn up with these things and race. And it's like, how can you do this? It takes so much skill, organisation, intelligence, money. But you know what I mean? To even do it once.
It really is a commitment.
But they take it in their stride. There's families here. We're watching kids with their mum and dad, and then the kids are walking back in their fire suits or their leathers, and then the kids are doing it, and the parents are coming back, and it's like, this is just a normal day to you. This is a normal life for a lot of these races. Yeah. I mean, I like to say I'm a racer at heart, but there's people out there that will plain embarrass me every day of the week for the whole of my life. That I'll never get anywhere near where these people have got to as far as racing in their chosen sport, you know. I'm just happy to be this much part of it. The desire to race is always there. And as I said, one day when all the things I show you on my phone that appear like I have will actually be living, breathing things in person and not just a photo on your phone to say, well, guess what? The drag car got finished, or the drag and drive car got done, or the Alta got back together. There goes Linny. Look, Linny's off with the Gemini. I'm sure even if you asked Linny whether she'd sell that, she wouldn't sell that. That is just, that is one of the most fun little super street style cars that, 202 in a Gemini, proven little race package. She's won so much with that. But even a car like that, just something to turn up with, to be able to plonk your marquee beside it, get your suit on after scrutineering and go and actually face that bulb, get the lights and get into the thick of it.
Yeah.
It's so achievable, but yet for some of us it's still so a little bit too far away sometimes. Oh, mate, honestly, the plans I have for at least one vehicle at a time, or if I can pull it off, 2 at one event. As soon as you start doing that, have you seen the people with buses and trailers leaving here? You actually need to make that decision. Logistically, how are you going to play as a family or as a group? But we certainly share the cars, we certainly share the track, and this time now, folks, we're going to share this for you, for the people still here in the place to be, that wanted to see it from the beginning to the end, where you are in the perfect place. For those people watching on the live stream right around the world, we are in Warwick, Queensland, Australia, the 2024 Dragfest coming to a close, because these are the finals.
Junga Bunga 600 radio. What's the magic number? 600. Who's the guy that's done it twice over the course of the weekend? Gary Milgate. Now, let's talk about something. We talk about Warwick. We talk about their different attitude to things where other venues might, stamp down on it. Gary Milgate flew the bonnet off this thing Saturday. A lot of places, they'd be like, no, put it on the trailer, mate.
Yeah, no bonnet.
We're happy with it. We're happy with it. He's running. He's now in the final. He's about to take on Kurt Rowita to see who's going to take the win. This is what it's all about.
All right, so turbo small block Mustang, all engine, 450 odd plus cubes of small block Ford lungs. Heads up, Pro Tree 60 Junga Bunga first final. Here it goes. Oh, Kurt has gone in and gone out. He had the Phantom Amber, and Gary Milgate should have a win come up here. 6:21 for Gary Milgate and the win. Kurt is just that bumping in, the old adrenaline gets up, and you see things flicker. And honestly, any citizen of Bump City that's got a turbo car that's got to use a bump box, you do get flicker light Phantom Amber syndrome, where sometimes the bottom bulb appears like it's the bottom amber, even though they're physically nearly a metre away from each other.
Mate, from our vantage point, looking back through the back windscreen of the Mustang, you can see Kurt visibly just distraught. He's like, what have I done?
Yeah, it's a bump infringement at the wrong time. Told you we'd see one. I didn't think we'd wait till now to see it. But there it is.
There it is.
I did mention it, though. Didn't you remember me talking about it yesterday, that we are going to see a bump infringement? And I didn't mean to see it then. Sorry, Kurt.
Andrew Rankin, and this one surprised me a little bit, mate, but he's snuck through the field and he's made his way all the way to the final. This is 28 versus 275, combination of 28-inch slick or a 275 radial.
Yeah,
Gunners.
this is a very unassuming final. LS powered VL with Luke Knight driving it, bumping in. Andrew Rankin. Now, I love the old Toyota Mark II Corona. It's got a 3RZ. Again, just using factory Toyota parts. Like, yes, they even had, what was the early engine they had? They had the M Series 6-cylinder in these things. And then I think they got into the R Series engine, the original 5R engine. Guess what? This is a 3RZ, still of the same Toyota engine family. Bump it in. I'm going to say it. Bump City, baby! Oh, they both go together. 038 for Rankin. The thing stops. 070 there for Knight, and he's going to go 517 for the win.
Luke Knight, your winner in 28.275, brought to us by, we'll give the sponsors a plug while we're here, Unreal Plates. Unreal Plates, and as I said all weekend, Unreal Plates been a fantastic sponsor here. Andrew Rankin, actually did that in the previous pass as well. Got out nicely, put the front wheels down, and just sort of cut out, and then she picked up again and away it went. By then, Luke Knight was see you later.
038 off the button for Rankin, 071 off the button for Knight. So those guys, O's on pro trees. Wonder where they got all that practice from. Okay, here we go. Elite radial final, and you got to hand it to South East Queensland for having such quality radial cars of all shapes and sizes. And you know what? Mr. 5-0 man's coming out here, Reese Carkeet, and Mr. Black Ute himself. This car worth the price of admission anytime.
Reese Carkeet has not missed all weekend. 5-0 every pass down the track. A best of 501, whereas James Horrocks had one of those weekends.
All right, so the question is, does Team Carkeet leave it alone, or do they think, you know what, I'd love to see a 490 in the final against the Black Ute. I'd like to just think that they'll leave it exactly as it be, because this is a race car when you leave things alone. When you get an indication early that this thing's doing the same thing every run without too much hassle, don't go after it.
No.
That's the smart thing to do. Greed has seen many a race get lost, right? James Horan, well, mate, this guy can run 3s in the 8th. We've seen it. It's about toning this thing down to something in the mid-4s to either get the win, or does he want a good run out of it? I think James is going to try and go for the money here, but he's not swinging for the fences. He's trying to put in some safety soft hit here against Carkeet, who you know is going to nail the tree. We get
Hazard Brothers brings us Elite Radio. This is our final. So Carkeet in the Golby's lane here on the left-hand side. 2 turbocharged cars going to go in. Do it, my friend.
Bump City, baby! Oh, Holland's got one nailed. 120 to the 60. Bangs the gears and goes 447 to a 504 final. 183 mile an hour out of the Black Ute in the final. Reese let the button go on James. James actually got him on the tree. James went 109 off the button. Reese went 0148. 120 in the 60 for the Black Ute. 125 for the EH. And 447, 183 finishes the Black Ute weekend off. And the Carkeet. So many 5-0 time slips in a row. I'll tell you what, put them all together, take a photo of them, set them up and frame them. That car...
Steve will.
But that's a good weekend's racing for the family. They'll acknowledge that.
Oh, 100%.
They certainly would know that if James half got his act together, that they just have to be there ready in case he didn't. 447 at 183. But it was a great drag race like we knew. And on the pro tree, both guys, just so good to see. These are the cars, quality cars we've got in southeast Queensland, folks. Queensland, the radial state, we say it a lot. And that's a great snapshot. Not so much in not just elite radial, but that 28.275 class, and then that 6.0 today and yesterday. Just been amazing action. We've got that many cars that can compete right there. Real cars in people's garages tonight as they go to work tomorrow. These are the real cars we got. All right, Outlaws A.
Can see the Altered there pulling into the Golby's lane on the tower side. That is Rodney Head.
Yeah, Rodney just wants one big one before he goes back to work. Isn't this ironic that both guys, they're both supercharged outlaw racers. They've both got mechanical workshops. One's in Toowoomba, one's in Roma. So these guys eke the same living out every day. They're working on people's jalopies as a living. They got good at it. They know how to do it. This is their hobby.
They're fixing your Captiva so they can run on the
Oh, I
weekends.
know. The Captivas, the Explorers, they're doing all of that everyday stuff for the common people.
They're taking a hit for the team, that's for sure. 468 the dial in for the Altered, 560 for Randall Moore. Now, the little Tirana's been good, obviously. He's been consistent. He's made it all the way to the final against some real heavy hitters. We've got an A and B final, actually, in Supercharged Outlaws. This is our A final.
Queensland Rock Breakers and RDW Excavator Parts Supercharged Outlaws final. Hanson, 468. Randall, they're just trying a little linkage or a nozzle or something on the side of the hat.
It looks linkage-wise, doesn't it?
Barrel valve or something. We've even got one of our own officials in there hooking in.
Matt's in there. Roscoe's in there, and that's what it's all about. You wouldn't see that at another trap. You wouldn't see an official jump in.
You wouldn't see three blokes in there anyway. Rodney's kind of saying, excuse me, we're having a final here, aren't we?
Junker says, get it in there. If you're running, get it in there.
Okay, anything can happen. This is the A final. Clean green, a better one for Randall. He's there right at the stripe. Randall Moore. He goes 61 on a 60, 67, 6 on a 68 breakout. 13,000's at the stripe.
What a cracker. What an absolute cracker of a final. Well done to the Moore team. Rodney Hanson, 4,000ths of a second too quick there on the top end. That is how you do it. That's how you get it done. There was a little bit of an issue down there on the start line. They had some dramas there trying to get the car to the line, but Matty said, get it in there, let's make it happen, and they're glad they did.
Wow, how is that? Like a 67.6 on a 68, 12,777 at the stripe. That is one tight drag race, folks. All of them have been pretty good. The cream rises to the top.
B final, Christine Steffens. You'd have to say, apart from a little glitch in the cockpit earlier for Christine where she didn't pull on that trans brake, she could have been in the final. Could have been, should have been. She got some redemption here in the B final against Gary Cameron.
But it's so good that Christine is here. You know what? I do put her down as one of Australia's most successful female drag racers. Past, present and emerging. Because she's done it all in Outlaws. She's been part of the administrative part of the sport for many years. Driven Nitro Funny Cars, which is about the only Aussie lady since I think even Helen Russo might have had a go back in the day. I can't quite remember, but I do know that Christine knows how to steer a Nitro Funny Car as well. Of course, Ricky being a success in his own right. But yeah, Christine Steffens, still an active female drag racer of the highest standard.
Gary Cameron's been a standout for me this weekend. 441 in the Ultimate. Supercharged big block in that car. 440s is where it's been all weekend. 441 the dial in for him. So you'll see the slightest margin here on the start line. The old will get the jump, and it's up to Christine to get him before the finish line.
Okay, now just put Christine's name on the list. 32 ladies have raced here at Dragfest this weekend. 32 female competitors. Ladies, this is where the ladies come to race. Represent. Christine Steffens, Gary Cameron, 441 for the Altered, leaving first by half a tree. Christine Steffens, a half a light rather. 427 for Christine. Well, she put one to him. 042 on the tree, 29 on a 27. 440 breakout there for Gary. The margin 46,000's in that race, Chagger.
This is good, mate. We're just dishing it up here at Dragfest. The racers are putting on a show. We just get here. We get to sit here and watch it and call it. Doesn't get any better. 260 plus entries here this weekend, and you've all put on a fantastic show. I take my hat off to everyone.
Oh, well, that one of Christine, 29 on a 27, 39,000's at the stripe. Gary Cameron gave a good final opponent there for Christine, including only a 109 light though. So Christine got it into the .0s.
Cameron
on the buttons.
Be happy with a flat 40, but to finish off the weekend.
To be honest, it was only 46,000 in that one. It wasn't 12,000 like the last race, but it was 46,000 and a breakout attached to that as well. 440 with a 6 on a 441. How many of those have we seen where it's the third decimal point that just slips them up? This is just typical of what we're able to expect at any drag fest. Now, that's a setup I've never seen before. Because I have a funny feeling there's a story there. Bus is buggered.
Oh,
There's
yes,
a bus.
yes.
There's a bus on a tilt tray and a trailer on the back with a red Camaro on it. And I'd say the tow rig has carked it, and it's tilt trays for everyone home. And you know what? He'll be happy to get home anyway. Dennis Ryan now and Anthony Millard. This is our Fast Street final. This is the Fast Street A final. Geez, Dennis Ryan lets off a bit of steam in the final. Anthony Millard beside in the VX Commodore. 690 for him. He'll be leaving first. This VL 671. Dennis Ryan. This is that Fast Street A final thanks to Hutchison Quarries. What a class.
Dennis Ryan's done it plenty of times before. Anthony Millard, you got yourself a tough one here, mate, but you've obviously acquitted yourself well during the weekend to make it to a final here. Ryan goes in. We are ready to go.
Oh, reaction time better to the VZ just a little bit. Just a little bit. Here comes the VL. Is it Anthony Millard? It's Millard 702. No, Dennis Ryan 672 on a 71. Margin of victory 22 thousandths at the finish line. Everyone's winning by the thinnest of margins. Dennis Ryan gets it back. That is a cracker of a race. 0.022 the margin. 22 thousandths. So hang on. So what was the previous one? So what did we see with this one, Christine Steffens, Gary Cameron? Wasn't that, so this was 12 thousandths, and then that one was 49 thousandths.
I think it was 49, yeah.
Yeah, and this one's 22 thousandths. So
there's your accommodation, leave it too, mate.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. To me, that just says lifestyle choice 101. Camper vehicle with race car in tow is the perfect way of life. All right, here we go. This is the B final for Fast Street B. Johnny Payne and Nick Smith. See, we had all Fords in 6.0 radial, but in Fast Street, it is 4 Holdens.
Holdens everywhere.
4 Holdens.
So Smith in the wagon, 779 the dial, and we got the guy, the man that is John Payne.
Don't they have to race each other, the winners?
Correct.
Yeah, all right. So Dennis Ryan's got to race the winner of this for the outright Fast Street winner. One more round for these guys. Clean green. Oh, Payne goes red. Payne goes red, and the win to Nick Smith. So Nick Smith needs to go back and race Dennis Ryan, I believe. 91 on a 90 wasted, Johnny Payne. It would have been handy. A clean green for Johnny Payne. A 91 on a 90 would have probably seen it. But that 153 minus red has given it over to Nick Smith. So that means Nick Smith must take on Dennis Ryan. Straight back to the lanes if he can. Well, he should. It's a street car. It's a fast street car. 80 plus cars in that category.
Awesome.
Who would have thought that at the beginning of the weekend? And dial your own, like it is, Dennis Surimus was onto something, bringing that into Australia, that dial your own. It changed the sport, and it still continues to change the sport every time it's used. Just the great equaliser. Everyone can run, just race. And I know you love that stuff too, Shaggy. It's all about cutting a light, trying to take a scalp. You lose more than you win in this sport. That's why I think people are so on the hook about it. They want to balance out their wins and loss ratio. All right, here we go. I don't want it to turn into a freak show.
Bit kind of stage on the concrete.
I don't want to turn it into a freak show. But we'll be watching that centre line like a hawk, Mr. Mundy, just in case you start forgetting that.
I've got a theory. I think it might be only like 150 cc. A bit of traction might pull down the power. So if you get out in the dirty stuff,
yeah,
you're
right.
not going to pull the tide.
Chris Shaper, 8:30, chasing down the 13:20 for Mick Mundy. The final of our Clinton Swalling Painting Contractor Street by Clean Green. Mick Mundy, 081 light. Here we go. 192 for Chris, but he's just got to go and get it. Got to go get some. He's got to go. Don't worry about him looking at you, Chris. Don't let him look at you. Don't let him look at you. 54 on a 30, but Mick Mundy wins it. Mick Mundy wins it.
Oh, that's awesome. 13.36 on a 13.20. Shape a little bit off the pace there. 8.54. Actually, it's got to be a little bit daunting with Mick looking at you.
Yeah, see.
What are you doing, mate? You coming or what?
Mate, we might have to lodge a protest and say, hang on a sec, you can't look at me like that while I'm racing. It's distracting.
It's got to be,
That's super distracting, watching this bloke looking over going, what are you doing, Junior? You coming or what?
That's some funny stuff.
Don't look at him. Focus straight ahead, mate. Don't worry what he's doing. So, and here I am. I'll take everything back I said about, listen, in theory, you should be on the far side of the lane, as far away from your chasing opponent normally so they can't judge your finish line. But then I realised Mick's actually doing that to deliberately look at his finish line, like literally put his foot on it.
Get in their field of vision and distract them.
Well, there you go. Like, honestly. You know what I kind of wish happened? That Lisa and Mick met each other in the final, and it was just this big slow race, no chasing. They could do slalom racing, looking at each other all the way down.
Rachel Redmond, one of our lady racers here in the final, and this is the drag bike final. 7:35 the dial in for Alan Annis Jr. on the 560 in the other lane. That's our PSR tyres. I'll spit it down in a sec. PSR tyres.
So this is,
here we go.
We've got that's two. We got 4 ladies into the finals here: Christine Steffens, Lexi Lancaster, Rachel Redmond, and I had another one there. No, 3 ladies in the finals. All right, 7:35 getting chased by 5:60 here. So Rachel Redmond has done enough to get herself into this final position. Now, can she capitalise against a kid that's been on it all day? No, she'll wish she had a better light than that. She'll definitely wish that she won better than that, because 064 from Alan Addis might just put it to the sword. Yes, 568 there for Alan. Great win for him, but Rachel, she had it all set ready to go, but that 368 just let her down off the start line. And a 42 and a 35, still not bad. That's not far. That's only 0.07 off it. So that was less than what Alan was off his dial in. But you could see by then he actually had rolled off purely because that's what a whole shot looks like on a fast bike like that. He was able to round her up and have some change. So the win there, Alan Annis Jr. in the drag bike category.
Yeah, they were pretty much level pegging just after the 330 foot markers there. So. Well played, you made a final race, but sharpen up that reaction time and you're going to scare a lot of people.
Well, some are tighter than others. We've just about seen everything. Mick Mundy staring down opposition. Random flickers of bulbs sending people off into the wilderness. And now...
Young Guns final, here we go. The 2 junior drags is going to come along. One of our lady racers, young Lexi.
Yes.
Lexi Lancaster over there.
And Kyle Day. Juniors, start your engines. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Lexi.
On cue.
I don't know where the money is here, but this is a interesting final. The young guns look like they've actually lined up. There's 2 more in the lanes there, whether there's a little match race.
We've got a shot at an Australian record at the end of the finals.
There we go. Okay, so a junior dragster full send coming up at the end. Is that right?
Yeah. Went 7:56. Last one 7:55 is the national record. So he went and saw Chris and goes, yeah, why not?
All right. Well, we've got that to look forward to as well as this. 8:58 for Kyle Day in the final. He'll be chasing Lexi by about half a light on the Christmas tree. These dry hops seem to be important with the clutch on these cars. Get you a nice feel for the throttle.
Dougie Day in crew chief mode this weekend. Got the young fella in the final here. Sitting a long way over in the groove here, isn't he?
He sure is. Now, that could be a little tactic there that might work. Lexi Lancaster, she'll see that amber first, but only by a little bit.
Young Guns, final.
BP West Warwick, thank you for sponsorship of the Young Guns.
Yeah, big shout out to all the sponsors. Here we go, finals time. Which young gun will take it? Lancaster in, Dark inching it in.
Oh, 086 for Kyle Day. 086 for Kyle. He saw the tree well, nailed that thing so shallow in the staging, and he goes 866 on a 58, and Kyle's got it. Kyle has got it, but Lexi 878 on an 871 in the final. What a great final.
Yeah, nice final there. Both teams, I reckon, pretty happy with the result overall.
Stoked.
just to be in that final, but great performance by Kyle in the end there. You see how shallow he's trying to put that thing in? Like it was just...
Precise, real precise.
And it just took that little bit of extra time for him to go so shallow, but he timed that hit so well. That O light. What was that previous screen? Click on previous screen. It was an
086.
Yeah, 086 off the tree there for Kyle. So that was the one of the big one of the big tickets to his success there to clean that up. But here we go. Here's another final now. More young guns. It's the bikes. Dominic Harley and Xavier Mansfield French. Little 11-year-old out there. Walked past him before. I said, "How old are you?" 11. I was 11 years old and in the final.
Pops is down there before on the line with us. Told that they were struggling a little bit yesterday. He went home and put some fresh 98 in. It's come alive.
Yeah, well, I mean, for those $4, yeah, honestly, why would you spend the $4 and get...
Said, next time we might even drain the tank and put some fresh stuff in it as well.
I wish I could come back as a kid just so I could do this.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly. Like, the opportunity kids have got to race up here at Warwick is endless. Here we go. Serious stuff. Dominic Harley, Xavier Mansfield French. Both cool as little cucumbers. Pull them back for a sec. Just making sure they're right. They've done their burnouts. Dominic Harley, Xavier Mansfield French. Proceed, gentlemen, young gentlemen. May you have a good race. Oh, he's gone for it. He went for it, did Dominic Harley. He went for it and he needed to.
No, good on him having a swing of the tree. That's what you need to do. It's finals time. You've got to have a crack. How about a 002? Hello for young Xavier.
Oh, Xavier. Wait till you see your time slip, son. Wait till you see your time slip. 9:22 for Xavier. Hey, Mum, he went 002.
002.
002 in the final, did that kid. And Dominic, well, Dominic will look at his time slip. That's a pretty humbling thing for an 11-year-old to have to cop on the way home.
Actually, did Terry go 004 yesterday? So I think young Xavier's like, you can't. I'm going to go quicker than you.
The kids.
I'm gonna do better than you.
The kids are cutting these lights, I tell you. 002 in the final. That's why we've given them that term, young guns, because they're actually quite good at their craft. Kyle Day, 0.0 light in the final. Xavier Mansfield French, 002 in the final. And this is this junior match race, I believe.
Yeah, we only gone, what have we got, 3-4 weeks ago, new classification, AA junior dragster in the country. We've lowered the classification for that. You can run 760s. Now, you get a little bit of margin with juniors. So you're allowed a tenth of a second. So what we saw earlier was young Max Rowling went 7:56 with a 9. Now the quickest pass is a 7:55. So, hey, in true Warwick style, I said, well, if you want to come and have another crack at it and see if we can get a national record here at Warwick Dragway, let's do it.
And you know what? We're the can-do track here.
Yeah.
We're the can't-do, we're the can-do track. We're not the can't-do track. That'll do. There you go. So we're cracking that in there. So this is new territory for the Australian junior drags to see, I would imagine. And again, the number will probably be recognised on an unofficial top 10, only because, you know, we dart between various sanctioning bodies with things. But you know what? When you're at a decent track and the decent set of clocks, which these are, you got to take that number. You got to take that number and go, well, we saw that number run, and we were witnesses to it. And that's what I love about the live stream, is this thing's in history. This thing's in history with YouTube after this.
One crazy afternoon, I saw a 690. So
did you?
Yeah.
That
was pretty wild.
Did you?
That was pretty wild.
Where was that? Can you tell us?
Yeah, just down the road.
Oh, down the road.
A lot of people got a lot of slaps on the wrist, I can tell you.
Down the bottom of the hill or out west?
No, down the bottom of the hill.
And slaps on the wrist.
Nice.
So you don't get a slap on the wrist
big
here.
Slaps on the wrist.
You know what you get here? You get a pat on the back. You don't get a slap on the wrist.
But that's what you do in your last event before you retire.
All right, here we go. Max Rowley, Dakota Bray. Big dry hops happening out there. We've waxed.
Quick shout out to Ashley Pinkstone. She was the first one to run in the new classification in Palmyra a few weeks ago. Went 7.601 on that new index.
Is that right? All right.
Young Max has gone 50s here this weekend.
All right, so there could be another 750 here if you're going to let these things eat. Don't adjust your set, folks. These are real tough young guns in dragsters. Putting them into performance areas that we haven't seen before anywhere in this country on a live stream. Here we go. Benny Bray says send it. Off we go, 012 off the light to an 030.
Tell the story, 155.
Oh, 155, 48.
48.
48, read
a
that.
55 for Dakota. 748 and a 755 for Dakota.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would say that's the quickest side-by-side junior dragster pass we have seen anywhere in this country. Ever in this country. Benny, would you have to say that? Quickest side-by-side juniors ever.
Yeah, that's it.
Right there, folks.
100%.
An epic. I know the Australian Top Fuel national record got dropped yesterday, but we've seen the fastest side-by-side junior race ever. So, yeah, the fuelers went down by a bit, but a tiny bit, but a 48 to a 55. Hey, tail of the tape, 1551 for Dakota, 1556 for Max, 471 to 330 for the Bray car. And then how's that? 48. Did you take a photo too, Shagger? Send it to Mark. Send it to Marky. See, well, Marky might have been watching that there. Nothing better than sometimes having these photos. Yeah, so 155, they both hit 155. They both went O's on the lights. Yeah, 138k an hour down the end. 138 in that thing. 155.1 for Dakota, 155.6 for Max. 84.54 mile an hour for Dakota, 85.98 for Max, 755.84 mile an hour, and 748.6 at 85 mile an hour for Max Rowley. So how is that? Just when you think, oh yeah, young guns, what a great final, bang, we just set a quickest ever side-by-side run for those things. You guys saw it first, right here at Dragfest. Great stuff to see. Now I want nitromethane in there as well. I mean, let's get some sixes out of these things. That's incredible. All right, we go from the highs of that to a couple of commercial vehicles racing for glory. Here we are now. I'm still coming down from the side-by-side sevens. Now we are in the street final. Alan Knightley in the panel van, Daniel Schaefer in the utility.
Quick shout out to the Shaper family too. All three of them racing this weekend. All three made the final.
I suppose if you wanted to make this thing a little bit quicker on its dial and you take a six-pack out of the Waco, is that how you do it? Is that how you tune the thing? You just pull a bit of weight out of the back fridge? Here we go.
Chris says that's how we do it.
The Warwick Hotel Street Class. Here's the final. 11.07 getting chased by 10.62 from the utility with the P plate on the back. Not many P-plate drivers driving the EL panel vans, I can tell you that. Oh, he goes. Oh, wow, what a light. He rolled and rolled and rolled on the second amber. Did Alan Knightley. That thing's brake lights were off on the second amber, and he rolls himself out to an 041. Is it enough to be the winner? 11.13, he does it. Alan Knightley deserves that one because he just went for it. He fully sent that thing. A 10.68 on a 62. Margin of victory was nearly 4/10. That is a fantastic effort by Alan Knightley. I thought there's a cherry coming here. Did you see that, Shagger?
Yeah,
there was a cherry coming. The brake lights were gone after the second amber came on. And he's rolling, and then it's like bang, 041 light.
Good stuff.
He had to crack one out there. So that's one Shaper. We've had Christopher runner-up to Mick. We've just had
Daniel runner-up to
Alan Knightley.
Alan Knightley.
Can Mick bring one home here?
Well, we'll find out right now.
Yep, here he goes. Trevor Davis. He was one of the guys that was just having needed a few moments of settling in the car. He was standing there with his partner, holding hands.
Oh, right, yeah.
A little bit of chill moment. I wanted to dive in on it, but thought that is such a good couples moment right there. And I get those moments. Come on, Trav. Good on you, Trav. Yeah, why not? Yeah, well, that's a settler. He goes, I'm a bit nervous, love. You know what? Just go out there and rip a hell skid for me, darling.
Tear the treads off it.
You'll feel better after that.
680 for Davis, Shaper 560. So 1.2. So we got 3 amber lights. So all the ambers, that's the difference here. Can Shaper bring one home for the Shaper family?
All right, big block, Chev, powered 57 ute, ready to go in. Got Shapers everywhere here. Chris, after running up and street bike guiding, now farther in. Granddad Tony's birthday today. Happy 21st, Tone. So it would be good if he could get one here for Dad. Old Mick. Oh, getting ready. Clean green. 033 light there for Mick. He's got every chance right now. There we go, coming towards the finish line. 63 on a 60.
Michael Shaper, your winner in Super Sedan, 563 on a 60. Trev Davis was right there with him, 691 on a 680. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done that time, but one for the Shaper family. So that's not a bad haul. A win and 2 runner-up for the family.
Yeah, that's been good, and I think he runner-upped up at Kenda at Benaraby too, Mick Shaper this year. So he or went to the final, might have won it. But then, of course, he came to the next Kenda and went lost 3 races, blot to hole shots. So it's been an up and down year for Mick. So there's one, a winner of Dragfest. He's already got that there somewhere, doesn't he? He won the Dragfest in 2015 and 2014. All right, modified. This is another one. I don't know how to pick this. These are, well, Stingy was the gun modified track championship back in the day. Lucas is the new emergent. He was deadly with the little blown L67. Yeah. Mate, I love that car. I've tried to buy that off him, but he won't sell it.
No.
I said to him, swap. I said, flat swap. I said, here's my little 4-cylinder. I said, swap. He wouldn't swap.
Wouldn't do it.
Kind of glad he didn't. I've spent a lot of money on that car, and I do like the look of it.
So you may as well call it a second. It's there or thereabouts. 501 for Stingy Holtz. He gets to get out in front of him. Come and get me, Stingy.
All right. Where is it going to be, folks? Who is the modified winner here at Dragfest 2024? We'll find out in 5:01 seconds after Lucas gets the amber. Can Stingy nail him here, or Lucas proves that he can fight them all, including the old champions? So shallow. They're both shallow, really shallow stages. Gave it a little zing. Oh, Stingy, no. He got it all mixed up. He went up there, then it didn't go. And a 6:02 in the final. He was ready. I tell you what, was that man ready? Lucas Holtz. So look, Stingy kind of lit it up, I thought initially against Lucas's first amber, thinking that might be a psych job for Lucas. You know, sometimes you can do a little early converter flare just to psych your opponent. But then he went back to idle, didn't put the thing on the 2-step, didn't get ready to leave. So that was interesting, unless, again, something silly like throttle cables or throttle stops or whatever. CO2 bottles.
Something.
Could be something amongst that. But how about that? When you come to a final ready for someone like John Sting and you go 045 on the tree and go 02 on an 02. All right, I think this is, we got one more. We also got the Ultimate Fast Street final coming out. We got the Ultimate Fast Street final after the Gasser final.
Peter Clockland going to take on Darren Cahill. So the Metal Mauler up against the Executioner.
I wouldn't want to meet either of them in a dark alley. 675 chasing an 890. So Darren Cahill.
I'm still reeling from the tennis reference earlier, mate, with the Darren Cahill.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fantastic if it was?
You dug deep there.
Well, I've heard of the name. I thought it could be famous. Could be famous tennis coach, found gases. I mean, well, I love every story I can find. Look at this. This is a banana bendy bus transporter. Oh, someone's got to film that. That's a double banana bendy bus. Here's the final, by the way. Hang on, we've got to... Can he stop that bus for a sec? Can we stop the event for a moment? 3:03 light, Darren Cale, 4:05. That takes the cake right there. That's a couple of years in the shed right there. 890 on an 890, Clockner.
Clockner. Right on the money. 3 thousandths of a second.
8903 on an 890. I'm still reeling by the development application over there. 683 on a 675 runner up there for Darren Cale, but that is just a fan.
There's a Facebook page called If You're Squinting, It's Mid.
Yeah, well, it looks good from here if it's wood. Looks good if it's wood. But yeah, we were also distracted in the background here, folks. Just bear with us. We wish we could get the cameras over fast enough, and maybe we can get it on the highway here. See if we can get the car on the highway. See if you can film the exit of the driveway right now, because there is a banana bendy bus transporter. There's a right down the bottom, banana bendy. There he is. Now, but he'll go left here. Have a look at this thing. This is the transporter to meet all transporters here. We've got the Fast Street final. It is a banana bendy bus with a double-decker storage facility. Ladies and gentlemen, that wins transporter. There it is there, look, on the live stream. Transporter of the weekend. Thank you. Woo!
All right, let's get back to the race. Dennis Ryan, Nick Smith, this is the
final, the ultimate fighter. Dennis Ryan on a 671.
Hutchison Quarries, Fast Street. Didn't they put their name on a good bracket this weekend?
Oh, lots of coverage. Okay, here we go. The ultimate Fast Street final right now. 777, 671. Nick Smith, Dennis Ryan, all holding final here too. Oh, 093 Dennis Ryan. Got a little bit more of the tree. He's trying to try and make him pay at the stripe. No one's backing off. 80 on a 71, 87, 73 thousandths at the finish line now. That's a final, folks. That is a final. 680 on a 671 for Dennis Wright. We call him the ultimate Fast Street winner. Runner-up, Nick Smith, 787 on a 777, but 73 thousandths at the stripe for that one, Shags. That's what it should come down to at the end of the weekend. A few amazing, freaky, personal best things. Junior drags are side by side. Commercial vehicles winning trophies. The most amazing banana bendy bus transporter. Gases everywhere. And margins of victory and reaction times in the thousandths of seconds. Folks, we have got trophy presentations, obviously as quick as we can. A good trophy presentation is a quick one, especially on a Sunday afternoon. Take this opportunity to thank all of our officials, our spectators, our entrants, our crowd, you Shagger, you Phil, you ladies in the in race control tower. Overtaking lane, of course, been fantastic this weekend. James has been steering it all while Con Hamilton's been tuning old 5-second Barraboy around the place. So it's just been a fantastic effort. We'll all be on a high for about a week and a half after this. This is what we get with events like this. Is I hope that you get enough energy and inspiration for what you've seen this weekend to make you want to come to the next one here at Warwick and the next and the next and the next.
I mean, not enough we locked in a date for, but just keep October open next year because it'll be one weekend.
Yeah, right. Well, maybe an Oktoberfest mixed in there. And well, literally last night felt like Oktoberfest. There was that much beer swilling around the place and Lederhausen. So it was pretty good. So I'd say we're going to go to trophies. If we need any more announcements made, we certainly will do them over the PA. But obviously there's trophy sorting time near the trestle tables in that VIP area. And we thank you all. Be safe on the way home. Be careful on the way home. There's Scooter on the way. You'd almost just put the camera on the. You should finish the end of the stream just pointing out the gate as everyone leaves. That might be a good farewell. But we had to get that. Who owned the double-decker bendy transporter bus? Did you see? Didn't see who? So even Junga didn't know what that was.
That looks like something Junga would rock.
Presentations about 20 minutes, half an hour over the party.
Beautiful.
That sounds good. I'd say 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He's nearly buggered Junga. I think he's got another hour in him. So let's get over there in 15 minutes.
Him away.
But maybe we should just film everyone's setup. So that was the King setup. Best one I've ever seen, actually. I'll go back and watch the stream after this.
You know, it reminds me of Vic Baker's. Remember Vic Baker's
Yeah,
bus?
he did have a big bus. Big custom coach work on it. Someone's definitely had to do some serious coach work. I've seen them before, but never a bendy bus one. Like, I used to deliberately miss buses to school to get the bendy bus. I don't know what it was, but the first time that we had bendy buses on our school route, every kid, like there'd be a normal bus, there'd be, bus driver, the 7:30 bus driver, the old blue one, the old Leyland, and all these kids would be standing at the bus stop, and he opens the door and goes, "Are you coming or not?" And they go, "No, you're waiting for that bendy bus, aren't you?" And then a couple of smart kids, actually, they're the ones that probably went on to be better in life, got on the bus and went to school, and there's all us idiots waiting for the bendy. Here it comes. And, of course, everyone's running through the bendy bit. Like, that was all it was about those buses that made them interesting. Also, too, remember when your kid growing up, double-decker bus, ever been on one of them?
We had Leyland Atlanteans, that's what they were.
Were they double-deckers?
That's what they were, double-deckers. And if you sat up the back, which we did because you were cool, you got to suck in all the diesel smoke. It was
Yeah, that probably explains
because it comes through the floors.
Explains a few things about your year there, Shagger. Yeah, but they were all doing well until halfway through the year, and they all started getting headaches.
Downhill.
But then that's how we all developed being petrol heads, I guess. But we did that in London. We went there on the double-decker buses and went cruising around, and yeah, only scared a couple of times. There I was. But anyway, so as Junga had said, folks, look, thank you for coming. Make sure that you stick around for trophies. We've still got to do that Announcer's Choice and talk about that. We'll talk about that off the PA.